152:151 Warehouse. A lot of manga/anime oriented chapter. I tried to make it faster by narrating it, but it still took a lot of words and time, but skipping everything would feel like it wouldn't fit in the story. Important notice inside the author's thoughts. Outside of the mansion. Shili? What are you doing here? Lubbock asked with a confused expression. There was a man inside that mansion who we didn't expect. He saved one of our targets, so I am chasing him down. Shili replied without even stopping. Hey! Our information shouldn't be wrong, but to think that there is someone who was able to get away from Shili. So that's the reason for that fire inside the mansion. Lubbock thought with a thoughtful expression while looking at the mansion. He was contemplating whether he should help or not, since his mission was to be their lookout and backup, but mainly he was responsible for not letting anyone in. No. If he got away, that means he doesn't want to fight with her. I should just stay here and make sure no one runs away. Lubbock shook his head before he started vigilantly looking around. While Shili was looking around for Akashi's tracks, he already sneaked outside with his hostage over his shoulder. When he was moving to the backyard of the mansion, he noticed one guard leading Arya towards the warehouse, and then after a few seconds, he saw a brown-haired man running after her with a slightly panicked look in his face. That must be Tatsumi. Anyway, I should go meet up with the girls, Akashi thought, and picked up his pace. Kurome and Pony, who were observing the warehouse's surroundings from the tree, suddenly felt more weight fall down on the branch they were standing on, which immediately made them snap their heads at Akashi, who just arrived next to them without being discovered. How the hell did you appear here like a ghost? Do you want to cause us a panic attack? Pony whispered, but it was evident that she wanted to shout at him. Kurome didn't say anything, but she still nodded her head, agreeing with Pony. Sorry about that. When I switch into this mode, I simply don't care if it's ally or enemy. Akashi said with a stoic expression while putting Arya's mother down. What mode? Pony thought and rolled her eyes. Akashi Nii-sama, why did you save her? Kurome asked with a curious expression. It's more for the formality. She will die, but not by our hands. She will end up on the guillotine. After all, the Empire needs to execute someone if we are to disclose what this family has been doing behind everyone's backs. Akashi explained while sitting down and observing the situation. By now, both Arya and her guard reached the warehouse, and Tatsumi also caught up to them, but he wasn't alone. Akame and Green. Pony muttered when she saw two newcomers. Although Kurome haven't said anything, she still had a complicated expression on her face once she saw her sister. Akame dashed forward, intending to eliminate her targets, but Tatsumi stood up between them, ready to intercept her. However, Akame completely ignored him, which caught him off guard, and she was easily able to get past him. Wait! Tatsumi shouted at Akame while running after her, but he was obviously slower than her. Arya's guard, who saw that, clicked his tongue and prepared his firearm to shoot at Akame from short distance, which would be extremely hard to dodge, but before he could pull the trigger, Green's whip entangled around his leg and made him slip. Akame just finished the job by cutting his throat, and Murasame's curse took care of everything else. I don't understand why both of us had to go when there was just one guard, Green said with a tired tone while adjusting his glasses. Green noticed Tatsumi trying to intercept Akame when she was about to kill Arya, but he didn't do anything since he was able to see that Tatsumi was pretty inexperienced when compared to Akame. However, he was slightly surprised when he saw that Tatsumi forced Akame to jump away from Arya. What? Couldn't she just kill him? Right, she could, but she didn't want to. Still, if he will continue to stay in our way, we will have to kill him even if he isn't on the list of our targets. Green immediately thought of a reason why Akame decided to retreat a bit instead of finishing the job. Akashi, who was observing everything, already had a dagger in his hand, ready to intercept any attack on Arya since he wanted to torture her a bit more after experiencing that date. Although it was more like making fun out of her rather than torturing her. Stop! Why are you killing innocent people? What the hell is wrong with you people? Tatsumi shouted while standing in front of Arya, who was shivering on the ground in fear. Please move out of the way or you will become my target too, Akame said with a stoic expression. Hearing her answer, Tatsumi got into his defensive stance with a nervous expression. Akame understood what was his answer and got ready to attack him. They exchanged a few moves before Tatsumi finally took a hit and fallen on the ground. Shouldn't have we interfered earlier? Pony asked while glancing at Akashi, since she felt it was kinda waste, death of an innocent person trying to protect someone. He isn't dead, his fall was very weird, not like the one you would expect from someone who got hit by Murasame's curse. The sword didn't even penetrate his entire body. Akashi explained, but he himself didn't really care if the guy died or not. However, now he was slightly curious how he managed to survive that hit. As Akashi predicted, Tatsumi survived the hit, but Akame didn't take the bait. She took advantage of him being unarmed and slashed her katana at his throat. Wait! You are doing this for money, right? Tatsumi started panicking when he saw the katana nearing his throat, but Akame wasn't listening to him. However, before her weapon could slash his neck, someone caught her by her nape, dragging her some distance away from Tatsumi. What are you doing? Akame asked with a confused expression while looking at transformed Leon before she looked behind at Green who was standing there while rubbing the top of his head and glaring at Leon. Well, it's kinda my fault that this boy got caught up in this situation, anyway, why didn't you stop her, Green? Leon said while giving Tatsumi an apologetic smile before she turned at Green, shouting at him. I wanted to but you dragged me in the same way as her and hit me before I could have done anything. Green rolled his eyes while answering with a slightly annoyed tone. Ah! You are that boob, Tatsumi shouted while pointing at Leon with an angry expression. That beautiful Oni-san, that's me. Anyway, lad, you are behaving like you are protecting an innocent girl, and if it's really like that, let me correct you. Leon interrupted Tatsumi while winking at him before she turned serious, redirecting her gaze at Arya and the warehouse. Even Akashi's stoic expression faltered when he heard that she was the one who caused Tatsumi his current situation. So righteous night raid, I bet she scammed him by using her assets. Akashi thought with a blank expression. Wait! Arya shouted when Leon approached the warehouse's entrance, but she didn't listen to Arya and kicked open the door, revealing the shocking sight. Kurome and Pony's faces winced in disgust, and Akashi wasn't much of an exception, but he at least quickly recovered his calm expression. Arya tried to convince Tatsumi that those are lies despite the evidence being in plain sight. Tatsumi ignored everyone and walked inside, where he found his two conscious and naked friends completely covered in bruises and cuts. Tatsumi! Both of them shouted from the rest of the strength that remained within them with new hope in their eyes. Iyasu, Seo. What Tatsumi immediately let them out of their cells, and despite wanting to ask what happened here, he was already aware. She tortured both us, she was trying her poisons on Iyasu while she was torturing me while shouting at me that I should blame myself for having this straight hair, Seo explained with tears in her eyes, but it was unknown if it was because she recalled the tortures or because she was happy to see her friend rescue them. Tatsumi, kill that bitch. She was treating our wounds after each torture just to prolong our suffering. Iyasu shouted while gritting his teeth, which made Tatsumi's face much colder than before. Oops, the cat is out of the bag. Well, no one will believe Arya even if she says that she didn't do it. Akashi thought when he heard Iyasu's words. Arya however didn't care about his words and simply lost it while cursing at everyone, finally showing her true colors. I can't believe that tried to kiss me, Akashi couldn't help but mutter while his body shivered a bit. Both Pony and Kurome threw him a pitying look while both began rubbing his back like comforting a little kid. When Akashi saw Tatsumi with extremely cold eyes slowly walk to Arya, he decided it was a time for him to act. When Tatsumi slashed his sword at Arya, Akashi used his skill Phantom Strike and disappeared just to appear in front of Arya, who was previously around 50 meters away from him. Energy, 1680/1700. Clang! Akashi blocked his weapon, but he was still slightly surprised by the power behind that attack. The power of hatred is really big, it can make one's strength exceeds their limits. Akashi thought while others looked at him with a shocked expression. Akashi! All present members of Night Raid exclaimed. Tisk! Tatsumi just clicked his tongue while glaring at Arya hiding behind Akashi. She was the only one who was extremely glad to see him, but her expression quickly changed when she recalled how she behaved just a few seconds ago, not to mention that warehouse. Akashi knew what was she worrying about, so he just threw her a smile which calmed her a bit. Why are you here, Akashi? Akame shouted while looking around. I can't let you kill my future wife, especially not when our wedding is just in a few days from today. Akashi said, but his smile was still twitching a bit, which was noticed by everyone. However, only Leon knew the meaning behind it. What is he playing? I highly doubt he wants to save her. If what the boss said about him is the truth, he would definitely let her die after seeing contents of that warehouse, Leon thought with furrowed brows. Kurome and Pony quickly joined Akashi's side. Akame was at ease once she noticed her sister, but when she saw the figure of the other person. Pony! She exclaimed with a disbelieving expression. Even Green was slightly surprised how Akame was able to identify the masked figure so easily. I guess you would be able to recognize me anytime, Akame, Pony said without taking her mask off while also nodding at Green. Now that I look more carefully, isn't Kurome's weapon a bit different? Akame also noticed the change of colors on Kurome's weapon, but she quickly threw it aside. She wasn't sure how to behave in front of her little sister that she tried to forcefully kidnap, but she knew that she mustn't avoid her eyes. How can you call that girl your future wife after seeing that? Tatsumi shouted at Akashi while pointing his sword at the warehouse. Seo and Iyasu finally noticed Akashi's group presence and they had no idea what to think about it. You want to kill her, right? Akashi asked with a calm expression. Damn right I want. Tatsumi shouted while readying his sword. Akashi, Arya whispered while tugging his coat. He just showed her hand sign that everything will be alright. I can't let you do that. Akashi said with a smile and closed eyes. Because I want to kill her too. Akashi kept this part to himself. Hearing his answer, Tatsumi rushed at him and swung his sword down. Wait. Leon tried to interfere but she was ignored. Akashi easily deflected his attack but Tatsumai continued in his onslaught of attacks. Every time Akashi deflected Tatsumai's attack, he moved a bit to the side and after a while when Tatsumai performed wide swing aiming at his right side, Akashi used more of his strength in deflecting his attack which made Tatsumai's sword slip out of his hand. AAGH. The sword pinned a few times before piercing Arya's gut which completely surprised everyone. Was this his intention? Leon thought while Tatsumai was looking at his empty hand and then at his sword stuck inside Arya's gut with a confused expression. 153:152 Clumsy hand. There was complete silence except for Arya's whining and most people were looking at Akashi who was trying to look as shocked as he could. Tatsumai, on the other hand, didn't know how to feel. His sword has pierced the bitch that tortured his friends but it wasn't with his own hand. He also recovered from his confusion and slowly backed away from Akashi since he was unarmed right now and he really thought that Arya is Akashi's future wife. Arya! Akashi suddenly exclaimed while running to her with a concerned expression. Pony and Kurome couldn't help but look at that sight with a blank look in their faces. Akashi, help me, please. It hurts. Arya said while tears were constantly pouring down her cheeks. Don't worry, I can treat your wound. But I need you to trust me and let me pull that sword out. Akashi said with a reassuring smile. I bleed out? Arya asked between her sobbing. Don't worry, I won't let you die by bleeding out. Akashi said with a gentle smile and Arya just nodded her head and relaxed her body. However, when Akashi took a grip of the hilt, his lips curled up into a slightly ridiculing smile but before Arya was about to even absorb it. Akashi instead of pulling the sword to his side, he pulled it upwards while the sword was still inside her, making her entire body split in half if it wasn't connected by her waist. Hey! Splash! Arya was surprised by this but she still didn't get what happened until she stopped feeling her entire body and until she saw blood spray from her all around. Of course, not even a drop of blood has fallen on Akashi who was being protected by his flames. Letting blood of your enemies splash on you can also be viewed as some kind of respect but I definitely don't want even a drop of her filthy blood on my clothes Akashi thought in position with the sword still facing the sky. No one said anything since the entire series of events was extremely weird to them. Akashi turned around and saw most people looking at him with either confused expression or blank expression. Oops! My hand slipped, a little bit. Akashi said with a completely stoic expression before he threw the sword back to Tatsumai, making it pierce the ground just near his feet, startling him a bit. How can your hand slip so badly? Everyone wanted to shout at him but even Tatsumai by now knew that there was something very wrong here. Now that he thought about his fight with Akashi, he wasn't even trying to injure him and he was constantly positioning so such a situation could be created. Sigh, I guess I will need to find a new wife now. Akashi sighed and muttered with a sad expression while looking at Arya's corpse. Can I join the queue? Since it dawned on Leon that Akashi wasn't really standing against them, she decided to play along and shouted while raising her hand. Leon! Akame exclaimed with a shocked expression. He is handsome and powerful, if I can drag him to our side it would be worth it. Well, I also didn't really hate our little chase game. Although Leon was joking, if there was even a speck of chance Akashi agreeing to her proposal, she wouldn't back away. Wait, I still have her mother. Akashi completely ignored Leon and continued muttering while holding his chin. Everyone's eyes widened in horror when they heard him but Kurome and Pony only glared at him, even usually so obedient Kurome glared at Akashi, this only showed how bad joke it was. Chill out, I was just joking Akashi said while throwing both Pony and Kurome a weird look. Huff huff guys. Ah. Here you are. Suddenly a new person arrived, completely out of breath while pointing at Akashi with her weapon. Sheely. Everyone from Night Raid muttered while giving her a strange look. He took my target and run away with her. Sheely explained but when she looked around one more time she noticed a weird atmosphere here, no one was exactly hostile but it was full of unknown people who were feeling tense. What is happening here? Sheely dropped the matter of catching Akashi and instead thought. Akashi? You said that you have her mother, would you be so kind as to give her to us so we can perform our justice? Leon asked with an embarrassed smile. Justice? Don't speak about that after scamming that boy. Akashi said while pointing his sword at Tatsumai who at first looked surprised but after a moment he nodded with a serious expression and glared at Leon. Haha, I didn't force him to give me his money, we also need fundings to live as assassins. Leon released an awkward laugh before explaining while holding both of her hands in front of her, trying to calm Tatsumai. Maybe not directly but swinging your chest in front of his face definitely helped a lot and what matters the most is the thought and your goal was to scam him. Akashi said, adding fuel to the fire but Tatsumai who heard him blushed a little, receiving glares from Ieyasu and Sao, although each had a different reason behind those glares. Wah! How do you know that? I mean why do you think so? Leon exclaimed with a surprised expression before she regretted it. Tatsumai began gritting his teeth while clenching his fist but it was apparent that he wasn't truly angry at her since this way, he was at least able to find his friends. Anyway, I am not giving her to you and I recommend you to disappear as soon as possible if you don't want to force me to fight you, Akashi said with a fearless smirk while standing in front of 3 Taigo users and 1 cunning tactician. Still, his cockiness is a bit annoying. I really wonder if he would be able to take on 4 of us at once. Anyway, we should really return before Imperial Police shows up. The only thing missing is that girl's mother and what to do with those kids? They need a place to recover from their injuries. Leon thought while clicking her tongue in frustration. What are you planning to do with that girl's mother? Leon asked with narrowed eyes. She definitely doesn't want to let that woman live. That's none of your business, but you will probably discover it tomorrow morning or maybe even tonight, since I bet you have your own spies among the Imperial Police. However, I can guarantee you that she will die. Akashi replied, unbothered by Leon's slightly aggressive tone. Sigh, all right, I will trust your word. Leon still remembered Nyenda's warning, so they decided to believe his words. She gestured to Shili to help her pick up Ayasu and Sao while she herself caught Tatsumai by his nape and started carrying him like a kitten. Wah! What are you doing? Tatsumai immediately started shouting and kicking around with his legs. You need a place for your friends to recover, no? Of course, we will also provide you a job since you will no longer be able to leave our side once you know the location of our hideout, Leon explained with a playful tone, but Tatsumai's complaining only strengthened when he heard the restrictions. Wait. I need you to leave those 2 with me. Akashi stopped them from leaving while pointing at Ayasu and Sao. What? No. We got separated once and this has happened. I won't be separated from my friends once AGA. Tatsumai immediately snapped at Akashi, but before he was able to finish, he received karate chop from Akashi and he lost consciousness. Leon, who had someone in her care knocked out, didn't like it a bit, so she looked at Akashi with a look of expecting answers. He wouldn't leave them here and explaining everything is annoying. I need them as witnesses. I don't care what you want to do with them, but if you want to take care of them, I have to borrow them for a while and then return them to you without any further harm. I swear that on my family's name. Akashi explained, and Leon already got the gist of the whole thing Akashi was trying to accomplish, so she just nodded and beckoned her friends to retreat while carrying Tatsumai in her hand. Their injuries weren't that bad to begin with, it was just continuous tortures left them without any energy and strength. Pony, Kurome Akame on the side couldn't say anything to those 2, but she still called out their names. Don't worry about me, Akame. I chose this myself, just like yourself. And I don't blame you for what you have done whatever was necessary. Pony took the lead and said to Akame. I still haven't forgiven you, big sis. But that also doesn't mean that I hate you. Kurome said with a calm expression and closed eyes while keeping her new weapon close to herself. Thank you, both of you. Akame replied with a genuine smile and soft expression. Those words gave her more strength than one could even imagine. During her training in Night Raid, she kept thinking about those 2 and knowing that what she has been worrying about is all right, she felt like her heart was at peace, but there was still one thing on her mind. Pony, have you heard anything about Najasho? Akame asked with a serious expression. No. He has been missing for more than a month, but the Empire couldn't afford to brand him as a traitor or deserter since their messengers never returned. I doubt Najasho wouldn't return if he could. Pony shook her head with a helpless expression. I see, well, he is strong, so I am sure that nothing bad happened to her, Akame said to reassure both herself and Pony before leaving together with her friends. Akashi didn't forget to send a few wrigglers after them, but they were quite quickly discovered, which wasn't that surprising since there were too many Taigo users in one place, not to mention Leon's enhanced senses. However, they had no idea those bug-like danger beasts belonged to Akashi. Sao and Ayasu talked a bit with Akashi, who also helped to treat their other minor injuries. Although they were a bit nervous to be around Akashi since they didn't fully absorb what happened here, they had no other choice but to be obedient. After a few minutes, Imperial Police finally arrived at the scene together with Siryu in lead. Of course, both Kurome and Pony took their leave while Akashi brought Aria's still unconscious mother. What happened here? Akashi? Siryu asked while looking at the horrified sigh of Aria's corpse, her upper body cut vertical in half with only her waist holding those 2 parts from falling apart. The others in her team also began looking around, but once some of them reached the warehouse, most of them began throwing up. Night Raid, I was just on my way here in the middle of the night since I wanted to discuss our marriage with my future parents-in-law, but when I arrived I noticed that they were being targeted by Night Raid. The only one I was able to save was Aria's mother, and that was also due to extreme luck. Akashi explained while holding Aria's mother in his hands with a slightly sad expression while glancing at Aria's corpse before he closed his eyes and avoided that sight. How is he able to act so shameless? He is looking at that bitch with such genuine sad expression when he killed her just a few minutes ago. Both Sao and Ayasu thought with a scared expression while looking at Akashi's sad expression, but for them, it was just a mask for hiding his devilish smile. Night Raid. Siryu's eyes widened and she took a fighting stance while looking around. Calm down, they ran away once their mission was done. Well, Not exactly done since they failed to kill Arya's mother, Akashi reassured Siriu, and she nodded after a few moments, relaxing her tense body once again. I see, but, what is that? Siriu noticed her colleagues throwing up near the warehouse, so she asked while pointing at the warehouse with a slightly trembling finger. That's something I have discovered when Night Raid ran away. I was trying to find some clues or tracks just to discover that slaughterhouse. These two are the only ones who were in the state to be saved. There are still a few people inside, but their mind is already shattered and most likely they also contracted countless fatal diseases. They are beyond help. Take a look at it yourself. Akashi explained and stood up while carrying Arya's mother and lead Siriu to the warehouse's entrance. What the Siriu's eyes once again widened in horror once she saw the content of the warehouse. We have to avoid making Akashi our enemy at all costs. Both Seo and Ieyasu thought while looking at each other before they nodded their head, discovering that both of them were thinking about the same thing. 154:153 Resolving the situation. Akashi, this is serious. There are a lot of people here, maybe hundreds, and some of them could have been even from the Imperial Police. Siriu said with a serious expression before turning at Akashi. I know, I had no idea they were doing something like that. Still, it's unfortunate that Arya died and we can't even hear her out before judging her family, but there is still her mother who can tell us everything. Akashi nodded with a serious expression. Siriu, there are more than 3 dead guards with markings on their body from the infamous Taigu, Murasame. The night raid was really here. Siriu's colleague ran up to us and reported while tensing up a bit when he realized that night raid was really here. He even gave a particular look at Akashi as if he was wondering how he managed to survive. It was widely known that night raid usually worked in teams. Murasame, Akame. Siriu thought while holding her chin and glaring at the ground, caught up in her thoughts. How many of them have you seen, Akashi? Siriu asked with a curious expression. I met a purple-haired woman when she tried to kill Arya's mother, but I was able to rescue her in time. However, after our first exchange, she retreated. I didn't give a chase and prioritized the safety of Arya's family, but I was already too late. She was also wielding a scissors-like weapon. Akashi described what happened with a straight face and Siriu's expression only hardened. That's Shili, one of the most wanted criminals and also a member of Night Raid. TCH. The situation is becoming only more complicated. Why did they target this family specifically? Siriu thought, and she slowly became biting her nails, but Akashi stopped her by grabbing her hand. Hey! Siriu finally came back to reality as she looked at Akashi with a surprised expression. First of all, question these two who managed to survive so we can treat their other injuries as soon as possible. After that, you can question Arya's mother. Akashi said with a small nod, and Siriu nodded back to him with a grateful expression. Siriu went and had a small talk with Seo and Ieyasu. They just described what happened to them, however, they didn't dare to say anything about what happened after their rescue. When Siriu was done with them, Arya's mother already regained consciousness and kept glancing around in sitting position with a confused expression. When she noticed her daughter lying in the pool of blood, she began sobbing. Despite being monsters, they still care for their own. Even if they can be considered worse than danger beasts, it's not on the level where they don't care about their own kind. Interesting. Akashi thought, being slightly amused by seeing her fragile side. Madam, I would like to ask you a few questions. Siriu crouched down and said with a polite smile. She didn't release any reassuring smile since she was suspicious about that slaughterhouse matter. Why, you are from Imperial Police? All right, she nodded while throwing a glance at Akashi, who acted as if he didn't notice. Thus began their conversation. Siriu was slightly confused about why Akashi knocked her out, but he quickly explained that she isn't fighters, so protecting someone who doesn't even move is easier than someone who might panic. All right, now, can you explain to me what's going on with that warehouse? Siriu finally asked the question everyone was curious about. That, I have no idea what's inside. I have never been there myself, and usually, only our servants go there. Her expression quickly changed to worse, but she also quickly recovered and said. Then do you know these two people? Siriu asked and beckoned her colleague to bring Seo and Ieyasu. I don't know them. Arya's mother tilted her head to the side and asked with a genuine confused expression. Wow, she adapted to the situation very quickly. I guess she also doesn't expect me to help her, Akashi thought with a slightly surprised expression after seeing her perfect act. Bullshit. You were the one who was stuffing all those drugs into my body while your bitch daughter tortured my friend. Ieyasu instantly burst out when he saw her playing innocent. Calm yourself. One of the guys from the Imperial Police shouted at Ieyasu, but he refrained from touching him since his body wasn't in the best state. Siriu whispered a few things to one of her colleagues before he nodded his head and ran off to the mansion. After more than 5 minutes of tension between Ieyasu and Arya's mother, the same guy Siriu sent to the mansion came back. I have found it, Siriu. The guy shouted while running to us before he handed something to Siriu, which made Arya's mother's face twist in horror. That's my... She couldn't help but exclaim H. However, she quickly covered her mouth. Siriu only looked at her with a suspicious look before opening the diary. After a few minutes of reading, her expression became full of disgust. Immediately take her back with us and lock her up until I report everything to the higher-ups. Siriu shouted at one of the guys standing behind Arya's mother and he just nodded his head before forcing her onto her legs while holding her hands behind her back. 5 of you remain here and investigate surroundings and for more evidence, the rest is to escort this, madam to her cell. Siriu gave out instructions while glaring at Arya's mother. Yes. Everyone from the Imperial Police shouted and dispersed to do their job. Although Siriu wasn't exactly their superior, she was well respected and she also had her own taigus so they had no problem with her taking leader position. Thank you for your help, Akashi. Although it is a bit shame that you couldn't capture or kill anyone from the night raid. Siriu thanked with a small smile but it was apparent that she was still a little bit affected by what she just read. Sigh, I wonder what will happen now, a woman that was supposed to become my wife just died. Akashi muttered while looking at the ground with an absent-minded expression. You don't sound too sad about it. Siriu looked around before she mentioned with a confused expression. I won't lie to you, we have been only on a few dates so this marriage was more on the political side. Akashi said with a helpless smile. I see. Siriu didn't pry into the matter anymore since even she hated this kind of marriage. What will happen to them? Should I take them back with me and treat their injuries? Siriu asked while looking at Sao and Iyasu who were sitting on the side with a few rags over their body. Well, I think it would be better if I treat them since albeit difficult to believe, we actually know each other a little bit. I have met them on their way to the capital and we talked for a bit, maybe they will feel more at ease with me around. Akashi said and Siriu nodded in understanding but she still approached them and asked them for their opinion. Sao and Iyasu immediately nodded when they were questioned if they want to go with Akashi. Alright, I guess there is nothing else we can do here, will it be troublesome if I trouble you tomorrow about some formality things? We will most likely know Arya's mother's fate tomorrow morning. Siriu asked Akashi with a small smile while getting ready to leave. Not at all, although I have no ties with this family, I was supposed to have so I am really interested in what had happened here. Please keep me informed. Akashi politely nodded his head with a polite smile before saying goodbye to Siriu, parting ways with her. Sao and Iyasu started asking questions regarding what happened and matters regarding Tatsumai. I will feed you and treat your injuries and the next morning, you will meet up with your friend. This was Akashi's first answer to the numerous of their questions. Akashi, who are they anyway? Why did they take Tatsumai with them? Sao asked with a slightly uncomfortable expression but that was to be expected since she was wearing just rags while they were returning to Akashi's mansion. You mean Night Raid? They are an assassination and spying unit of the Revolutionary Army. You should be aware of the Revolutionary Army's ideals, so their assassination unit isn't that different from them. As for why they took your friend, maybe they saw potential in him after clashing swords with me. Akashi explained but he rather avoided saying that it was also due to his character for trying to protect innocent girl with his life since they might connect the dots and discover that he had been observing them for a long time. Night Raid sighed. Ha! Are you trying to tell me that you were stopped by one guy? And who is this wimp anyway? Mine burst out when Leon explained the situation to her before redirecting her anger at Tatsumai who just regained his consciousness. Who do you call a wimp, you shorty? Tatsumai immediately shouted back at her despite having no idea who where he is. I dare you to say that again. A vein popped up on Mine's forehead as she heard Tatsumai and shouted back at him while aiming her pumpkin at his head. Shorty, 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 Tatsumai instantly said while sticking out his tongue at her. Bang! Mine didn't hesitate at all and fired at Tatsumai's head but he was still being carried by Leon who quickly moved her hand out of the shot's way. Mine. Do you want to obliterate also my hand? Leon shouted at her with cold sweat pouring down her back. Sigh, thankfully we are already in the forest so no one from the capital should have heard that shot. Lubbock thought while massaging the bridge of his nose. 155:154 Treating injured. When Akashi, Sao, and Iyasu arrived at Akashi's mansion, both Sao and Iyasu had their jaws dropped while looking at the enormous mansion. Help her clean up and then dress her up in something durable but not too attention-catching. Akashi said to a few maids while pointing at Sao who was still wearing just some rags, barely covering anything but instead of her milky white skin being exposed, the only things visible were bruises and dirt covering her body. When Sao heard his words, she blushed a bit. Understood. Let's go, my lady. Two maids bowed down with a smile before helping Sao walk to the bathroom, where all the things that will happen there will also stay there. Iyasu on the other hand was admiring the beauty of these maids inside the mansion. All of them are beautiful. He unintentionally muttered, making a few maids walking past them giggle. And their loyalty is even better, Akashi replied with a stoic expression, not being bothered by his comment. After all those maids had the privilege of using all kinds of beauty products inside the mansion, not to mention they weren't just some harmless maids to begin with. Most of them were orphans just to be later taken under Akashi's father protection where they were trained in various things. Since they were never forced to do anything against their will, most of them already consider Phoenix family as their own family, so their loyalty is unquestionable. Ieyasu just nodded and looked towards Akashi with expectations apparent in his eyes. Do you want me to call some butlers to help you clean up? Akashi looked at him with a confused expression before he realized his mistake and asked him with a teasing tone. No, I will be fine alone. Ieyasu waved his hand to refuse Akashi's offer before he sprinted down a random hallway. He is an idiot, Akashi thought with a blank expression before he stopped one of the maids passing by. He caught her attention by putting his arm around her shoulder, which startled her a bit, but she didn't shake in fear or anything that would indicate that she is uncomfortable. Can you please show that fool where is a bathroom, and can you also bring some new clothes for him? You don't have to do anything else beyond that. Akashi brought his head closer to her and pointed at Ieyasu running down the hallway. Giggle, of course, leave it to me, young master. The maid followed where he was pointing at and nodded with a smile when she saw her target. After they cleaned up and dressed up in new clothes, they were led to Akashi's study. Alright, finally you don't stink of death. Can both of you strip down to your underwear? Akashi commented when he looked at them before he asked quite an absurd question. WW what? Sayo blushed and immediately hugged her body, hiding away her breasts. I didn't know you swing that way. Ieyasu said with a panicked expression. I just want to check on your bruises, they might be infected. You might not feel anything right now, but it is possible that something harmful is still inside your body. After all, slow-working poisons also exist. Akashi explained calmly while shrugging his shoulders. Alright. Sayo dropped her head down before replying, still with an uncertain expression, but she already began taking off her clothes. But when she rolled up her shirt up to her breasts, she stopped and looked at Ieyasu. What? He asked innocently, but he was still eyeing her with a lewd smile without even being aware of it. Get out! Sayo shouted while sharply glaring at him. What the hell, you are embarrassed to let me see you in your underwear, but in that warehouse, I have seen you naked. Well, it's not like I was focused on that thing at that time, Ieyasu complained inwardly, but he still left the room and started waiting behind the door. Sayo followed Akashi's instructions and lied down on the sofa with her stomach facing up. None of them appear to be infected, but I can't be sure if it isn't already inside your blood, and for that to check, I need to touch you. Is that alright with you? Akashi crouched down next to her and inspected all her bruises and cuts before he asked, making already blushing Sayo completely red. He looks at me with that stoic expression and I can't even see a bit of lust in his eyes. Am I not good enough or what? Sayo had complicated thoughts about this. She was sure that she can trust him, but on the other hand, it also awakened other thoughts. Do your job. Sayo nodded while averting her eyes. Akashi nodded back and placed his hand on her stomach where most of the bruises were located, and when his fingers touched Sayo's skin, she shivered a bit, not because his fingers were cold, on the contrary, they were warm. The real reason was that this is her first time a man touched her half-naked body. While Sayo's blush only deepened, making her neck red, Akashi had his eyes closed shut while focusing his flames on speeding the regeneration of Sayo's body. When she noticed her bruises and cuts disappearing on her body, she immediately asked Akashi with a lot of enthusiasm to treat all of her other bruises. Which woman didn't want to look beautiful? While Akashi was treating her bruises and cuts, she decided to start conversation to get rid of the awkward atmosphere. How is it, living as a noble in the capital? Sayo asked while still averting her eyes. Not bad, you have many privileges, but you are also on the eyes of many people and you have very limited freedom. There is also enormous amount of paperwork each day, making it hard for someone like me to train. Akashi replied with a stoic expression while continuing his job. You said that Arya was supposed to become your wife. What will happen now? Sayo asked with a slightly concerned tone. Who knows, maybe they will try to force marriage on me once again, but I highly doubt that. Previously it was forced on me when I was just 3 years old. I wasn't as powerful as now. My family's influence also became much larger. When you have a big influence and also personal strength to back it up, it is very unlikely that anyone will force anything on you. Akashi replied. I see. And do you have anyone you are interested in? Sayo couldn't help but grow curious like any other woman. Akashi had almost everything any woman could dream of from their husband, so she couldn't help but be interested in this fact. There is someone, but it's a bit complicated, not our relationship but her status. Akashi suddenly showed a gentle smile and replied to Sayo. Oh. Is it like in those fairy tales where prince fall in love with a farm girl? Sayo suddenly asked in great vigor while sitting up, looking straight into Akashi's eyes that were only a few inches away. Something like that. Can you lie down? I need to finish it up, also try to relax your muscles. Akashi's smile disappeared and said with a calm expression. When they were done and Sayo was about to dress up. Just to be sure, they didn't inflict any damage on your private parts or perhaps stuffed something inside you through there? Akashi asked with frowned brows, since it was the only location he didn't check. No, thankfully, no. Sayo's grip on her shirt loosened when she heard his words, making her drop her shirt, but she quickly replied while stuttering. After that, he did the same for Ieyasu, who was probably shivering even more than Sao, much to Akashi's annoyance. He let them sleep for a few hours before he woke them right before the dawn. He took them to the location where he is supposed to meet up with Nyinda if he ever wants to discuss something with her. He did as Kurome previously described, and then they just waited for someone to arrive. Should I plant some wrigglers at them? Maybe not, it's not safe to do that in case the one who arrives here is Leon. If she or anyone else were to discover them, they would definitely connect them with me since they have already seen them once and I was also in that place. Not worth of the risk. Akashi thought while waiting for someone to arrive. After a few minutes, the one who came was Leon and Akame. Yan, why do you have to contact us so early? It's not even morning yet. Leon grumbled while yawing and scratching back of her head with her claws. As expected, she was in her transformed form. I am giving you these two to you. I don't care what you do with them as I have already done my job. Akashi said and turned around to leave them. Wait, Akashi. The one who shouted at him was unexpectedly Akame. What is it? Akashi stopped and turned at her while asking her with a raised eyebrow. What is Kurome to you? Akame unexpectedly asked while gripping her murasame tightly. I see no reason for me to answer that question, but just to avoid a meaningless conflict, I will tell you. She is my little sister that can be sometimes clumsy but is also very hardworking. I love her in the same way as you do. Satisfied? Akashi said with a serious expression. Akame just nodded her head with a small smile creeping up on her face. Wait, you contacted us just because of that? Leon asked with a disbelieving expression. Yes, Akashi shortly replied with his stoic expression. Thud. Leon fell backward on the ground, back first, and started muttering how she wants to go back to sleep. Sao and Ieyasu already thanked Akashi numerous times, but they still thanked him for the last time before he left them. Night Raid's hideout. A few hours after Leon and Akame retrieved Sao and Ieyasu, in the morning, Tatsumai woke up and expected the boss, Nyinda, to give him some job just to be surprised by Sao and Ieyasu's presence once he entered the main hall. Guys! Tatsumai exclaimed and immediately hugged both of them. You both look like nothing ever happened to you. What had happened to you after we rescued you? Tatsumai asked after he saw that there were almost no bruises on their bodies. Other members of Night Raid smiled when they heard him say, we rescued you. Akashi helped us, his powers are really strange. I can't really explain how he treated our injuries. Sao replied with a forced and apologetic smile. It's good that he kept his word. I knew he wouldn't let anything happen to you after giving us his word. Anyway, can you tell me more about the time you spent at his place and perhaps some information you gathered about Akashi? Nyinda asked with a friendly smile. Sao turned at her, but she was unsure if she should say anything. My bad, I am Nyinda, leader of this organization. I understand that you are reluctant to give away any information about someone who treated you, but I can assure you that I simply want it for my personal reasons. Nyinda recalled that she has yet to introduce herself, so she introduced herself while explaining herself, which made Sao's cautious expression soften a bit. Personal reasons. Lubbock's eyes immediately started dangerously glowing when he heard Nyinda's words. 156:155 Helping with the training. Night Raid's hideout. Does that mean that the one I have met before was this man named Akashi? Sheely asked Nyinda while tilting her head. Yes, Sai, I really want to have a talk with him. We aren't enemies, but neither we are allies. The relationship between our organization is extremely fragile. The only thing that probably is stopping him from making enemies out of us is Akame and maybe even me, but I doubt that since my relationship with him is more of an acquaintance rather than a friend. Hell, he even has a better relationship with his death than me, which is the thing that troubles me the most. Nyinda confirmed it with a small nod before she started saying this with a serious expression. I think that Kurome wouldn't mind it that much if he decided to go against us. Akame added while shaking her head with a bitter expression. How can you say that? Isn't she your sister? Even if you two had your bad moments, she still definitely loves you. Lubbock exclaimed with a slightly surprised expression. I know she does, although sometimes even I don't believe it myself, however that's not the point. She would definitely be sad, but I believe she would follow Akashi. I have seen those two, how they look at each other. Akame explained. Does that mean your sister and him? Lubbock asked with an uncertain expression. No, even I was able to see it. It's clear as day, but you haven't met them personally, so I don't really blame you for thinking like that after hearing Akame phrasing it like that. They both love each other, but, simply said, there is no lust between them, if you understand. Green corrected Lubbock. So like siblings? I see. Lubbock muttered with a thoughtful expression while holding his chin. Anyway, Sao was your name, right? Can you tell me anything about Akashi that we might not know? It doesn't matter how stupid it might even sound, just say what you can think of. Nyinda turned back at Sao after getting distracted for a moment. Well, he didn't say anything important or serious. As long as I don't talk about layout of his mansion, I think it is all right. Sao thought before she decided to speak out. We haven't really talked that much, but during the time he treated my injuries, we talked a little bit. As any curious woman, I have asked about his romance life since his fiancée just died. But that wasn't before I asked why she was even his fiancée, to begin with. It is apparently widely known in the capital that it was political marriage, so I also asked if he thinks if they might try to force any other marriage onto him. Seo began retelling what happened with a thinking expression and folded arms. Most of the things I already know, but hearing it from her perspective is still good. I doubt they will try to force anything since he is already someone too strong. The same way as none would dare to force marriage onto his death. Wait. No. I hope I worry unnecessarily about this. Nayenda thought with a calm expression while occasionally nodding her head, but then she thought of something concerning his death and Akashi, and her expression immediately became shocked. Please continue. Is he perhaps interested in anyone? Nayenda asked with an unnatural tone, and everyone noticed it as they looked strangely at her. However, she was simply misunderstood here. Is she interested in him? No. Lubbock, who heard her words, froze in place, and in a few seconds he kneeled down with tears in his eyes, making everyone look even more strangely at him. He said that there is someone he is interested in and their relationship is apparently also very good. I think they are already secretly in a relationship, because his expression immediately softened when I asked him that question. Seo answered with an uncomfortable expression when she noticed how intensively Nayenda was staring at her. And who is it? Did he say anything that would indicate who could it be? Nayenda asked hurriedly while unconsciously nearing Seo. By this time, everyone was already startled by her actions, but Lubbock on the other hand started already crying. How the hell should I know? How many women exist in this world anyway? Seo thought, slightly irritated by Nayenda's endless questioning that felt more like an interrogation. He said that it was a bit complicated, that is, her status is complicated. Seo said, resolving herself to refuse in case Nayenda asked for more information. Complicated status? Sigh, haha, it isn't his death. My worries were for nothing, haha. Nayenda sighed in relief before she started laughing like a madwoman. Hey! Everyone looked at her with a surprised expression except for Tatsumai and his friends, who had no idea who his death is. Only now everyone understood that they just misunderstood Nayenda. After that, Nayenda explained everything about their goals to Seo and Iyasu, since Tatsumai already knew. At first, they hesitated to join in, especially Seo and Iyasu after experiencing something like that, but Nayenda took out some older cases of something similar happening and even much worse things, which made even regular members of Night Raid narrow their eyes in complete disgust. It wasn't a surprise when the trio who weren't accustomed to such things had horrified expression on their faces. Such things, how is it even allowed? Tatsumai muttered with a horrified expression. It isn't, at least on the surface, but everyone knows that as long as they don't do anything in front of thousands of people, they will do just fine with some money to keep others silent. Nayenda explained. How are we even supposed to earn money for our village in a place like this? Tatsumai raised his voice in frustration while clenching his fist while gritting his teeth. Tatsumai! Seo muttered, and both her and Iyasu put their hand on Tatsumai's shoulders. After a thorough discussion, they decided to work for Night Raid, since it seems to be the best course of action if they don't want to break their morals. Working for Akashi also crossed Seo and Iyasu's minds, but they remembered his words that he has nothing to do with them anymore. They weren't even sure about his morals, so they decided to follow Tatsumai, who wanted to join group of assassins. And that's how their tough training started, although they also performed odd jobs like cooking. Not like Seo minded it since she was accustomed to it, however. The same couldn't be said for the boys, who constantly complained about it just to be threatened to be educated by Bullet himself. Ever since then, they were happily peeling potatoes every day with a cheerful expression. Back to Akashi. The next morning, he got the report by Sirius saying that Arya's mother was found guilty of many crimes and her whole family did many other things, but since none of them were alive, all of that fell on her shoulders. Somehow, this incident and their crimes also got known to the public, so, despite her noble status, it was decided that she will go on the guillotine as her sentence. Siriu also mentioned if Akashi wanted to say some parting words to her, he has time until the evening. The next day, in the morning, would be her last time seeing the sun. For appearance sake, Akashi went to say his parting words, and as he expected, she instantly began begging him on her knees to save her. As far as to go touching him on his private parts, but he kept his cool. Instead of slapping the shit out of her, he apologized to her with a sad expression that he can't do anything before leaving her in the Imperial Police's hands. That's one problem less. Akashi thought with a cold eyes when he arrived back at his mansion. He was currently outside in the garden where he saw a few kids training under Ichika's supervision. All of them were making great progress, and most importantly, all of them were hard-working. Seeing that there is no need to disturb them, he just smiled while looking at them before he left to find Kurome. He found her behind the mansion on the training grounds that were well isolated from the public's eye. He waited for her to complete her training without interrupting her. From what he saw, Kurome was already able to shoot small thunderbolts from the tip of her sword. She was also able to coat her blade in the lighting. However, she was still struggling a bit with controlling its power, but that wasn't surprising at all. After all, it was a weapon on Taigu's level and she obtained it just a few days ago. You are making a good progress. Akashi praised her with a smile when she stopped training on the special dummies crafted from tough danger beasts materials. Not good enough. Kurome replied with a slightly sad smile while shaking her head, denying his praise. Don't be so hard on yourself, is this because of your sister? Akashi asked with a more serious expression. She grew strong in the past weeks so quickly. She improved so much despite having that strong weapon that can kill anyone with only one scratch. Kurome admitted with a frown while looking down at the ground. It's not like you are weaker than her, but I guess that's not what bothers her. Still, I must admit that Akame improved a lot ever since she joined Night Raid. Being among the fellow Taigu users has its benefits, it seems. Akashi thought while looking at Kurome. It just shows that both of you are sisters. She didn't stop improving after obtaining a really strong weapon. You on the other hand worked extremely hard even when you had no weapon at all, and now that you have a weapon on par with Taigu, you are working twice as much harder. Mastering new Taigu isn't easy feat, especially when it involves controlling the combination of two nature's elements, Akashi said with a small smile while patting her shoulder. I guess you are right. Kurome smiled back, but it was apparent that she was still slightly bothered by it. You know what, you need a real opponent, someone to push you forward and past your limits. Akashi said while drawing his sword with a wide smile across his face. Akashi nii-sama. Kurome exclaimed with a bit uneasy tone when she noticed him drawing out his sword. Look out! Akashi shouted and slashed down his sword at Kurome's shoulder, and she immediately reacted by jumping back away from him. Thank you, I truly appreciate that you want to help me with my training. Kurome said with a happy smile while readying her weapon in both hands. You got it wrong, this is not a practice. Akashi rested his sword on his shoulder and said. No? Kurome muttered while raising her eyebrow in confusion. No, this is a real battle, and if I will win, there is a need to be punishment. Of course, I won't kill you, but it must be something on an equal level. How about the entire afternoon of tickling? Akashi replied with a wide smile, maybe even slightly sadistic smile. I don't think there is any. Kurome's eyes opened wide in horror and she took a step back while saying with a forced smile and closed eyes, but before she could finish. Nonsense! Akashi shouted with a smile and already kicked off the ground, rushing towards Kurome, who was forced to get into her defensive position. 157:156 Training Kurome. When Akashi arrived near Kurome, he slashed his sword, attacking her midsection from the left. Kurome took the exact amount of steps back needed to narrowly dodge his sword, but Akashi already expected that she wouldn't try to fight him head-on since he was much stronger. The second he missed her, he swung his empty hand, throwing a small fireball at her face. Kurome narrowed her eyes since it interrupted her planned counter-attack, but she still slashed down with her katana to split the fireball in half. However, the fireball Akashi sent at her was the only distraction, and Kurome immediately realized it once she was his leg attacking her, trying to trip her over. She was definitely surprised by it, but her eyes instantly regained calmness and she jumped up, dodging Akashi's kick while also swinging her weapon down at his head. Clang! Akashi blocked her attack and both of their hands were shaking a bit. She focused all her balance forward while falling down to make her attack much stronger. She is insecure about her strength, but she is already quite experienced in using no matter how small things to her advantage. Akashi thought with a satisfied smile. He was currently limiting his physical strength, so when he blocked her attack, he truly struggled a little bit since he didn't expect it. However, that wasn't everything. Once Kurome has fallen back on her feet, instead of getting away from Akashi, she took a step forward, pressing her weapon tightly against his weapon, trying to overpower him. I see what she is trying, but I guess I should let her have her fun. After all, if it wasn't for me seeing her training personally, I wouldn't be expecting it. Akashi instantly knew the reason behind her actions, but instead of trying to get away from her, he pressed his weapon back, trying to overpower her. Kurome immediately began struggling when Akashi pressed back, but instead of being distressed, she smiled, and her weapon suddenly became coated in yellow lighting, which immediately traveled across Akashi's weapon into his hand thanks to the direct contact with Kurome's weapon. Akashi reacted quickly and kicked out at Kurome's midsection. However, since she has done what she intended, she no longer kept contact with him and quickly jumped back away from him, just narrowly dodging his kick. It seems that my hands aren't as much paralyzed as I originally thought they would be. However, instead of that, I can feel my entire body being slightly sluggish. If I were to use my energy and flames to cleanse my entire body, I would be completely fine, but this way is also good. After all, not every human has the same resistance as me. Akashi discovered what exactly happened to his body in the matter of 1 second, but he chose not to treat his state. Paralyzed, 15% to your speed and strength, 8s. Health, 800/800. Oh. That's new, so it works like some kind of debuff instead of damaging ability. 15% is really a lot, but I guess the duration depends on the person's natural resistances. Also, it will definitely lose its effectiveness over the course of battle since the more shocks people receive, the higher their resistance will get. Akashi thought while Kurome already rushed towards him. Instead of blocking her attacks, he began dodging them while targeting her legs. Akashi had to be really careful these 8 seconds since he also matched his speed with Kurome, which meant that he was forced to anticipate or react instantly to dodge her attacks that were slightly faster than himself. However, after the debuff disappeared, he had no problem dodging her attacks, which pretty much frustrated her. Kurome stopped attacking Akashi when she noticed that she was only wasting her stamina by swinging her sword around. "What's wrong?" Akashi asked with a small smile that indicated that he already knew the answer. "Akashi nii-sama, what should I do when my opponent can completely read my attacks? For example, if he can predict the future?" Kurome asked after a few seconds of silence with a weak voice. It's actually quite simple. If someone can predict your attacks, you simply have to become unpredictable, fight only with your battle instinct instead of your techniques and rational thinking. However, if it's not only about predicting your moves and he truly can see the future, you need to push yourself past your limit and never stop attacking him. Even if he can see the future, he will eventually be overwhelmed by the sheer number of attacks. But the best way is still to overpower him with your speed, that's why speed is usually much better than strength. Akashi replied with a smile while watching Kurome, who was thinking hard about his words. However, suddenly while she was wearing that thinking expression, she kicked off the ground, attacking Akashi's midsection from the right side. Good start of being unpredictable. Akashi thought, and he was forced to block her attack instead of dodging, which once again applied the debuff on him. Paralyzed, 15% to your speed and strength, 7s. After getting debuff, Akashi jumped back, trying to maintain distance from himself and Kurome, but she didn't let him and constantly followed after him while swinging her sword from completely random angles, which made them quite hard to predict. However, they were also unrefined since this was her first time fighting this way. However, unrefined doesn't always mean bad, since they looked unrefined and quite poorly performed, it added to their unpredictability. Akashi, who already had to focus on dodging her attacks when he had the debuff, now began to having problems dodging them due to her unpredictability. I guess it won't be cheating using my own ability since she is using it too, Akashi thought, and his own sword became coated in flames, which partly negated the shocking effect from crossing swords with Kurome. However, that wasn't everything. His flames around his blade were occasionally spouting fire around, which forced Kurome to stop her relentless attacks. Paralyzed, 8% to your speed and strength, 4s. The effect is already weak thanks to my flames, and it only lasts for 4 seconds, which is really low amount of time. It's about time we finish it up. Akashi thought and started his own series of relentless attacks. Kurome was trying to dodge most of his attacks, but she was still forced to parry some of them. She also had to be constantly on her guard against that spouting fire from his blade. She began using her second technique, smaller thunderbolts, but for Akashi, they were too predictable since Kurome had to point the tip of her sword at the location she wanted to shoot it. After enduring his attacks for more than 5 minutes, she has finally fallen down on her knee while supporting herself with her sword. Huff huff, I guess it's my loss, but I learned a lot thanks to this battle. Kurome said with a slightly sad smile, but that quickly changed to a satisfied one. True, but you would have still died if it was a life and death battle, which means that you still have to face the punishment to always remember this loss, Akashi said with a slightly sadistic smile while leaning forward. Kurome's face quickly changed to a scared one. What do you mean, Akashi nii-sama? I thought that you were only joking previously. Kurome said while forcing out a smile. I was. There is no way you would survive the entire afternoon tickling session, therefore, I decided that whole hour will be enough. Akashi said with a gentle smile. Wah? Is that truly necessary? Before she was able to ask, Akashi took her under his arm and went back inside the mansion towards his room. Haha, please stop. Haha, this was the most frequent sound the maids walking past Akashi's room kept hearing for the whole 1 hour. Despite her begging, Akashi never stopped, but he also used this whole hour to show her suitable location on the human's body to target with her thunderbolt. He also used more than 30 minutes of trying to suggest to her a new technique that might be possible to create with her Kaminari. Although when she heard him for the first time, she was completely confused and had no idea where she would have to start. However, once Akashi went into deeper details, Kurome began to understand his words and thinking. It would be mostly a one-time technique per battle, and it would use the advantage of her advanced Iaido. N/A, technique of quickly drawing the sword. It would use the lighting in her sword to create some kind of cage around her, which would eventually expand as she would draw her sword. The barrier itself would follow the speed of her drawing, so it would be practically unavoidable. However, as said before, Iaido is a technique effective usually only once per battle. Once Kurome understood the concept of the technique Akashi wanted her to create, she was eager to go and try to create it since it was to her liking. After Kurome's punishment was over, she immediately went back to the training grounds while Akashi began focusing more attention on Night Raid and Honest specifically. Next few days, Night Raid struck the capital only once, they were keeping a relatively low profile, but Akashi was aware that it was most likely due to training their 3 new members. 4 days after his spar with Kurome, he received a letter from Honest saying that he wants to congratulate him for his 18th birthday and that Akashi has his condolences for losing his fiancée. The letter also stated if he ever wants to marry anyone from the capital, he has his full support. Is he trying to get on my good side? Or is there something else behind this? Maybe he wants to use my strength to hunt Night Raid since his death isn't here. Anyway, there is also an invitation to the party organized by himself. Should I go? I guess I should. Not showing up after receiving his letter would be viewed as a big offense and there is no need to do that right now. Akashi thought while walking around in his study. Night Raid's side. Seo, Iyasu, and Tatsumai worked hard but they still haven't gone to complete even one mission, which frustrated 2 boys quite a lot. They haven't been only training the entire time, they also gained some experience in real battle since there were a few spies trying to locate their base. Although the entire trio hesitated to kill a person once he lost and began pleading, they still learned their lesson when the said person tried to attack them back when they least expected it. Ever since then, they stopped hesitating since if it wasn't for Akame, Seo would have lost her head. However, a quite ironic thing happened, and that is the person who was closest to death wasn't the one who became the most determined to end everything in one slash. Her 2 childhood friends became much more determined ever since that accident, which pleased other members to see them working so hard. There still hasn't been any other similar accident and they have yet to go on the mission, but everyone was aware that those 2 would never hesitate to kill ever again. 158:157 A Talk with Old Fat Fox. Night Raid's hideout. Everyone was called inside the main hall by Nayenda herself. Our new next targets just arrived. The first one is the oil merchant named Gamal and the second is captain of the Imperial Police named Ogre. Nayenda said while slamming the table in front of her with her palm. How are they? Green asked with folded arms. Both guilty. We already had Leon scouting them out. Both of them know each other quite well and also work together. Usually, it is Gamal bribing Ogre to turn blind eye to his actions. However, there are also cases when Ogre needs to find perpetrators of the crime caused by Gamal, so he just finds some people and frames them for crimes they have never done. Nayenda explained while Leon raised her hand and showed V sign with one of her eyes closed. Gamal is an easy target but Ogre is a different case. He is an experienced fighter and everyone fears him for his skill in swordsmanship, but I have never personally witnessed it, Nayenda continued, but the moment she finished, both Tatsumai and Iyasu stepped forward at the same time. Leave that Ogre guy to us. Both of them said in unison with a determined expression while confidently pointing their thumb at their heart, but it was visible that they truly missed any other job than peeling potatoes and cleaning rooms. Hey? Hey? Both of them looked at each other with a surprised expression when they heard each other say the same thing before they shouted at each other at the same time once again in unison. Stop acting like a monkey. They grabbed each other's collar and it continued like this until Seo stepped in and hit both of them into the head with a karate chop. Both of you stop. Seo shouted at her childhood friends who were kneeling down, rubbing the top of their heads. Why are there so many women here? Tatsumai thought with an irritated and slightly stupid expression while looking at Iyasu, who understood him instantly. And they also have to be so damn violent. Iyasu thought and both of them nodded at each other in agreement. If you really want this mission, the 3 of you can go take care of Ogre. You should be fine since your strength rose quite quickly and since you are childhood friends, your teamwork should also be good. Nayenda agreed without any problem, which slightly surprised other members, mostly mine. Wait. Why do those greens have the opportunity to go on a mission so early after joining in? Mine asked while pointing at Tatsumai. Cuckoo, what is it, shorty? You haven't been in the same situation as us by any chance, right? And by any chance, you haven't been forced to do odd jobs for whole months before performing missions, right? Tatsumai decided to rub salt into the wound and said while covering his mouth with his hand while laughing at mine. Bang! There was absolutely no warning before the gunfire was heard. Tatsumai quickly jumped out of the concentrated shockwave's way. Gulp! He gulped down when he narrowly dodged, and also after seeing how none reacted to her sudden attack in any way. Ah! Tatsumai noticed smoke coming out of the top of his head and immediately screamed out while putting his hand on the damaged area of his hair. You stupid pink shorty! Now you have done it! Tatsumai shouted while drawing his sword and pointing at her. You want a fight, you will get it. Tatsumai rushed towards her. Haha, bring it on, rookie! Mine shouted while taunting him with her hand, waiting for him to come even closer to use the most of her Taigu's specialty. Nayenda just shook her head at Leon and she nodded while grabbing Tatsumai by his nape while Shili went to calm mine down. 1 day later, Akashi went to attend a so-called party organized by Honest in the evening. Haha, it's good to have you here, Akashi. Let me congratulate you to your 18th birthday. Honest released hearty laugh that scared most of the people in the hall and extended his hand to Akashi for a handshake. He is so close, without any bodyguards, how easy it would be to just envelop him in flames during that handshake, there would be great unrest among the army and most importantly Emperor would most likely issue an order to execute my entire family, but if I can take care of the Emperor, there will be great General Budo's army which will be quite troublesome. I guess I will have to focus more on gathering people before I strike, but for now, I should just accept his fat hand. Why thank you. I am truly happy that I can be here. Akashi accepted his handshake and said with a polite smile. They exchanged small pleasantries before Honest came up with the matter about night raid as Akashi expected. Akashi simply said that he has a lot of work to do in his own territory, but if by any chance he sees them in the capital, he will help the guards to apprehend them or kill them. Although Honest didn't look too pleased, he still accepted it as reasonable. Anyway, I know that you have just recently lost your fiancé, but I was wondering if you are interested in anyone. Honest brought out another matter that Akashi was expecting. If I say that I have none in my mind, he will probably try to introduce me to some women, but if I say that I am interested, I doubt he will let me keep it a secret. Still, it's better to say that I already have someone in mind, but it has to be someone he can't control, Akashi thought while sipping on wine. To be honest, I indeed had someone in mind, but since I was at that time still engaged, I have never really thought too much about it. Akashi replied with a stoic expression while looking at the red wine in his glass. I see, may I know who it is? Honest reply sounded complicated, it sounded like he was glad but also worried. He knew that Akashi wasn't socially meeting any woman from any noble family, so there goes his worry about strong families forming an alliance. Do I have to tell you, Prime Minister? Akashi asked with a slightly embarrassed smile to make his act more convincing. Don't be like that, we are both men and we shouldn't be embarrassed to reveal in whom are we interested in. Honest said with a smile while patting Akashi's shoulder. What a convenient way how to say I must know. If I outrightly say it aloud, he will let me go without any spies constantly spying on me, if I won't, he will do whatever it takes to find it out. Plus, there is no demerit in telling him, that's the main reason why I even chose that person he can't control in the first place. Akashi thought while inwardly smiling. If you put it like that, I have been interested in General S death for some time already. Akashi casually said after gulping down all the wine remaining in his glass, which served to show that he was actually nervous before saying it aloud. Honest was an old fat fox that was very clever and manipulative. He would be able to notice such small detail, however such small things were only details to strengthen the trustworthiness of Akashi's words. Honest was slightly surprised, but Akashi doubted it was due to his choice of a person. Maybe just Namus' death made him feel uneasy. I see, may I know also why? Of course, I know that she is beautiful and has high status, but she still isn't anyone from the capital and she also doesn't have status of noble. Honest asked with a forced smile. Another convenient way how to ask why her of all people. Are you after her power? Honest, you might be an old fat fox, but I am not exactly 18 years old as you expect. And it's not like you aren't able to give her status of noble, and it's not like you would even refuse if she wanted it anyway. Akashi thought while letting the maid pour wine into his empty glass. I am not after her beauty, neither am I after her status of general and title of the empire's strongest. She is simply a woman that suits my tastes, she is strong and cold. To make such a woman fall in love with you, you need to conquer her in rough way instead of buttering her up. That's what I like about her. Also, both of our tigers are inside our bodies, inside our blood and DNA. I wonder if our baby would be able to use both of our powers. If that's so, the empire would become truly absolute and none would dare to even think of rebelling. Akashi said with a smile while playing with his glass filled with wine. He said exactly what Honest wanted to hear. What a strange reason, to be honest, I prayed that it was just lust, but this is good enough. If there really was such a child to be able to control both ice and fire, my empire would become truly unstoppable. Probably the only one who can stop those two are themselves, just imagination of those two combining into one. Of course, there are some risks, but I have some certain control over us death even if it's not too firm. If she will be able to keep Akashi's family from rebelling, that would be the best outcome. Honest thought after hearing Akashi's words before he woke up from his fantasies. Ah, that's truly a unique reason, but I would say it is a lot of man-like reason. What man doesn't enjoy conquering, doesn't matter whether it is territories or women. General S death was however off limits for any man due to her immense power, but I believe if anyone has a chance of conquering her, it is you, Akashi. Honest encouraged Akashi with a light pat on his back. Honest and Akashi talked for some time in puzzles, and when it was finally time for the end of this party, Akashi left. It was already night and almost no soul could have been seen on the streets, however it was slightly different in Akashi's territory where security was much better than in other areas of the capital. While he was walking home, when he was passing by the stall where he previously had a meal together with Siryu, he noticed the said person sitting there, sulking above the meal and ale. Akashi noticed her, so he stopped walking. What is going on here? If I remember correctly, she said that she doesn't like alcohol, Akashi thought, and since he was hungry, he decided to go and sit next to her. He hasn't touched any single meal at that party since he was afraid of where the said meat came from, since he had a suspicion that Honest is a cannibal. Just eating in the presence of such person would be sickening for Akashi even if that meat was alright. When he sat down next to her, she didn't even react to his sudden appearance. Hey, what are you doing here? Akashi asked after ordering meal. Hey. Only then, Siryu reacted and looked at Akashi. When she saw him, tears appeared in her eyes and they immediately began pouring down. She put both of her hands on his shoulders and buried her head into his chest, which slightly surprised him. If something serious happened, doesn't she have any friends she can share this with? Akashi thought with a weird expression, but he still patted her head a few times without pushing her away. After a while, Siryu calmed down and explained everything. So your captain died under Night Raid's attack? You have my condolences, but why are you here of all places? Akashi asked with a confused expression. I don't know, I kept walking mindlessly for some time and before I knew it, I ended up here. Siryu replied with an embarrassed smile. 159:158 Insane person. What about the investigation of his body? Do you know any closer info about this case? Akashi asked while he started eating the meal he had just received. There were more attackers as usual from Night Raid. They can't even fight honorably. Anyway, it was shown that there were sword wounds, larger and wider wounds that almost looked like from an axe or something similar, and lastly wounds made by the arrow tip. We can't be sure if everything is the truth since they haven't left many tracks behind them. Siryu explained while drinking the ale from her mug. I see, weird, I don't think there is anyone from the Night Raid using an axe and bow as weapons. Akashi muttered, but he immediately imagined that trio from before in his mind. That's what everyone finds weird. Some people even said that he might have been killed by someone else other than Night Raid, but I know how strong he was. There is no way any measly criminals would be able to take him down, Siryu said while she tightened her grip on the mug in her hand. Well, if you want to have revenge, you will need to find culprits, but I don't think it will be easy, Akashi said. Revenge? Hey. Siryu thought before she shook her head. Anyway, what happened to those two that we rescued? Siryu asked with a curious expression, trying to change the topic. Not sure, Akashi casually replied with his stoic expression. Hey. Siryu looked at him with a confused expression while tilting her head to the side. I let them recover in my mansion and then I let them go do their own business. I am not responsible for their lives, I simply let them recover, which should have been enough. Akashi explained. I see, I guess you are right. Siryu nodded her head with an understanding expression. They continued talking until Akashi was done eating. He paid for his and Siryu's expenses and left, leaving Siryu alone slightly dumbfounded. Another night. Hey, do you want to grab a beer after our watch is over? One guard asked his colleague with a bored expression while patrolling the streets in Akashi's territory at night. Ren, do you really have to always think of alcohol during the job? You are only distracting me, however, I wouldn't mind going for one, but that comes after our patrol is over. His colleague replied to him. There isn't anything to do anyway. This area is completely secure since everyone fears the wrath of the Phoenix family, Ren said while shrugging his shoulders. Then you should follow everyone's example and focus on your job, his colleague replied with a smirk, and Ren only pouted without even replying since he was aware that what he just heard is the truth. As they were patrolling streets, they noticed a big figure of a most likely man wearing a light brown coat. They would have normally ignored him even if he looked slightly suspicious. However, what made them stop is the fact that he began talking to himself. His entire voice was filled with bloodlust. Kukiku, finally back at the capital, but to think no soul can be found on the streets. This area isn't good for hunting, the man with a big build muttered in a creepy voice. Hey! You! Put your hands up and don't move! Ren's colleague shouted at the man while Ren just followed after his colleague with a bored expression. Maybe I won't have to move to another area tonight after all, the man turned at them and muttered to himself. When Ren's colleague wanted to shout at him once again, the man suddenly rushed towards them at the speed they had no chance to react to. Both of their eyes widened in horror, knowing that they met someone much stronger than themselves. Splash clang! The man raised his head and his wide crazy smile disappeared for a while when he noticed Ren, who was able to block his attack with a spear. If it wasn't for him attacking my colleague first, I wouldn't have enough time to block it, but I am only prolonging the time before I die by a few seconds. Ren thought when he narrowly blocked the man's hand blade similar to Qatar dagger. You two are actually on another level from those other measly guards. Most guards wouldn't be able to even react. However, it is as you think. You are only prolonging your life by a few seconds, Kuka, the man said, and when he finished, Ren's eyes widened even more. You can read my splash. Before Ren was able to say more, the man beheaded him with his other hand that was already free. Ding ding ding, you guessed right. That was really satisfying. If there are more guards like you in this area, I don't care if there aren't many civilians here anymore, Kuku, the man said to himself before he left, leaving their bodies and separated heads rolling on the street. Next morning, Akashi received a report from Kurom that he should come to the training grounds and see something for his own eyes. The maid who reported this also mentioned that Kurome sounded quite serious, so Akashi didn't waste any time and went there at once. When he arrived there, he saw Kurome chatting with 5 more guards that were already part of his organization. What is going on? Akashi asked when he arrived near them. My lord. The guards leisurely turned to look at Akashi just to be startled after seeing him. Once they recovered, they immediately saluted. Akashi Nii-sama, there is something serious here but... Kurome said, but she didn't continue her sentence, which alerted Akashi, and this time he understood that it was most likely a really serious matter. At ease, guys. What's the matter? What's the catch that you have problem telling me? Akashi asked with a raised eyebrow when he noticed a few bags lying on the ground behind Kurome and guards. I would like to ask you to remain calm after seeing what I am about to show you. Kurome said while looking down, since she knew how much Akashi treasured his people, especially those who were among the first ones to join his organization. He even knew more than 100 faces and names of them. Hearing this, Akashi narrowed his eyes. I can't promise anything, but I am not someone who acts just based on my emotions, you should know that. Akashi said, making the guards standing by gulp down in a nervous manner. Kurome sighed and nodded her head towards the guards, and they took one bag and opened it for Akashi's eyes. 4 heads of his guards were inside the bag. Akashi's expression didn't experience any sudden change, but it gradually grew gloomier and colder. There was dead silence, and only thing that could be heard was the heartbeat of nervous guards that were holding the bag in front of Akashi. Akashi and Kurome wanted to say something, but she was quickly interrupted. Who is the culprit? Who dares to kill my people? Akashi asked with a face that Kurome saw only very rarely, and she immediately knew that the one who did it won't be able to run away even if he hid on the opposite side of the planet. She already saw similar face when Akame tried to kidnap her, but at that time, he was aware that she didn't mean any harm to Kurome and that Akame and Kurome are sisters, which also helped Akame in preserving her life. However, now that he had 4 heads of his loyal guards in front of him, it was a completely different matter. We still don't know, there were no culprits, but there are some rumors about people seeing a weird robust man walking down the streets at night. One of the guards answered in Kurome's stead, but his voice was still shaking. I see, stop the night patrols for now, but I will try to find a solution before tonight. However, I can't promise anything, so tell others to stop night patrols until further notice. Akashi said to the guard and turned around to leave, but he stopped after a few steps. Bury those 4 and send compensation to their families. You can speak to Aiko about the compensation matter. Akashi said without turning at them before he resumed walking towards the mansion once again. Akashi Nii-sama. Kurome muttered while looking worriedly at Akashi's distancing back. You heard him, inform their families, and help bury them. I will take care of the compensation matter. Kurome ordered to other guards still standing nearby. Why yes. They saluted in unison and then hurriedly tried to walk away just to be stopped by Kurome before they could leave. Don't stop all night patrols, organize one group of 2 people, and inform me who are they before they will go out at night. Kurome said. Hey? But... One of the guards wanted to say that Akashi said otherwise, but he was interrupted before he could finish. I will take full responsibility for those 2 and for disobeying orders, so do as I tell you. Kurome said sternly, and the guards could only nod their heads since Kurome was something like Akashi's hand, and if she said that she is going to take full responsibility, they didn't have much choice but follow her orders. Once Akashi arrived at his study, he was immediately confronted by Pony lying on the sofa. However, when she noticed his expression, her playful side instantly disappeared and was replaced by serious expression as she stood up from the sofa. What happened? She asked with a nervous tone. Akashi proceeded to explain the situation. Who would dare to do anything in your territory? Even nobles don't dare to act arrogant here, that person can't be sane. Pony said with a surprised expression. What I found very disturbing is that their bodies had no wounds except for their severed heads, and even that cut was completely clean, as if that person who did it, was doing it his entire life. And I also agree with your statement, no normal person would dare to do something like that in my territory. Akashi said while sitting down and looking for something in the drawers of the table. There was no witness, how do you want to catch the culprit? What about the other people doing night patrols? Pony asked with a serious expression. My guards aren't by any means weak, no normal criminal could bring down 4 of them while cleanly beheading all of them without causing any other wounds, not even from the surprise attack. I already ordered one of the maids to bring me records of all strong people who defected the empire and also who weren't exactly right in their heads. As for the night patrols, I stopped them for now, maybe I will try to lure him out by pretending to be a guard, I will see after reading through the old records. Akashi replied with already stoic expression, but his eyes that usually had radiate red color were replaced by a completely dull and cold red color. You are relatively calm about all of this. Pony muttered with an uncertain expression. She hasn't known Akashi for a long time, so it was understandable that she couldn't see through his stoic expression. Not at all, right now, I would like to go outside, fly up and hover above my territory while shouting a warning that in case anyone shields or helps culprit, his entire family and relatives will be slaughtered. However, I am not letting my emotions affect my rational thinking, I can take revenge after patiently finding him, until then, I must remain calm. Akashi replied while looking at the other documents to pass some time before the maid comes with what he asked for. I see, wait, you can fly. Pony exclaimed with a shocked expression. Maybe. Akashi replied without even looking at her. There was dead silence in the room but Akashi could feel Pony's stare piercing through his body. I might take you for a small fly around the forest after this matter is finished, Akashi said, and Pony grinned after hearing his words. So? Is there anything I can help you with? She came to him and put her arm around his neck. Is that all it took for her to be motivated? Akashi thought while glancing to the side at Pony's face, giving her a strangle look. 160:159 Zank the Beheader. The maid quickly arrived with old records and Akashi had enough time to read through most of them until he found something interesting. Zank the Beheader, hey. Akashi muttered while narrowing his eyes. Do you think you have found the culprit? After all, anyone can be the culprit. Pony asked while sitting near him on the spare chair. She was skeptical about this because the chance of Akashi finding the culprit in one of the records of the criminals is already quite low. Not just anyone, one of the murdered guard's spear had slightly chipped blade. I believe that he was able to protect himself from the first attack but that person still beheaded him without inflicting any other damage to his body, which means that he is either quite arrogant or it is simply because he likes beheading people. And coincidentally, I just found this man who used to be an executioner for one of the Empire's prisons where he apparently went mad. He was able to steal Taegu from the Empire and then he fled. He began a series of murders of many civilians and guards without any discrimination until the Empire took an action against him. That's the last note about him. Akashi explained. Ugh, alright, this sounds highly like someone who could be the culprit, but how do we know that this guy named Zank is even still alive? Pony groaned and agreed that the description of someone indiscriminately beheading people who fled from the Empire is very accurate to what happened to those guards, but it could also be a coincidence. I will think of a plan on how to lure that guy out, even if the guy outside isn't Zank. I did my research just not to rely on my strength alone, still, it would be nice to know which Taegu exactly Zank stole. Akashi said while rubbing his chin. Alright, since you don't need me for anything at the moment, I will go take a walk outside in the mansion's perimeter. Pony said with a smile while waving her hand at Akashi before walking towards the door. Don't forget to wear your mask, Akashi reminded her before she could leave. I know, call me if you will need me. Pony said her last piece before leaving the room. In the evening. Akashi, I might have heard something I wasn't supposed to. Pony burst into Akashi's study without even knocking while he was changing clothes for tonight mission, but thankfully, he already had his pants on. Hee, oops. Pony laughed while scratching back of her head with a silly grin. Akashi just glared at her, but he was currently not in the mood for jokes, so he just continued dressing up, ignoring Pony's eyes on him. Well, she had both her hands in front of her eyes, but it was obvious that she was peeking through small gaps out of curiosity. How do I look like? Akashi asked when he was done while spreading his arms to present himself in front of her. Like a guard. Pony answered with a confused expression. Good. Akashi nodded his head. It suits you. Pony widely grinned and showed him a thumb up. I won't ask if that's supposed to be compliment or insult, just for your well-being. Akashi said while glancing at her before turning his eyes at the weapons of his deceased guards. Anyway, I need to tell you something important. Pony quickly changed the topic and started explaining the things when Akashi turned at her once again. So Kurome wants to take care of this problem on her own. Akashi muttered, not even a bit of surprised by Pony's report. Why don't you sound shocked, or why aren't you reacting to it in any way? Don't tell me you already knew and I just walked in on you dressing up for nothing. Pony asked while holding her forehead with one hand. Is she checking if she doesn't have a fever? Akashi thought before shaking his head. No, I didn't know about it, but it was within my expectations. Akashi replied with a small smile. Then, what are planning to do about it? Pony asked while raising her eyebrow. Nothing, I actually wanted her to gain some real battle experience against someone strong. If that guy is a Taegu user, it will be good practice for her. Akashi replied while shrugging his shoulders. Of course, he would also try to lure the guy out, then it would only be upon luck who will lure him out first. Akashi waited for Kurome and the other two guards to leave the mansion before he went to also find two guards to go with him. They were quite nervous, however it was unknown to Akashi if it was because they knew that Kurome just left or because they had to go on night patrol with him of all people. Not to mention that he was playing to be one of them. Akashi currently had two short swords at each side attached to his belt and two spears, one in his hand, and another was on his back. Those weapons were the weapons of his deceased guards and he was planning to avenge them by using their own weapons, that is if Kurome doesn't kill the guy first. He also tried to hide the spear on his back since he was already heavily armed just by looking at his waist where he had two short swords, just this was quite unusual, but it's not like he is dealing with a sane person, so it doesn't matter that much. On the highest tower in the middle of the capital. Cuckoo, I hope there will be more of those guards tonight. It was much more satisfying killing someone who can react to my movements instead of beheading weaklings. The man from before said to himself while looking towards Akashi's territory. Despite light mist being present in the air, he was able to see clearly anything hundreds of meters away from him. Just 2 groups? Come on, oh. He muttered with a slightly disappointed expression when he noticed just 2 groups, but when he noticed Kurome, his attention reached its peak. Cuckoo, what a determination I can see in those eyes, she definitely isn't part of those guards. She must be determined to hunt me down after the previous night, I have decided. She is the perfect target. The man said with an excited tone and crazy smile before descending the tower. Of course, in such a silent night Akashi was able to feel someone's eyes on him for a moment, but he decided to ignore it. I guess I haven't gathered his interest, time to change the plans, Akashi thought when he felt that the person previously spying on him was no longer looking at him. Guys, let's go back to the mansion. Akashi said to other 2 guards as he turned around to return back. Hey? Why yes. They were obviously surprised by his sudden change of mind, but they still followed him without any questions. Kurome sighed. Kurome, who was walking together with the other 2 guards, was constantly watching the surroundings with a cautious expression. She didn't even bother to hide her outfit, so it was completely visible that she wasn't the part of the guards. Are you perhaps looking for me, miss? They suddenly heard an amused voice behind them which made them swiftly turn around while readying their weapons, except for Kurome, who kept her hand on the hilt of her sword without drawing it out. Kurome looked at the man in front of her with narrowed eyes. 2 of you, get back. Don't get involved in this. Kurome ordered, and despite them wanting to argue with her order, they stepped back after they received stern look from her. So you are the one who killed those 4 guards, last night? You sure are an insane person. Kurome said in cold voice while spreading her feet, putting her left hand on the sheath of her sword and right hand on the hilt of her sword. Getting into the stance suitable for Iaido. Cuckoo, you can call me Zank the Beheader. He said with a crazy smile while showing both of his hand blades. It's still incomplete, but it should be enough to take him out in one go, but I still haven't practiced it enough to use it without this stance. I have to somehow provoke him into attacking me first. Kurome thought with narrowed eyes. Cuckoo, then it must be a very scary technique if you have to stand still to perform it. The man suddenly said while holding back his crazy laugh. Kurome's eyes widened in shock and knew that she fucked up. That thing on his forehead, is that a taigu? Kurome thought while gritting her teeth. Bingo. It's called Spectator, but I would like you to experience its true power firsthand, Cuckoo. He replied, and guards who heard this one-sided conversation were looking at him with a strange expression. Show me. Show me your thoughts. What will you do now that I have discovered your trump card? Cuckoo, he laughed like a maniac. Ha, I am just angry because I won't be able to practice it on you, that's all. Kurome released a smirk before she dashed forward, making him smile ear to ear. She couldn't perform her new technique without a stationary stance, but she was able to perform Iaido even while moving with just its efficiency being slightly lowered. Nevertheless, it was still a dangerous move. When she was close enough, Kurome drew her katana, performing a wide attack from the left at an extreme speed. Clang! So happy! The man smiled happily and blocked her attack as if he already knew from before where she will attack. Oh, right, he can read my thoughts, asshole. Kurome immediately realized why he was able to block her attack quite effortlessly despite her using a technique that was able to catch off guard someone in an armor-type taigu and injure him. Come on, no need to be so rude. He said while quickly jumping away from Kurome, and just a second later, Kurome's katana became coated in yellow lighting. Then let's change the strategy. Kurome thought and did as Akashi previously advised her. She started fighting by her battle instinct while occupying her thoughts thinking of all various insults about the man. They started to clash their weapons, and in a few exchanges, it was visible that Kurome was on the winning end, but he was still capable to block her attacks even if they were unpredictable, and she hasn't planned any of her attacks, which slightly puzzled her. Even if your only thoughts are your insults at me, I can still predict all of your movements by seeing even the smallest twitch of your muscles. He shouted with an excited smile while pointing at his taigu with the tip of his hand blade. Despite him being slightly affected by her lighting, the exchanges were always short, so his movements weren't much affected, so she stopped wasting its power. Thanks for the tip. Kurome said with a smile while performing an overhead slash with everything she got. Useless. Despite her attack being almost twice as fast as before, he was able to react and crossed his hand blades in front of him to intercept her attack. Clang. What? Despite him blocking her attack in time, he was forced to kneel on one of his knees by the power behind that attack. While he was distracted, Kurome kicked out towards his midsection, which he was unable to react in time, and was blown away into one of many old unused buildings. What kind of strength is that? Is that even possible for someone so small to have so much raw power? The man thought with a surprised expression when he got out of the rubble and immediately was forced to kneel due to the damage on his body. Have you really thought that I was using my full strength the entire time? I was taught to never use my full strength at the beginning of the battle. Giving you an exciting battle and confidence in blocking all of my attacks eased up your guard and I used that against you. Even if you can read my attacks, if your own mind can't keep up after being surprised out of nowhere, the little hints you get from that little thing on your forehead won't matter at all. Kurome said with a smile while pointing her katana at his forehead. After I take your head, I am sure, his mood will brighten up, Kurome thought when she walked up near him and got ready to behead him. How lukewarm, trying to please someone you care about, Kuka, the man said with a crazy laugh. Kurome only glared at him before she slashed her katana at him, but before her weapon could make a contact with his neck, she stopped her attack in midway. She widened her eyes when she saw a kneeling Akashi with a battle-scarred appearance. The man's mouth curled up. Kill him. Kurome only woke up when she heard shouts from the guards who were spectating everything, but it was already too late and Akashi in front of her attacked her midsection with his hand. However, Kurome still gritted her teeth and also resumed her attack. 161:160 Zank the Beheader 2. Neither Kurome or Zank were planning to stop their attack to defend. Despite being caught off guard a moment ago, Kurome was still an advantage and she would be able to kill Zank before he would kill her, however, she would still be probably severely injured. Just when Kurome's katana was a few inches away from his neck and his hand blades a few inches away from her stomach, Kurome suddenly disappeared, leaving behind only whoosh sound and raging wind. Zank looked confused by this, however, when he noticed another guard with a spear in his hand and other 3 spare weapons at him while holding Kurome in his other empty hand, Zank's eyes widened. What a speed, would I be able to react to him if I saw him right from the beginning? So happy, I can't wait to find out. This excitement gives me even more motivation, Zank thought with a wide smile while looking at the newcomer. Akashi nii-sama. Kurome exclaimed with a shaky voice since she was aware that she disregarded his order. What was up with that hesitation? And why haven't you retreated instead of resuming your attack? You could have been severely injured. Akashi asked with a stern tone and narrowed eyes. Hey! Kurome was immediately confused by his words. She knew that he was angry, but he was most likely angry because of other reasons. I guess, you aren't regular guard either, right? Zank asked while getting up to his feet. Keep your mouth shut when I am not talking to you. Akashi didn't even turn at Zank while saying this. I am sorry, I am ready to take any punishment once we are back. I suspect that man has the ability to turn into the person you think about at the moment, he can also read your thoughts. Kurome said hurriedly while not daring to look into Akashi's eyes. Mind type of a Taigu. I wouldn't mind having something like that. Akashi thought with a smile while holding his chin. Grr. You sure talk big. Zank, who was already angry from before, started gritting his teeth when Akashi didn't even consider him as a threat. Akashi was aware that since the guards were the ones who shouted at Kurome, the said transformation worked only on one person at the same time. Kurome, we will talk about it back at home, for now, just watch how to win against someone who can read your attacks. Akashi patted her head and turned around at Zank. He stepped forward with a spear in one hand. Akashi kicked off the ground, using similar speed to Kurome's speed. Cuckoo, midsection, but that is a feint to attack my right shoulder. Zank thought when Akashi arrived near enough to attack with his spear. Since he had a spear, he had greater range, but once he would miss, Zank would have a chance to get near him, rendering his spear useless. As Zank thought, Akashi's first attack was a feint aimed at his midsection, so got ready to block his real attack, but Akashi, instead of moving his spear up aiming for Zank's shoulder, his spear went down in very strange movement as if it became a snake, attacking Zank's foot. What? I wasn't able to even see any premature twitch of his muscles. He executed this move perfectly, Zank thought with a shocked expression as he tried to take a step back to dodge Akashi's attack, but his spear strangely followed his foot as if the spear itself became a snake. Splash! Ugh! Zank groaned in pain as the spear pierced his boot and entire foot. However, he quickly recovered and noticed Akashi's head within the range of his hand blades, so he quickly slashed at his neck, but Akashi already jumped back at his original position where he was before he rushed at Zank. How were you able to land that attack? Zank asked with a pained expression and narrowed eyes. He himself didn't know what exactly he should ask for, therefore he asked in this way, hoping that Akashi would understand it. The first lesson: if your opponent can read your mind where you plan your attacks, then to fool your opponent, you must first fool yourself. Second, if your opponent can read all your attacks by the smallest twitches of your muscles, you need to create more possibilities of which way you can attack, and you mustn't use attacks that are unrefined. Akashi said while looking at Zank, but it was all meant for Kurome and she was aware of that. The Lord is really strong, isn't he? I always thought that battle between Taigu users should be equal with each side having a chance to win, but... One of the guards whispered to his colleague. The Lord hasn't even used his own Taigu, all he has shown to us was just technique. When we watched the battle between Miss Kurome and that man, it was visible that Miss Kurome had an upper hand. It was truly easy to see, however, the Lord is completely his colleague replied in a whisper. Dominating him, using him as a test subject to teach a lesson to Miss Kurome, the first guard joined in and both whispered the same thing in unison. Talk about equality between Taigu users. The Lord can probably dominate all Taigu users. The second guard continued. What about General's death? The first guard asked curiously about his colleague's opinion. Same, I have never seen her fight personally, but they say she usually overpowers everyone with her Taigu. Our Lord can dominate Taigu users without using a Taigu. What do you think will happen once he uses it? The second guard said, and the first guard nodded his head in understanding. Are you saying your true intention was still to attack my midsection and right shoulder? Zank asked with slightly widened eyes in surprise. I see, Akashi Nii-sama said that I should become unpredictable if I meet anyone who can read my attacks, but I didn't take into account that this man can't read my attacks but all of my movements. Unrefined and unpredictable attacks leave a lot to improve, therefore you also make some premature moves, making it even easier for him to read my next attack. Kurome now realized what she was doing wrong, but becoming completely unpredictable while using refined attacks was still beyond her current capabilities. That was only one weapon, 3 more to go, Akashi said while taking another spear on his back into his hand. Are those weapons, the weapons of those guards I killed last night? Doesn't matter, it had to be a coincidence, spectator can't be wrong. Zank thought while using another ability Clear Sight to check if Akashi doesn't have any hidden weapons under his clothes. Akashi once again moved out, and this time, their exchange was longer and Zank even got to perform one attack before Akashi's spear pierced his other foot and Akashi once again retreated to his original position. Just by doing this, he was extremely mocking Zank, adding into it his stoic expression. It angered Zank even more. 2 more to go, Akashi said while drawing out both of the short swords. Akashi once again moved without giving any time to Zank to recover some stamina. Thanks to dual wielding, Akashi's attacks became even worse to predict for Zank. Although Akashi never really trained in dual wielding, he had perfect control over both of his arms, so he has no problem using both of them at the same time. The exchange once again ended with Akashi getting some of his hair cut off while Zank got his arm pierced, but this time, instead of retreating, Akashi let go of that sword and continued his attack with the last short sword. If this keeps up, I will die. I need to catch him off guard. Zank thought with a slightly panicked expression while blocking onslaught of Akashi's piercing attacks. When the onslaught of Akashi's attack ended, he prepared to perform stronger overhead slash than his usual attacks, but when his hand was still facing the sky, Zank suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a black-haired beauty smiling at him. Akashi Nii-sama. Kurome shouted at Akashi once she noticed him stop for a moment. Zank, who was now projecting Akashi's most precious person in front of him, finally attacked Akashi, releasing his bloodlust. The moment he released his bloodlust, Akashi's stoic expression changed to a cold and ruthless one as he swung down with the short sword without any hesitation. Wah! Zank gritted his teeth as he crossed his hand blades in front of him to block Akashi's attack, but upon the clash, his hand blades completely shattered and a large cut appeared from his shoulder to his waist. Kurome, who saw this, sighed in relief. Splash! Blood spurted everywhere while Zank just groaned with a disbelieving expression. Thud! His body became cold and he has fallen on the ground on his back. How? You were supposed to see the most precious person to you? He asked in a low voice while occasionally coughing out blood. You should have never posed as her. You are unworthy to even imitate her. She is someone far stronger than likes of you. Akashi said in cold tone while glaring down at bleeding Zank. That's not how it works. Spectator's illusion is absolute. Once you get caught in its illusion, you will still feel like cutting down your loved one even if you know it is me. Zank complained with a dissatisfied expression. It indeed felt like killing her, but she would have never released a bloodlust towards me. I cut down anything that wants to kill me. Plus your illusion has limitations, as I said before, she is much stronger than likes of you. You can't create a perfect illusion of someone who is much stronger than you, plus my mind isn't that weak to be completely affected by the spectator. Akashi explained before he proceeded to pierce his last short sword through Zank's neck, finally killing him. I see, I can't hear anything, haha, so happy. These were Zank's last thoughts before he died with closed eyes and a smile on his face. Finally, avenged all 4 of them. Akashi muttered while looking at Zank's bloodied body. Still, his illusion made me think of her a bit more. I really miss her, don't I? TCH. He only made me think of unnecessary things. I should have killed him quickly without giving him any chance to defend. Akashi thought with a slightly sad expression before it was replaced by irritated expression as he took spectator off Zanku's forehead. Hey, I think it is finally time for you to show yourself. Akashi suddenly said aloud with a bored expression while looking towards the dark alley some distance away. Both the guards and Kurome looked there too with a confused expression. I told you that we should leave. They weren't able to make out what these voices were saying, but it was apparent that they were arguing. The guards and Kurome's expression immediately changed to a blank one. After a few more seconds passed by, 2 feminine figures walked out of the dark alley. Hi. What a coincidence to meet you here, Akashi. It was Leon in her transformed form, waving at Akashi with an awkward smile. Hi. The other person was Seo, who was looking sideways, most likely embarrassed by Leon. Yes, what a coincidence, were you hoping that I would leave this on the ground? Akashi asked while waving around with the spectator. Well, maybe. Leon replied while scratching back of her head. 162:161 Talk about the future. Why do you want it? Wait, that's a stupid question, what will you do if I won't give it to you? Akashi asked with a smile before he gestured for the guards to return to their original posts. They nodded and quietly left without saying anything. Leon looked at them before looking back at Akashi. They seem very loyal, you have good people surrounding you. Leon said with a wide friendly smile. Don't try to change the subject and answer the question before I leave. Akashi said with a tired expression while pointing with his thumb behind him on the street leading towards his mansion. Well, I won't do anything, but our boss would like to talk to you about something. Would you at least hear us out? Leon asked with a helpless smile. Fine, Kurome, you can go back without me, Akashi said while taking step towards Leon. But Akashi Sama Kurome was surprised by what she just heard, however before she was able to say anything, Akashi interrupted her. This is your punishment, I know you would like to go with me, and while at it, see your sister, but today you have acted against my orders, and even if you meant well, I can't overlook that. Akashi stopped and partially turned at Kurome before saying in a stern tone. I understand. Please be safe. Kurome replied while looking down at the ground out of the shame. She didn't wait any longer and left towards the mansion, but before she was too far away, she heard Akashi's voice once again. That doesn't mean that I don't appreciate the thought. Rest well. After Kurome left, Akashi finally approached Leon and Seo. So, where are we going? To your base. Akashi asked with a sly smile. What? Do you actually want to go now? Leon sounded surprised. Take it or leave it. Akashi said with his hands in his pockets. Ugh, fine, let's go, but we won't be going to our base, so you will have to wait until the boss arrives. Leon groaned before she replied with a tired expression. Fine with me, Akashi replied, and the trio went outside the city, arriving at a particular place a few kilometers away from the capital. Please wait here for a bit, Seo will go inform the boss. Leon said while sitting down on the boulder and inviting Akashi to sit next to her. Why me? Seo exclaimed with a surprised expression. Because I will do my best to entertain Akashi so he won't walk away on us, Leon said while winking at Seo. Seo just sighed before hurriedly leaving the place and entering the forest. Won't you sit down? Leon asked when she noticed that Akashi was still standing in front of her. I am comfortable standing right here, Akashi replied with his stoic expression while looking around. Are you perhaps cautious that this is all just a trap? Or maybe you are just shy? Leon asked with a teasing smile while crossing her legs. She also undid her transformation to show that she means nothing bad. It's always good to be cautious no matter where you are or whom you are with. And I am definitely not shy, it is called not being horny. If I would have been the other way around, I would have already torn off that cloth covering those breasts that you are pressing together to catch my attention. Akashi replied with a small smile while looking down at Leon's face as her expression changed. Wah! She exclaimed while her cheeks grew a bit red. Didn't expect me to be so blunt about it, huh? I am not your average inexperienced boy. Akashi continued while finally taking a seat next to her. Impossible, I can sniff out whether you are some kind of noble constantly fooling around or if you are pure. Leon said while crossing her arms and turning her head away from Akashi. Whoever said that I am fooling around or that I am pure? Let's stop this discussion here before it will become too awkward. Akashi shook his head. It will be awkward only if you will make it awkward. Anyway, we have some time to kill, so why not talk about meaningless things? I would like to get to know you better since you are the only noble who isn't on our list of targets, also your territory is quite clean and prospering. Leon said while shrugging her shoulders. And to get to know me better you need to know how I sleep with the women? Fine, until now I have slept with only one woman, does that satisfy your curiosity or do I have to also describe my first intercourse with that woman? Akashi replied and Leon immediately began looking awkwardly down. You are making it awkward. Akashi continued, which made Leon angrily turn at him, to which he just shrugged his shoulders. How can you be so shameless? Leon asked with a confused expression. Please, everyone knows how humans reproduce, so why should I be shy about it? It's an everyday thing and the entire world partly revolves around the pleasure. Women are creatures that can cause wars just because of their appearance, isn't that laughable? Akashi said with a small smile, and Leon couldn't help but agree with him even if she wasn't as open as him about this subject. They talked for a while before Leon suddenly decided to ask something more serious that's been bugging her for a while. Akashi, I can tell that you aren't a bad person, but neither you are helping the Revolutionary Army. What is it that you are after? Leon asked with a completely confused expression. I think this is the question that your boss wants to ask me too, isn't that right? Akashi replied, but he wasn't looking exactly at Leon but right in front of him. Suddenly Nayenda walked out of the forest together with all members of the night raid, practically surrounding Akashi. Even Leon was quite confused by this development as she began throwing looks at each of her friends. However, Akashi didn't mind, his expression never changed as he began looking around with stoic expression. 6 Taiko users? This might even be fun. Akashi muttered as a wide smile appeared on his face. 6 Taiko users could possibly push him to use all his resources, which excited him a bit. Nayenda, who had a stern look, suddenly stopped glaring at Akashi and released a smile. Haha, I thought that you might at least become a bit nervous by being surrounded by so many Taiko users, but I guess I was wrong. Nayenda laughed and explained while approaching Akashi. Others also eased up and hid their weapons. Akame looked questioningly at Akashi. She is not here with me today, Akashi said when he felt Akame's eyes on him. When she heard that, she looked a bit sad, but she still nodded in understanding. If I sensed a threat to my life, I would feel excitement instead of nervousness, Akashi replied to Nayenda while getting up to his feet and went towards her. Both of them stopped in front of each other as they stared into each other's eyes. The first one to hold up her hand for a handshake was Nayenda. Akashi looked at her hand before looking back at her. This doesn't mean anything, we are still enemies, Akashi added when he accepted her offer to a handshake. Well, I hope to change that fact tonight, Nayenda said with a smile. Are you? Akashi replied also with a smile. Akashi and Nayenda went to sit down some distance away from the group, but they were still able to hear each other. Is that the guy that stopped you previously? Mine asked while watching Akashi with a curious expression. Yes, Akame replied without any hesitation. Is he really that strong? Mine asked with a confused expression. He is definitely creative and knows how to apply tactics during the battle. Shili was the one to answer this time with her arms along her body and her hands joined together. I have never seen him battle personally, but Pony, one of my old comrades, was teamed up with him when we were working together. She said that he saved her life and both his speed and strength was a league above of at that time our leaders. Green added while fixing his glasses. I see, he was quite calm when we surrounded him. Do you think he would stand a chance fighting all of us at the same time? Mine asked another thing that was bugging her. I don't know, but I know when I see someone experienced. He wasn't only acting calm and confident, his mouth also curled up at that time, which only indicated that he has some real confidence. Well, the boss said that we shouldn't make an enemy out of him, and now I can definitely understand why. You don't see many people being able to stand calmly and confident in front of 10 people while 6 of them being Taiko users. Bullet was the one who answered Mine's last question. Hearing this, everyone had a complicated expression on their faces. I have heard that you took care of the Zank in our stead, for that I thank you. Anyway, I won't beat around the bush and waste your time. What is your goal? What would it take for you to help us against the Empire? Nayenda asked bluntly with a serious expression. I took care of him because he was ignorant enough to kill my guards in my territory. As for your questions, I actually don't mind helping you, but it's going to cost you a lot, and to be honest, I can already see higher-ups from the Revolutionary Army refusing. The one you fear the most is General S. Death, isn't it? Akashi said before he took a guess while releasing a smirk. Nayenda was quiet, which was the same as agreeing with Akashi. Now you can see why I will be asking for a lot, Akashi said, but Nayenda decided to interrupt him. She is currently subduing northern tribes right now. She won't be a problem if we will capture the capital before she returns, Nayenda said with closed eyes while taking a cigar out from her pocket. And how long do you think it will take her to suppress their rebellion? Akashi asked with an amused smile. 1 to 2 years at least. Nayenda said her estimations while puffing a cloud of smoke out of her mouth. You are really underestimating her. Her Taiko is made to fight masses of soldiers. And if you think that the so-called hero of the north and prince named Numa will stop us Death for the whole year, you are very naive. He is just a dog in front of someone like us Death. You would be lucky if he managed to actually stop her for the whole month, Akashi said with a slightly mocking tone. Let's first hear what would it take for you to help us. Nayenda remained for a while silent, since even she was aware of what his Death was capable of. However, she decided to first ask what is Akashi's price. Looks like it's going pretty good so far, Tatsumai muttered in low voice, and most people agreed with him by nodding their heads. Woo, at least it looks like we won't be fighting for our lives today, Leon said while wiping away her non-existent sweat from her forehead. When Akashi heard Nayenda's question, his mouth curled up, which gave a slight chill to Nayenda. I can take care of the problem regarding his death. I can even quite easily assassinate Honest. All I want is the end of the Revolutionary Army, Akashi said with an amused smile while holding up his index finger. Everyone who heard this had shocked expression on their faces, and only dead silence remained in the place filled with 11 people. Only the rustling of the wind could be heard. 163:162 Talk about the future too. Northern tribes. A battlefield in front of one of the biggest cities was painted with red color and decorated by numerous ice sculptures and ice meteors. General Esteth, we have won this battle with ease. The only remaining thing to do is to capture the city, and the north will be once again under the Empire's control. The soldier reported to Esteth standing in front of the corpse with severed limbs and shocked expression. The sorry state corpse used to be the so-called hero of the north and northern tribes as prince. It was said that once he took a spear into his hands, he hadn't lost any fight. Seeing him in such a sorry state made all others from northern tribes lose all hope. Esteth herself looked quite bored despite just killing thousands of people and breaking their prince's will just by severing his limbs. General Esteth, your orders? The soldier asked when he saw his general just standing still without moving at all. We are going back, initiate our retreat back to the Empire. Esteth replied after looking at the clear blue sky for a while. But what about the city? Aren't we going to capture it? The soldier asked with a confused expression. Go, now. Esteth shouted while sparing him a glance out of the corner of her eye, which was enough to completely scare the soldier, so he hurriedly bowed down and went back to inform everyone. There are only civilians, look at their faces filled with despair, there is no fun in crushing them right now. Plus, after such a long battle I think like I am missing something. Esteth thought while looking at the walls of the biggest city of the northern tribes with a bored expression before she turned in the capital's direction while putting her hand close to her heart. What is this feeling? It makes me completely forget about that rubbish hiding behind the walls. I have sudden desire to go back, so I won't waste any minute by slaughtering that city. Esteth thought with a slightly opened mouth and confused expression, looking completely cute if she wouldn't be standing in the middle of a battlefield filled with thousands of corpses and remaining. General Esteth. Is there any problem? Three beasts asked while kneeling. They were slightly surprised hearing that their general wanted to retreat before finishing the job. We are done here, we are going back. There is something back at the capital that I need to take. Esteth replied with a cheery smile which completely shocked the trio since she never had such a cheerful smile even during the battles. What is going on? The trio couldn't help but think with dumbfounded expressions. Near the Pudaloo tombs. Huff huff, this transformation takes a big toll on my body, but I was able to kill each one of them. Najasho muttered when he was finally done hunting those two who had Cornelia in control. It took much longer than he anticipated since they discovered that they were being followed. They started bribing all kinds of bandits to slow Najasho down, however, in the end, he was able to catch up to them. Killing Mashiro, who specialized in shooting and bare-handed martial arts, wasn't that hard, but they still had the support from Cornelia, who was still under their control, but Najasho was only constantly improving when he had to kill numerous numbers of bandits each day, so fighting three of them while making sure not to kill Cornelia was no longer problem. Aik. However, when he killed the one who was controlling Cornelia after questioning him how to get rid of that parasite without getting any results, Cornelia regained consciousness and screamed of the pain while holding her head. Cornelia. Do you still remember me? Najasho immediately rushed to her and gripped both of her shoulders. And Najasho. She muttered, but her face, except for showing that she is in great pain, also showed a bit of uncertainty. TCH. We can't go back to the capital, it's too dangerous. Let's try to find something to ease the pain in the town near the tomb, since the parasite originates from there. Maybe we can find something here, Najasho suggested while helping Cornelia to her feet. Back to Akashi. What? There was complete silence for more than 10 seconds before Mine exclaimed aloud, making everyone turn at her. What makes you think that you are worth so much as to disperse the entire rebellion? Mine asked with a dumbfounded expression while pointing her index finger at Akashi. Akashi just threw her a glance before turning back at Nyenda. You. Mine was getting out of control, so Shili came to calm her down. That's something I can't decide on that on my own. I am only a leader of this assassination department, no one so important that I can call shots of getting the entire rebellion to disperse. And if I was able to do that, what would you do once you take care of Honest and the current emperor? There will be chaos. Nyenda shook her head. I am aware of the chaos that is to come with killing Honest and emperor. I will also take care of that problem for you, isn't that kind of me? Akashi asked with a teasing smile. So your goal is to become the next emperor? Nyenda narrowed her eyes and asked with a serious expression. Hell no. I don't want any more paperwork, keep the shitty throne away from me. What I truly want is to not see anyone from the Revolutionary Army in charge of the empire. Akashi said while waving his hand in front of him to deny Nyenda's words. So you want there someone you can control? Akame muttered from behind. That's right. Akashi turned at Akame and agreed without any hesitation with a big smile. How are we even supposed to trust you? Your family isn't that clean either, it's just that good deeds that you have done in your territory spared us targeting you. Lubbock said, however even he knew that it wasn't just good deeds that made them not to target Akashi or his family. You can't trust me, that's the most amusing part here, at least for me. Will you blindly put your trust in me, or will you risk fighting us death and possibly even me? Akashi said with an amused smile before asking with the same smile. Why do you say that? If you were intending to help us death and empire, we wouldn't be talking right now. Nyenda asked with a curious expression. Well, I said something about wanting to marry Death to Honest during the party just to get rid of him, and I think that he might even bring it up before Death. And if I were to marry her by any chance, what kind of husband would I be not to help my lovely wife? Akashi said with a silly smile, saying oops. What? Everyone exclaimed at the same time, however it was unknown what exactly shocked them the most. The fact that Akashi described sadistic Death as lovely wife, or that he might marry her. Have you grown impatient that you use threats now? Nyenda asked with a complicated expression. To be honest with you, it would be easiest just to kill all of you right now, take your Taigu and arm my own army with them before taking over the entire empire. You see, I don't particularly need you, you can just disperse and I can do what is your main goal, kill Honest without your help. And I am not impatient, it is called being prepared, my dear General Nyenda. Akashi said with a casual tone while laying on his back with his hand behind his head and putting his leg over the other. Everyone tensed up when Akashi said those words, and they were once again prepared to draw their weapons at Akashi. While Lubbock was the only one biting his nails with a nervous expression when he saw how Akashi flirted with Nyenda, but his entire image of those two sitting there was extremely distorted. Even you can't be serious to take all of us at once. There are 6 Taigu users here, I can believe you taking care of 3 Taigu users at once, but this is too much. Nyenda said. Would Death be able to take care of all of you? Akashi asked with a smile. No. After a bit of hesitation, Nyenda answered with an uncertain tone. Even you don't believe it yourself. You don't want to believe the disparity between Taigu. One Taigu being able to overpower 6 of them, however, you forgot the fact that Death is someone from the borders with the northern tribes. I have met her even before she had her Taigu, and I must say that she was extremely strong even without it. Akashi said, since he was able to notice the fact that Nyenda was only comparing the Taigus instead of people wielding them. I have even been present during her accepting that Taigu. She is strong, mentally, and physically, yet that Taigu almost destroyed her mind. It is not your half-assed Taigu that anyone can try, and in case he is not strong enough or compatible, he will be rejected gently. Akashi continued. Nyenda didn't say anything, but it was apparent that she was thinking about something. Tell you what, relay this talk to the Revolutionary Army's headquarters. I am willing to forgive everyone who defected once I am in control. Everyone will be able to return back to their original posts, they will be only judged after that by their actions. And let's be honest, you have only 2 choices here. Either you try to kill me right now or you do as I suggest you, since you can't fight both me and Death. Akashi said with a serious expression. Sai, how can I know that these aren't just empty words? Nyenda asked with a troubled expression. If everything could be solved easily, she would try to take that way, but there was too many at risk to just blindly trust someone. Everyone was surprised that Nyenda even considered his words, but what shocked them even more has yet to come. Boss, I trust him. Hearing this, Nyenda turned around with a dumbfounded expression. Akame. Nyenda asked, and even Akashi was slightly puzzled by this. My sister would never work for someone evil, and as Lubbock said, he has done many good deeds in his territory. To be honest, if he could change the entire empire like he changed his territory, I think it would be wonderful. Akame explained, and everyone looked at her with shocked expressions. As Akame's best friend, I must agree. I saw him avenging his 4 guards that were killed by Zank. What noble would bother himself to go and avenge some guards? He even used 4 weapons previously used by those now deceased guards. Leon joined in with a big smile while throwing her arm around Akame. Well, he helped us. Iyasu and Sao muttered in low voice, but everyone heard them. If he is as strong as everyone claims him to be, I guess I am still alive just because he spared me. Sheely added, but her face was uncertain since there could be many reasons why he just ran away at that time. Well, I would like to avoid fighting Pony. Green said while looking sideways. If they knew some of my deeds, I guess not everyone would be so willing. Wait, now that I remember something. Akashi thought just to recall something that Kana and Tetsu mentioned when Akashi rescued them. Hey, Akame. There is something I want to ask you. Akashi interrupted this series of shocking moments and turned at Akame. She tilted her head to the side with a confused expression. Do you know kids named Kana and Tetsu? Akashi asked with a curious expression. How? Akame's eyes widened as much as it was possible and shouted with a confused expression, wanting Akashi to know why he is asking. After all, there should be no way for him to know them because she saw the town in flames with her own eyes, therefore, there was a bit of hope in her eyes now that she heard Akashi's question. Akame. Everyone except for Green and Akashi looked at her with confused expressions since this was the first time they saw her being so worked up for just information. It seems like you do know them, simply put, I rescued some brats from the town engulfed in flames. Akashi casually said, but everyone was shocked by Akame's reaction. Akame. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw tears pouring down her cheeks with a relieved smile. 164:163 Agreement. Are you saying that you were near Hakuba's town at that time? Once Akame calmed down a bit, she asked with a curious expression, she even unconsciously approached Akashi. Yes, I rescued those 2 and other kids that I was able to rescue without being discovered by the Empire. Akashi nodded his head. Where are they? Can I see them? Akame asked while taking Akashi's hand and firmly gripping it. Currently, Kana is busy studying business and Tetsuo has a balance between studying business and training to become stronger. However, I guess you can visit them. Akashi said, which calmed Akame's racing thoughts and feelings. So their dream is slowly becoming true. Akame thought with a big smile and closed eyes while keeping both of her hands to her heart. If she regretted some things during the time she worked for the Empire, one of them was disappointing those 2. Anyway, back to the topic, what is your answer? Akashi asked Nayenda with a patient smile. There are still many things to discuss if I am to even suggest this to the others. They won't be satisfied with only threats. At least tell me, who do you want to be the next emperor and prime minister? Nayenda shook her head with a complicated expression. Well, I have absolutely no idea who should become the emperor. To be honest, I have someone in mind, but you won't like it. However, I can't think of anyone wiser. As for the prime minister, I think it's someone even you rebels will be very happy with. Akashi said and waited to build the tension. So? Nayenda asked for Akashi to continue with a nervous expression, but she was slightly surprised to hear that their side will be happy with the next prime minister. The next emperor can become my father. He is still very young but not too young, the ideal age for someone to take over a very responsible position. As for the next prime minister, Mr. Chowri will be ready to take over that position. Akashi said, and when he mentioned his father, others frowned. However, when he mentioned Chowri, almost everyone's eyes widened in pleasant surprise. You were able to contact previous Prime Minister Chowri? If that is so, I believe the Revolutionary Army won't have any problems with him taking over that position, but I can hardly see them agreeing to your father taking over the position of the Emperor. What makes you think that he is qualified to be the Emperor? Nayenda asked with a raised eyebrow. First of all, them agreeing or not doesn't matter that much. You and they need to recognize that they are being at a disadvantage and not an advantage. And do not even question if my father has a qualification. He had been planning to take over the empire ever since the last emperor was killed and Chowri being overthrown by Honest. He anticipated that the Dark Age is about to descend under Honest influence. There isn't anyone who is more suitable, not even in your puny revolutionary army. Akashi said in a harsh tone and slightly colder expression. He sacrificed a lot just to keep playing into Honest's cards, just to please him, just to disappear from under his radar. Right now, Honest trusts that we won't betray him as long as he will keep giving us benefits. He hasn't done those bad things because he wanted, he did them because it was necessary. It's the same with Akame and Green, both of them killed numerous nobles that joined your side, yet they are your buddies right now. Don't be hypocrites. Akashi continued in his harsh tone, and Nayenda's expression crumbled a bit in front of his words. Sigh, I will try to talk to them and come up with some kind of deal. I will be honest, I doubt they will agree to your terms, but maybe we can find some kind of compromise. Nayenda said. Please, remind them that they have no advantage. I already know about them being in contact with the path of peace and with the country in the west. They won't help them, and if you want me to prove it, I have no problem going there all alone, slaughtering their entire army. After all, my Taigu is the most suitable for fighting the masses, the same as Asthetha's Taigu, with the only exception that my flames have a much longer effect and can also spread into surroundings, so the destruction is much higher than that of Asthetha's, Akashi said with a smile. You know, it doesn't sound too believing that you want to stop this cruelty under Honest's reign when you are being so aggressive about it. Bulat said. Not all peacemakers have to polite and patient. My goal here isn't the harmony and prosperity of all people. I just want this empire to become a country of the opportunities. If you are hardworking or talented, you can make it high. If you are just a leech, you can die for all I care. Of course, I also want fairness to be the same for all people. Only this way, will this empire continue to expand. Akashi replied and stood up, and so Nayenda did. In case we will reach some sort of agreement, I can also direct you to some real big fishes that need to disappear. At least you won't say that you had no chance to do anything to change this country. However, if you will want to disperse this group, I won't mind. I have my own group of assassins who can take care of those assignments. Akashi said while getting ready to leave. Alright, I will try to talk to the others and come up with the solution that will be acceptable for both sides. Until then, goodbye. Nayenda said while gesturing for others to leave. Some of them waved at Akashi before leaving, and he just nodded his head at them. How do you plan to deal with his death? Nayenda asked the last question before leaving. Whatever it takes. I like her and consider her a friend, but I won't let her stand in my way. Is that a satisfying answer? Akashi replied. If you happen to fight, please do it very far away from the civilization. Nayenda nodded her head before she requested. I know, Akashi replied with his back facing Nayenda while raising his hand as a goodbye before he left. I know that what I told to Honest was mostly just lies, but it's the fact that his death is dominating type, and if I want her to have her under my control, I need to agree to her terms or turn her into submissive type, at least in my case. Akashi thought while walking back towards the capital, looking at the night sky. That time at her room before she left, it is apparent that she doesn't think about the love that much, but just considering what she was willing to do with me makes me think that deep inside she feels something for me. If she were to awaken that desire and truly understand it, she would definitely want me to marry her, but I already have Taiko. I don't really mind having two women, after all, this era is like made for this. However, I doubt his death would be happy about it. Not to mention that the first person I want to marry is Taiko undisputedly. Akashi was already preparing the last stages of his plans to take over the empire within the blink of the eye. His plan wasn't to have any grand and long fight with the empire, but he wanted to capture it before anyone would be able to do anything. Akashi went to his father's study and explained what happened and that he was starting to realize his plans to take over the capital. Already? Aren't you a bit impatient, son? June asked with a serious expression. I am prepared, but don't worry, there are still a lot of things that need to be done. I am not saying that tomorrow I will attack the palace, although neither am I saying that I can't. Akashi reassured him with a smile. If you think that you are prepared, then here is something you should see. June said as he gave his son stack of papers. What's this? Akashi asked before looking, since his father had a proud look in his face. Did you think that you were the only one working? June asked with a smirk, which made Akashi finally look into the papers. This. As he read further, his eyes widened in surprise along, however, that quickly disappeared and instead a wide smile remained. The first time I have heard about the Emperor's death I was already very skeptical about it, so I began working on gathering all kinds of clues about his death. These are all evidence that he was murdered, and not just anyone could murder the Emperor while making it look like an accident or death from the illness. As if it wasn't enough, soon after his death, his wife committed suicide, very convincing indeed. Just this fact made me at that time work even more diligently on the case. What woman would commit suicide when she has a small child to care about? I would have understood it if she was left alone, but this didn't make any sense to me. June explained with a proud smile while crossing his legs. Who would have thought, Akashi began to say, but he was interrupted. That I would be able to gather all of this? Remember, we want to take over the capital with as small bloodshed as possible. Great General Budo is extremely loyal to the Emperor, but he is completely clueless about the death of the previous Emperor, which doesn't make him a bad person, he only listens to orders. Although I am quite positive that he suspects it. Anyway, you have there also information about other important people who needs to disappear before starting your plan. June said with a playful smile before his expression turned to a serious one. Nice, this will make everything easier. I can just send this information to Orberg and they can start with what they are best at. Akashi said with a smirk. Orberg, now that you mention it, I have yet to see that girl. What was her name? Taiko, right? June said with a teasing smile. Yeah, I haven't seen her for a long time, I just want to get this done and finally marry her. Akashi replied with a tired expression. Not so fast, she will need to gain my and your mother's permission first. June said with a big smile, which showed that he was just joking. Isn't that usually the other way around? Akashi muttered with a blank expression. After their talk was over, Akashi excused himself and went outside of the capital once again. Under the moonlight, suddenly a griffin-like danger beast came out of Akashi's shadow. Kiyomi, I have a task for you. Do you still remember the location where we stopped right after I helped you? Akashi asked. Chirp chirp. Kiyomi hurriedly nodded her head numerous times while releasing a chirping sounds. I need you to take these papers there and give them to that black-haired woman who was usually training with me. Akashi said while fastening those papers to Kiyomi with the help of a leather belt. Chirp? Chirp? Kiyomi tilted her head to the side. Yes, that woman whose scent was on me all those days of staying there. Akashi replied with a slightly awkward expression, since he had no idea Kiyomi was paying attention to these things. Kiyomi nodded her head a few more times before taking off, flying towards the Orberg hideout. 165:164 A proposal. Orberg's hideout in the mountains. Sigh, it's really boring past few days. Chelsea muttered with a bored expression while observing Taiko training once again. That is until she heard a loud cry from the danger beast that landed not too far away from them. Isn't that Chelsea wanted to approach it, but she was suddenly pushed away by Taiko. She came from Akashi. Taiko exclaimed and rushed towards Kiyomi despite almost knocking Chelsea off her balance. This girl, all the time she has just stoic expression, but when there is a mention of Akashi, she becomes like some love-struck girl, Chelsea thought while glaring at Taiko's back with an irritated expression. Kiyomi, of course, welcomed Taiko by pressing her head to Taiko's body. Taiko cuddled with her for a moment before noticing the papers fastened to her by the leather belt, so she decided to take them and look at them. Looks like we finally have a mission. Taiko said with a slightly excited expression since even she was feeling extremely bored except for the time when she was training. Really? Good. We should go back to inform others. Chelsea was extremely glad that they finally have something to do, she felt that training was only torture for her. Mara read the content of the papers and couldn't help but release an excited smile that intrigued everyone else. At first, that man hires our loyalty and then he doesn't give us any instructions of what we should do, and when he needs something it's something grand. Mara said with an irritated tone but a big smile was visible on her face. What is it? Don't keep us waiting any longer. Barbara urged her while rolling her eyes. Impatient, aren't we? Is this because of your advanced age? Anyway, we need to take care of someone who is in possession of Taigu and most likely he is also gathering other Taigu users so it will be quite a challenge, worthy work for us Orberg, wouldn't you say so? Mara teased Barbara a bit before explaining the situation while licking her lips. Smack, finally worthy job, fighting Taigu users will make our name even bigger and more fearsome, Gil said with a slightly crazy smile while bumping her fist into her palm. Ugh, where is the location of our target? Barbara groaned and asked without arguing with Mara. The kingdom to the west. Mara replied with her one eye closed in a playful manner. That's quite a long distance from here. Chelsea said while her shoulders dropped in disappointment. Don't be so unmotivated or I will be forced to give you some motivation if you know what I mean, Mara said while winking at Chelsea who immediately straightened herself. No problem here. Full of motivation. She said while saluting. It's not like we don't have any Taigu users, right Taiko? Mara ignored Chelsea and asked with a teasing smile. Akashi said that I should not consider this a Taigu. Taiko replied since it was impossible to hide the ability of her new weapon in front of Mara and she was sure that Akashi wouldn't mind it too much. Of course, it is a bit weaker in regards to Taigu but to think he would be able to upgrade your weapon like that. I might even say that I slightly envy you and your sexual orientation. Mara said with a fake sad expression and a playful tone. Anyway, who is the target specifically? Barbara asked after waiting for the awkward air to disappear. This man. Thud, Mara said as she slammed a poster to the table with her hand. The said man had a very noticeable X-shaped scar on his face and his entire expression was enough to tell others that he is an aggressive type of person. Siyura, the son of the current Prime Minister. Mara said while opening her arms wide with an excited smile. It's been a while since we received a job regarding the life of someone important from politics. Barbara muttered but it was visible that she was also wearing a bloodthirsty smile. Due to Murasame's poison, she had to rest for a long time without even training and she recovered just recently therefore she was still feeling a bit rusty. Who are we sending out for this mission? Taiko said while tightly gripping her katana. Everyone. Mara replied and shrugged her shoulders when she noticed their bewilderment. We have no further information on our targets and we should make sure not to fail this first mission or it will make our employer very disappointed and we don't want that to happen, right Taiko? Mara explained and asked Taiko who just nodded her head with a stoic expression. I will call for Loris and Mila, Barbara said while excusing herself. Revolutionary Army's HQ. Numerous people were gathered around the round table, discussing important matters brought up by Nyenda. What are you saying, General Nyenda? Do you really want us to abandon all that we have built together in several years of hard work just because of one promise from one man? Not to mention he has guts to say that he wants his father to become the next emperor, it doesn't make any sense. One of the men asked with a completely confused expression and anger was visible in his eyes. He isn't just one man. If he were to join with his death, we won't be able to win and if we can use his influence to stop Honest, it will be much easier and also without much bloodshed. Nyenda explained with a firm expression and folded arms. Then make him your primary target for the assassination. As death is in the north, she won't be coming back in less than 1 year. And if he wants to help us so much, why won't he simply join us? Him not joining us only shows that he has some ulterior motive. Another man said with folded arms. That's practically impossible now. Akame might not agree to it since Kurome is on his side and he even rescued some kids that Akame cared for. I highly doubt we would be able to even win without Akame's Murasame. Plus he truly isn't that bad person. We must also take into consideration that he had to act like he is loyal to the empire while improving the state of his territory. What would have happened if he was completely free and could do whatever he wants to? Some of his ideas that he realized in his territory are truly interesting. Nyenda thought with a frown. Impossible, as Death herself admitted that he is even stronger than her. Our ultimate idea was to kill her with Murasame's poison because I can't imagine that woman to stop fighting from just a few wounds and she is too dangerous, not even 6 Taigu users will be enough. Nyenda closed her eyes and replied. I hope I am not doing a bad decision here. Nyenda thought with her eyes shut because she just came up with those things she just said. Then this is problematic, not to mention if you can't assassinate him fast enough, others will come to help him and some of them can be also Taigu users, tch. I would rather completely forget about targeting the Phoenix family, their power is still unfathomable. I suspect that they have a few Taigu users themselves, so we definitely should avoid attacking their heir who is even stronger than us death, or it could come back at us, Nyinda added. What about making Honest turn his eyes at them? One of the many men and women among the meeting asked. I don't think they would mind, because he said that we can all disperse right now and he will still take care of everything, which means he already has plans on how to overthrow Honest. Still, hearing that you even considered helping Honest by bringing him some kind of message about the Phoenix family is slightly disturbing. Nyinda said with narrowed eyes. Don't misunderstand me, I just don't want everything we built through hard work and our blood to disappear. How about this General Nyinda? He can do whatever he wants and we might even help him a bit, but we won't disperse our group until the chaos is quelled and the empire is once again a nice place to live at. One of the most respected members who helped to start the entire revolutionary army idea said with a calm tone. Gasp. Everyone turned at him with surprised expressions, some of them even gasped, and even Nyinda was slightly surprised. He is planning to make Chowri the next prime minister, which is extremely good choice, so I think we should give him and his father a chance. After all, General Nyinda gave us reports of what changes they have done in their territory, and I must say they are spectacular and some ideas would have never come into my mind. We also have to consider that they were constantly under Honest radar, so it was inevitable for them not to do anything cruel and evil. To be honest, it's good to have someone inside within a high post. The same man continued his explanation when he noticed shocked faces of other people looking at him. Bang! Suddenly a door to the meeting room was abruptly opened with a great force as one man ran inside and immediately kneeled, catching his breath. Everyone glared at him but waited for him to relay the message or give some explanation. His death has returned to the capital. The messenger said with a horrified expression that everyone was puzzled about until now. However, when they heard his expression, their expression became completely the same. What? Nyinda exclaimed with a shocked expression. He was right, it took her only around a month to conquer northern tribes unless she returned without capturing it, but that's impossible. Nyinda thought with narrowed eyes before making eye contact with the man who partly supported her. Then we have a big problem right now. General Nyinda, please relay our talk to the heir of the Phoenix family and ask him if these terms are acceptable. He shouldn't have any problem with us just sitting around before he patches up the entire empire. Once he is done and we are satisfied, we will disperse and go on living our lives. The most respected member hurriedly said with a serious expression before he ended the meeting, telling others to leave the room. Nyinda nodded at him before leaving HQ. The palace. Esteth was partially kneeling before the emperor with her general's hat in her hand. General Esteth, your conquest of northern lands was superb and faster than any of us could ever expect. We are prepared to reward you with 10,000 gold coins for your efforts. The emperor said with a calm tone. I am grateful, your majesty. Esteth replied shortly with a small smile. There are other pressing matters we need to attend to. There is a certain dreadful group known as Night Raid running rampant around the capital. They are targeting whoever they want and they are endangering the safety of the entire capital. I would like you to take care of this group. I understand. I would like to ask of your majesty for gathering a few more Taigu users I can use against such a group. I have heard that they are also using Taigus, so normal soldiers are useless here. Esteth nodded her head without any hesitation and requested. I understand, it is indeed the truth that none of the soldiers were able to stop this group even when they outnumbered them. I will take care of it, however, I doubt giving you gold will be a suitable reward for this task. Tell me, General Esteth, is there something special you desire? Lands, titles? The emperor asked with a slightly nervous tone at the beginning. There is something I would like to ask of your majesty. Esteth said with a slightly sly smile. What is it? Go ahead. The emperor said with a curious expression. Does your majesty have power over the marriages of nobles? Esteth asked with a calm smile. Well, I can propose marriages between nobles, but I guess if it's really important I can even force them onto someone. The emperor replied with a thinking expression, completely clueless why would Esteth ask for something like that. I would like it if your majesty could use your influence to propose marriage to someone, Esteth said with a calm tone. I see, which person with whom? Both the emperor and Honest were surprised to hear such a request, but they quickly recovered. Me with the heir of the Phoenix family, Akashi. Esteth said with a wide smile and closed eyes while putting her hand on her heart. Esteth was a person who would take anything she wants with the force if needed, but in this case with Akashi it was different. She was aware that he is a noble and extremely strong one at that, which forced her to change her ways. Any other noble could also propose to him, or the emperor could propose marriage between two people, so the first thing she had to secure was the emperor's approval. After getting his approval, he won't even think of proposing any marriage involving Akashi's name. 166:165 Dominance and Submission. Both Honest and the emperor had their jaw dropped down by Esteth's words. Oh, of course, you are already of marriageable age and yet have not married. However, I have no idea how would he feel if I was to propose a marriage between you two after what happened to his last, the emperor said, but before he was able to finish, he was interrupted. Cough. Cough. Your Majesty, I think this is a good thing. I and Akashi actually had a man-talk between each other and I was able to find out that he is interested in General Esteth. Honest coughed a few times to stop the Emperor from saying anything more before saying his piece. He is. Both the Emperor and Esteth exclaimed with a surprised expression while Esteth quickly formed a victorious smile. In that case, Your Majesty, if I may, I would like Your Majesty to block any potential marriage proposals to Akashi while I will capture his heart myself. Esteth said with a confident smile. All right, however, is that truly enough of a reward for you? The Emperor asked with a slightly awkward expression. Yes, please. Esteth replied without any hesitation. TCH. I didn't think she would just leave the palace immediately after the meeting with the Emperor ended. I still had in mind a task for her. Honest thought while walking down the hallway with irritated expression while eating meat. Akashi's mansion. He was immediately informed about the special guest that arrived to meet him, and when he saw Esteth standing in front of the gate, he was just slightly surprised since he even expected her to conquer Northlands very quickly. Good afternoon, is there a specific reason for yours today's visit? Akashi asked with a playful tone and a small smile across his face. Hello, you don't look too surprised. Esteth said with a particular smile, but Akashi couldn't tell what she was thinking. What can I say? I believed in your strength, not to mention, the north is your territory, so they had no chance to begin with. Anyway, are you going to tell me why you are here? Akashi replied while shrugging his shoulders before asking with a curious expression. Can we discuss it inside your room? Esteth asked while looking around. Sure. Akashi didn't think about it too much and just led her to his room. His room was still shared with Kurome, but thankfully she was currently outside, teaching kids as a punishment for the previous matter with Zank. She was quite bad at teaching others, not to mention kids, and it also irritated her how she can't explain anything to them, so this was another form of punishment from Akashi, but she could also use it to become better at something. Her presence started a lot of rumors going around inside the mansion, not to mention when both of them entered Akashi's room. 2 beds. Esteth muttered while tilting her head at Akashi in confusion. I am sharing this room with someone from early ages, but it somehow lasted till now, no need to think about it too much. Akashi replied while sitting down on the edge of his bed. Sit wherever you want. Akashi said before waiting for her to explain why she visited him. I am fine like this for now, you know, I have been thinking for a while and I feel like our first meeting was a fate between us. Esteth said, but as she began explaining, she started slowly approaching Akashi. Akashi frowned, but he let her talk without questioning her actions. You see, at that time at my room before my departure, I didn't know what I felt, but right now, I am fully aware of what was it. Esteth said as she pushed Akashi to lie on his back as she climbed on top of him. At this, Akashi narrowed his eyes, but since it looked like Esteth still had something to say, he waited for her to continue. I am not sure when I began to feel like this, but I think it was around the time when both you and I have met Mara. Esteth said as her face drew near to Akashi's face until both could feel each other's breath. Esteth's unusually cold breath and Akashi's unusually hot breath, when they met together, they mixed into perfect balance and into perfect temperature. Isn't it the time when I was still around 12 years old? Akashi thought and inwardly had a blank expression on his face. However, he didn't blame her since he really looked at least 15 years old at that time. When Esteth finally went for a kiss, Akashi reversed the entire situation and threw Esteth at the bed and climbed on top of her, which greatly surprised Esteth. I am sorry, but I can't, Akashi said with a serious expression. It wasn't exactly because of Taiko's feelings, since she mentioned numerous times that she doesn't mind if he has anyone else as long as he will have her in his heart. It was exactly because Esteth had no idea about Taiko's existence and he didn't want to complicate the situation more than it already was. Aren't you interested in me? Esteth frowned in confusion and asked while lying under Akashi with her arms wide open. I would be lying if I said that I am not attracted to you, but I already have someone. Akashi said with closed eyes in a serious tone. Did he use my name just to get rid of Honest and any potential marriage proposals? Well, at least it looks like he really is interested, so at least he wasn't lying. Esteth thought, but instead of narrowing her eyes, she released a sly smile. I don't care, I will make you forget her. Esteth said as she grabbed his collar and tried to pull him down, but Akashi remained steady. Esteth finally narrowed her eyes, staring at Akashi, looking for answers. You can't make me forget her, I plan to marry her first. She doesn't mind if I have any other companions, but she was my first, so I will never forget her. I doubt you can accept just being a part of something, right? Akashi said and then asked with a serious expression. That's right, I don't want to share you with anyone. Esteth said in a cold tone as her cold aura got released to the surroundings. Then I guess it isn't possible for us to be together. Akashi said with a slightly sad smile. Are you expecting me to help you with your rebellion after this? Esteth asked with narrowed eyes. Of course not, I am also aware that you want to kill that person, but she isn't as weak as you think and you would have to go through me first. Akashi also narrowed his eyes at her. I don't necessarily need her, but she is a talent that isn't born each year. Having her in my future army would greatly boost the Empire's safety. Not to mention that I truly like her, I even liked the oldest death when she still didn't have her Taigu. We have gone through some interesting situations and battles, it would be shame if I was forced to kill her. I can only try the last thing. Akashi thought while looking at Esteth's cold face. I have a proposal. Akashi suddenly said after a moment of silence. I am listening. Esteth replied, but her cold expression didn't ease up at all. Suddenly, Akashi put both his hands on her cheeks and brought his face as close to hers as he could until their noses touched, which slightly surprised Esteth as her cold expression disappeared and was replaced by surprised expression. He put his hands on her cheeks so she couldn't move up and kiss him because despite being able to control himself, there were also supernatural elements involved in it. Both of their Taigas were resonating with each other, creating very powerful feelings of lust in their wielders. Akashi was able to control himself just thanks to his immense willpower, however, if it was him in his previous life, he would have lost already. Esteth, on the other hand, was never truly interested in such feelings until recently, so she was quite easily able to control herself. You and I, a battle over domination of the other, Akashi said while staring deeply into her eyes. Esteth slightly widened her eyes before she widely smiled. You truly know how to make me fall in love with you even more. You have completely captured my style of doing things. Esteth said with an excited smile. This was probably her first time feeling so much excitement at once. However, this battle will be held somewhere very far away from here. Akashi added with a smile. Of course, I wouldn't want anyone to see my future husband becoming a sore loser. Esteth said with a confident smile. Oh? I will let it slide this time and let you talk big while you still can. Hearing this, Akashi looked at her with gentle eyes while putting his thumb at her chin, slightly pushing it up to have a better look at her whole face from the more dominant angle. When Esteth saw his gentle look in his eyes, she actually felt a slight shiver in her spine, which excited her even more. Gentle look that can make you feel threatened, he is the best. I must win, no matter what. Esteth thought with an excited smile before she thought up of something she could take advantage of. How about we seal this deal? She asked with a smirk. How? Is there truly a need for this? Akashi asked with a slightly confused expression. Of course it is a must. How about a kiss? No matter the outcome is, either way, we will marry, so I think this is a suitable way how to seal the deal between us. Esteth said with a smirk. Oh? What gave you confidence that I will marry you once IWI? Akashi wanted to tease her more, but before he was able to finish, Esteth suddenly raised her head, kissing Akashi. The distance between them was so minimal that Akashi had no way to react to it, and he even let his guard down when he removed one hand from her cheek, no longer pinning her down. Just from this kiss, it was apparent who was more dominant, so instead of ending kiss and making Esteth feel more confident, Akashi pinned her down once again and began his own attack at her rosy lips, which once again surprised her, and when she wanted to reverse their position or push back with her head without breaking kiss, it was already too late. Akashi was attacking her lips so intensely that she had to focus just on kissing instead of anything else. When their kiss finally ended after the whole minute, their lips were still connected by their saliva. Damn, she is really something else, but I have to control myself or I will play into her cards, Akashi thought when he noticed Esteth gently smiling with a small blush on her cheeks. Esteth's quickened breathing didn't help Akashi either. With this, the deal is sealed. Akashi got up from the bed and said with a calm expression. You might have won this time, but I was still the one who kissed you first and made you take my first kiss, Esteth said while still lying on the bed with her mouth curled up and with her index finger pressing against her lower lip. I can't wait to teach you some humbleness, if you know what I mean. Akashi turned at her and said with a friendly smile and closed eyes. Despite feeling chill from before, Esteth still smiled back at him without replying. 167:166 Orberg meeting Wild Hunt. A few days later. Those are the terms, do you find them acceptable? Nayenda asked Akashi after relaying everything said in the meeting at Revolutionary Army's HQ. They were at the same place as before, and Nayenda especially contacted him through Akame, who came also to look at Kana and Tetsu. However, she still wasn't brave enough to face them after everything that happened. I see, that doesn't sound so bad. They said that they don't mind helping me a bit, right? Akashi nodded and asked. Will you? Yes. We are willing to help you as long as it won't be anything too dangerous for the entire organization. Nayenda replied with a small relieved smile. Then there are some people I want you to take care of. You are pretty good at such things, no? Akashi asked with a smile. Haven't you said that you have your own unit to take care of such things? Nayenda asked, trying to probe for more information. Ha, they were already sent to take care of a few Taigu users. Akashi replied with a fake troubled expression. A few Taigu users. His group has to be really strong for him to be so confident and carefree. Nayenda thought with a calm expression while inwardly being surprised. You must be in possession of many Taigas if you can arm the entire unit. Nayenda muttered with a thoughtful expression. Not at all, none of them have Taigu. Akashi replied with a carefree smile while waving his hand in denial. What? This time, Nayenda failed to hide her amazement. What? They are different from normal people, Taigas are only tools, what I look at, are people. They are extraordinary group even without Taigas, they also have a rich history, I am sure that if I were to tell you their name, you would immediately recognize them. Akashi said with a teasing smile, and his words only caused Nayenda to think really hard about it. People who are able to match Taigu users. Plus they are also well-known group. Who could it be? Nayenda thought. Anyway, I assume that you know group known as 4 Rakshasa demons, right? Akashi changed the topic while handing some papers to her. Of course, are they the ones you want us to take care of? Nayenda asked while taking the papers and looking at them. Yes, they are under the direct control of Honest, however, there are 2 people I want you to capture instead of killing. Mei and Suzuka, on the last page, there is a mention of all of their abilities which will make it much easier for you to fight them. Akashi nodded his head. Why do you want to spare them if they are under the direct control of Honest? Nayenda asked while giving him a strange look. Sentimental feelings, I guess? They are strong, so it would be better not to kill them if they can work for the Empire later, however, the true reason is that I can call them old acquaintances. I want to give them a chance, but if you won't be able to capture them despite knowing all about their abilities, I guess there is nothing else to do but kill them. Still, I would be disappointed if I couldn't have at least a word with them. Akashi explained while shrugging his shoulders. I will inform others, knowing all their abilities will be very helpful, so I think we will be able to capture them alive, however what about other 2 Rakshasa demons? Nayenda nodded with a serious expression, accepting Akashi's reason. She actually felt complicated about this, but at least it showed her that Akashi is perfectly fine in mind and is a normal human who feels something even towards to his old acquaintances. However, on the other hand, she felt that it would be easier to just kill them all. I have met them only once, but they struck me as sadistic guys. Maybe it is because I haven't met them under the same circumstances as Mei and Suzuka, but those girls at least have manageable personalities. One doesn't feel much about her ally's death, so she is a bit apathetic, but she is still playful, which is nothing bad, and the other one is masochist. I guess there is no need to mention anything else to that. Those 2 other guys have high raw strength and their entire frame is big, so all I can say is to not fight them with the strength alone. Also, be careful of their body manipulation, but everything I am aware of is already mentioned in those papers. Akashi explained before he got up to his feet. Alright, we are going. Wait. What is this? Nayenda was about to agree to everything while looking through the text on the papers before she exclaimed while showing a certain part to Akashi. This? Instructions on how to tie Suzuka up. She probably has the greatest manipulation over her body, but if you will tie her up in the exact way which is described in the papers, all of her strength will leave her body. Don't look at me like that, it's something I picked up from Mei. Akashi replied with a stoic expression that prompted Nayenda to give him a strange look. Are you sure they aren't something more than your old acquaintances? Nayenda asked while slowly hiding the papers into her bag. For me, yes, they are only old acquaintances. Akashi stopped to think for a while before giving out a suitable answer. For you, hey? At least it looks like he will be able to talk some sense into them. Having more people to keep security once Honest is killed will be very helpful. Nayenda thought and didn't question it anymore. When she returned to Night Raid's hideout, she informed everyone about their mission. So we are taking missions from that guy now. Mine muttered while pouting a bit. Well, it sounds easy enough, they don't even possess any Taigu. Tatsumai said while clenching his fist. Don't think so fast, their group is strong enough to go against Taigu users due to their unpredictable movements. However, we have advantage of knowing most of their abilities beforehand, so everyone should look at the information and decide who will take on whom. Nayenda calmed Tatsumai down. After a while, their abilities are certainly interesting and troublesome, but it's nothing we can't take care of. What I am concerned about is how are we going to capture 2 of them alive? Bullet said while holding his chin. I and Lubbock are like made to capture people alive, distract them a little and we will take care of everything else, right? Green said before turning his head at Lubbock. Well, I don't appreciate you saying it like that, but I guess we are the most suitable people for this job. Lubbock admitted, although unwillingly. Western's nation. Where are we going now? A lean, muscular man wearing a black outfit with a black hairstyle and a triangular bob-like cut asked a young man with tan skin and an X-shaped scar over his face who was walking in front of the group of people. I guess we can go slowly back to the capital while creating a bit of chaos on the way, hat. The young man with an X-shaped scar over his face was exactly Siyura, who replied with an arrogant and bored expression. The one he just answered is named Inshin. There were also 4 other people in his group. A young woman of small height named Dorothea with blonde hair. A tall man named Izuo with black hair worn in a top ponytail, his entire clothing looked like that of samurais. A young woman named Cosmina with a bob-style haircut and bunny ears accessory on her head. An overweight, dark-skinned man named Champ with puffs of dark curly hair above his ears. He was wearing clown makeup and clothing. Shin suddenly stopped when he noticed a big group of 9 people walking on the same road. However, what surprised him was none other than the number of beautiful girls in that group. Kill that old woman, an old man in butler attire, and I can have so many options to pick from. Shin thought and licked his lips with his unusually long tongue while looking at Mara, Tycho, Chelsea, Gilberta, and Cassandra. He immediately stopped Sayura and suggested creating some chaos right now, which he himself didn't mind. However, he found that big group slightly suspicious. Suddenly Barbara approached their group all alone. Hello, may I ask you for direct? Before she was able to finish, she was interrupted by Sayura. Piss off grandma and don't block our pa. Sayura said with a harsh tone and irritated expression, but before he was able to finish, he had to quickly jump to the back as he sensed danger. When he landed on the ground, he touched his neck just to find out a small scratch, but blood was still pouring down from it. Everyone immediately reacted and wanted to attack Barbara, but she had already retreated the moment she finished her surprise attack. I am really all rusty. Barbara muttered with an irritated tone while holding her hands behind her back. Mara's group already arrived next to her. Gasp, you actually failed with your kind grandma act. Mara holding an umbrella over her head and faked a gasp while asking with a fake surprised expression and putting her hand in front of her mouth. You! Sayura shouted while gritting his teeth. His heart was beating so fast that it was about to explode since he just narrowly escaped death. All of his companions were already prepared to attack Mara's group. You fine? Dorothea asked almost indifferently. Don't you care about me? Kill them all. No, leave a few girls alive. Sayura ordered. Don't kill those adorable kids either. Champ, who was an infamous serial killer, was also a very disturbing pedophile. Hey! Just because we are small doesn't mean we are kids. I will gut you, fatso. Both Loris and Mila snapped at the same time with a vein showing up on their foreheads. Now. Let me deal with this fatso myself. After all, it seems that he is wielding a taigu. You girls can help out others, alright? Mara said with a playful tone while taking their place to face Champ. Yes, Mara-sama. Both of them replied with admiration in their eyes before they decided to go against someone else. The current setup was looking like this. Tycho vs Shin. Loris and Mila vs Dorothea. Mara vs Champ. Daniel vs Sayura. Cassandra and Barbara vs Azu. Gilberta vs Cosmina. Wait, weren't there 9 of them? Sayura thought with a confused expression while glancing around, but he couldn't find Chelsea anywhere. Takeo vs Shin. You look pretty good, I can't wait to wipe away that stoic expression of yours when you will crawl on the ground like a bitch you are. Shin said with a perverted smile while sticking out his tongue and checking out Tycho from up to down. Tycho's expression never changed, she didn't even bother to reply. While Tycho didn't show much of a reaction, the same couldn't be said about someone else. Akashi, who was currently playing around with one of the bigger danger beasts that was looking like a turtle, suddenly felt something unpleasant as he stopped moving for a bit while looking at the ground with wide open eyes. What is this raging feeling? Why so suddenly out of nowhere? Akashi thought while the feeling inside him was only getting stronger. The enormous danger beast finally saw a chance to stomp down Akashi when he stopped moving around. Absolute dominance activated. The feeling inside Akashi was enough to even automatically activate his skill. Suddenly, Akashi saw a shadow over his head, so he put his hand above his head without even strengthening his muscles. Bang! Upon the impact, the ground all around him was destroyed and the dirt was flying everywhere in the air. Akashi was completely fine despite blocking an attack supported by numerous tons of weight. The feeling still kept growing inside Akashi, so he gritted his teeth and decided to take it out on the creature in front of him. He pushed its leg away and the danger beast almost lost its balance. Akashi immediately jumped high up above its back. Aaaik! When he was falling down at its back shielded by a shell, he punched out while shouting out of frustration to completely vent out. Bang! The shell covering its back that usually couldn't be penetrated even by a taigu got completely crushed and the impact traveled through its entire body, completely pulverizing its bones and organs, while the ground under and around it in 200 meters perimeter was completely destroyed. That casual punch without any technique was so strong that even wind picked up so much that a few older and higher trees got blown away. 10 XP for killing the danger beast. Class, Blade Master, LV9, 16 STR, 16 Agi, 9 Const, 0/2560 XP. Health, 820/820. Energy, 1720/1720. Strength, 47, 91. Agility, 50, 92. Intelligence, 50, 84. Constitution, 48, 78. Charisma, 40, 76. Free stat points, 18. Huff, much better. What was that? Akashi muttered while slowly inhaling and exhaling to calm himself down. Akashi was still unaware that it was all due to a few wrigglers he left in Taiko's shadow. They can't contact him himself, but maybe due to his beast master class and his connection with them, his intuition was strengthened up to a women's level. 168:167 Taiko, Loris and Mila. Taiko vs Inshin. Taiko moved her left foot forward while her right foot was a small distance behind her left foot. She held her katana in front of her in both hands. Haha, I won't wait any longer. Inshin shouted with a wide smile and rushed forward while sending a few aerial blades towards Taiko by slashing his weapon from the great distance. That weapon must be a taigu, but unfortunately for him, I can perform such an attack without even having a special weapon. Now that I have this pseudo taigu, I can combine it with my current sword arts, Taiko thought calmly when she noticed aerial blades attacking her. Summit Gust. Taiko performed overhead slash while standing still, and her already aerial blade created from her technique was enhanced by the wind element in her weapon, making it much stronger than before. Bang whoosh. The aerial blades negated each other after trying to overpower each other for a moment, spreading a strong wind all around. Who would have thought that you can do a similar thing to my Shamshur? Inshin was slightly surprised to see this, but he hasn't stopped moving at all. Looks like it's still a taigu, to be able to block my empowered technique, whatever. Taiko thought calmly with closed eyes before changing her stance, spreading her feet apart and putting her katana next to her, pointing at the ground behind her. Scattering breeze, Taiko concentrated and an imaginary circle formed around her in her attack range. What is she planning? Inshin thought, but still rushed into her attack range without worrying, but once he truly stepped into her attack range, his eyes widened in horror when he felt the pressure. Not gonna make it back. Inshin thought, and instead of focusing on defending or trying to stop and jump back, he used all his leg power to jump as high as he could to jump over Taiko. Splash tisk. This bitch is stronger than she looks. Despite his quick reaction, his leg was still slashed by Taiko. However, it wasn't anything that would stop him from standing or walking. While he was still in the air, above Taiko, he sent a few aerial blades towards her head. Humph. Taiko opened her eyes and looked up with her stoic expression, which actually made Inshin slightly nervous this time. Scattering breeze, Taiko once again blocked his aerial blades with hers. Now, quickly before she gets into that strange stance once again, it takes some time. As long as I keep close to her, she won't be able to perform it again. When Inshin has fallen on the ground, he ignored the pain in his leg and quickly kicked off the ground, rushing at Taiko from behind. Taiko quickly turned around and blocked his diagonal slash, while at the same moment she blocked his attack, she opened her mouth and spit a hidden needle at his face. Wah! Inshin tilted his head to the side so quickly that it almost snapped his neck, but thanks to this, he was able to narrowly dodge the needle even though it scratched his cheek a bit. While he was focused on the needle, Taiko kicked him into his midsection, to which he had no time to react. Gah! Inshin spat a little bit of blood while sliding back on his feet from the impact. Are these all of your tricks, assassin? Your struggle only makes it more enjoyable when the time for you crawling will come. Inshin said with a crazy smile with blood coming out of his mouth. He was looking for an opening, and in case Taiko would try to get into that strange stance once again, he would send numerous aerial blades her way. Finally, after constantly keeping quiet the entire time, Taiko frowned a bit and slowly opened her mouth. Are you just all talk? As far as I can see, you are the only person struggling. Taiko said apathetically. This bitch is getting on my nerves. Inshin thought while gritting his teeth. If I was here all alone, I would have waited for the poison inflicted by my sword and needle to start affecting his movements, but since everyone is here, I guess I can go all out to test just how much I improved ever since Akashi left. Taiko thought before she finally arrived at the decision. Limit removal. Twister. Taiko's pupils became invisible and her eyes enlarged. This change surprised Inshin as he waited for her next move with a cautious expression, but then he suddenly saw Taiko completely disappear from his sight without any trace. He could only widen his eyes in shock before he felt a stinging pain coming from his back, so he quickly turned around while slashing his weapon in advance, but all he met was wind while Taiko appeared once again behind him, cutting his hand holding a weapon. Impossible. I won't lose in swordsmanship. Inshin, instead of cowering in fear, shouted with a crazy expression while kicking with his leg behind him without turning around just to see Taiko appear in front of him once again, which was his intention, but as he tried to grab her neck, his other hand was cut off by Taiko. Ack. You bye. Cough. Before he was able to say his favorite word, Taiko pierced his heart. You swordsmanship was, just so, Taiko said as Inshin could only see her apathetic face looking at him as he was falling down back first. Currently, there were only a few special people who could match Taiko's swordsmanship. However, her ultimate technique, Twister, that she created thanks to combining her swordsmanship and limit removal, was truly trump card that granted her speed even faster than that of Akashi's, or speed on the exact same level as his skill Phantom Strike. Loris and Mila vs Dorothea. I am up against kids, hey. Dorothea muttered, revealing her almost like vampire fangs. Those fangs were her taigu, Absordex. You are of the same height as us, so shut up, Mila and Loris replied while drawing out a set of dual dagger knives. Both Mila and Loris looked at each other and nodded their head before kicking off the ground, sprinting towards Dorothea with a smile on their faces. As they were nearing her, they were exchanging their positions, trying to confuse their opponent. They are pretty fast, so I guess I won't get a chance to take a bite, Dorothea thought as she narrowed her eyes. Loris was the first one to struck her knife towards Dorothea's midsection. Dorothea quickly moved a few steps behind to move out of her range, but Mila suddenly appeared behind Loris and jumped over her shoulders, slashing her knives at Dorothea's neck. Dorothea ducked down to dodge her attack while trying to grab Mila by her ankle. Before she was able to grab her ankle, she was intercepted by Loris once again. Mila was once again behind Loris, who once again struck her knife towards Dorothea's shoulder. In a counter-attack, Dorothea lowered herself a bit to let Loris's attack miss by a little above her shoulder, and she quickly used that chance to grab Loris's wrist and throw Loris over her shoulder. While Loris was upside down, instead of having panicked expression, she was still smiling as she used her other hand, performing a piercing attack towards Dorothea's face. Dorothea's eyes widened a bit when she noticed this attack, but she was still able to quickly enough tilt her head to the side, resulting only in a little scratch on her cheek. Bam! Cough! Loris's body finally got slammed against the ground as she coughed out. Dorothea wanted to use this chance and take a bite of Loris, but she sensed danger coming from behind her. Tisk! These two kids are so annoying, Dorothea thought as she performed roundhouse kick from the spin. Mila put both of her hands up to block Dorothea's kick, but she was still surprised when the attack actually blew her small petite body a few meters away. Although she completely blocked any damage, the impact still forced her back, but when she stood up, she actually smiled at Dorothea despite failing to attack her. Splash! Dorothea, who still had one leg in the air after that attack, felt a stinging pain in her Achilles heel from the other leg, which made her almost lose her balance, but despite feeling the pain, she once again spun around and kicked Loris, who was still lying on the ground. Loris put both her hands in front of her face before receiving the kick head-on, but Orberg had their own body manipulation, so despite her having a small and petite body, she was able to easily fight numerous muscular men. She actually used Dorothea's kick to get up and retreat some distance away from Dorothea. This teamwork of theirs is really annoying. Dorothea gritted her teeth in frustration since the entire series of attacks happened within a few seconds and she was falling behind. Mila didn't let her have a moment to breathe, so she once again attacked when Dorothea's back was facing her, just for Dorothea to turn around with an irritated expression on her face. She took out a weird tube and released a gas inside it at Mila when she was near enough. Mila was confident in her poison resistance, but she still took a deep breath before preparing to rush through the gas to surprise Dorothea. However, to Mila's surprise, when she entered the gas, her entire body became paralyzed. Dorothea finally smiled as she quickly jumped at Mila to take a bite of her. Mila! Loris shouted as her pupils enlarged. She kicked off the ground, trying to get to them in time. Her speed reached completely new level. TCH! You are annoying. Dorothea noticed that if she were to take a bite, she will also lose her head, so instead of biting Mila, she kicked her into her face and Mila had to take it head-on without blocking. Mila! This enraged Loris as she started furiously attack Dorothea. Dorothea began dodging Loris's attacks, but she was slowly falling short due to her injured leg. She also felt her body becoming slower each second. What is this? A poison? I should be resistant towards most of the poisons, it must be a special one for it to work on me. Anyway, at least I have only one person to focus on, Dorothea thought with a small smile as she continued successfully dodging Loris's attacks. She even began reading her attack patterns, and the only thing remaining was to wait for the perfect time to attack back. However, as she was thinking about when to attack, she felt a danger behind her. She can already move, are you kidding me? Dorothea perfectly knew who it was, but she had to stay focused on Loris, so she just kicked out behind her. Mila, who finally recovered, was completely furious with a footprint over her face, so when she saw another kick aiming at her midsection she grew even more furious. She hardened her muscles and actually took the kick head-on, but she immediately caught Dorothea's leg with one hand just not to get blown away, and with her other hand she pierced Dorothea's entire calf with her knife before letting go of Dorothea's leg and jumping away from her. Aik! Dorothea screamed out, and after the entire battle, a few wrinkles even appeared on her face. With both of her legs injured, she was no longer able to dodge Loris's attacks, and it just began her being slashed over and over before Loris pierced Dorothea's heart while Mila pierced her lungs from behind, finally ending her suffering. After the entire battle, what remained was completely bloodied corpse covered in numerous cuts lying on the ground. Look at her face, no wonder she called us kids, she is most likely even older than Grandma Babaram, Mila said while giving a frustrated look at Dorothea's wrinkled face. Are you alright, sis? Loris asked with a worried expression. I am perfectly fine. Mila turned at her twin sis as her angered expression changed to a big smile. She replied while flexing her biceps, still with a footprint over her face. 169:168 Sadistic yet seductive women. Mara vs Champ. A filthy adult, hey. Champ muttered as 6 strange orbs were floating around him. A filthy man and fat at that, hey. Mera mimicked Champ with a playful smile. Hearing that, Champ narrowed his eyes, but what made him angry weren't Mera's words but her mimicking him. Storm orb. Champ threw one of her orbs towards who in return just smiled at the incoming orb with closed eyes before opening them and jumping to the side once the orb was a few meters away from her. Whoosh. A relatively large whirlwind appeared out of nowhere in the orb's location. Interesting ability, Mera muttered still with a playful smile while looking at whirlwind. She turned back at Champ and pointed her umbrella at him. Ha, does she seriously think that umbrella can reflect my big leaguer? Champ thought with an amused expression, deciding which orb to throw next, but before he was able to choose, Mera started spinning her umbrella which had a unique pattern on it. Champ was enticed by the spiral pattern created by Mera's umbrella, however, next moment he blinked he already saw Mera with a sadistic smile in front of him attacking with her hand and long purple nails. Shit! Ice orb! Champ jumped back to buy himself some time to throw another orb. Mera frowned in disappointment when she noticed Champ reacting so quickly after recovering from her hypnotization. Bang! When the orb made a contact, a large amount of ice erupted from it, covering whatever it hit in ice. Champ narrowed his eyes when couldn't see Mera's ice sculpture but instead something which resembled an ice wall. Sigh, I actually spent so many of my beetle shields, you will have to make it up to me for such a waste. Mera walked out from behind the ice wall with a slightly sad expression. Mera pointed her palm at Champ and swarm of flying wrigglers flew towards him. What are those? Explosion orb. Champ didn't hesitate a bit and immediately threw another orb. Bang! A large explosion was created once orb made contact with the wrigglers, eradicating most of them. However, when Mera rushed out of the smoke right after the explosion, she caught him a bit off guard. He once again jumped back to maintain distance between them, but once he landed on his feet, he felt like he stomped on something frail. Shit! Bang! Champ was only able to have one thought before ground under him exploded. His fat body was blown through the smoke as he started rolling on the ground before he stopped after hitting the tree. His body was full of bruises and burns, his entire clown attire was full of holes. I will kill you. Champ got up to his feet and when he noticed the state of his attire, he shouted angrily at Mera who was just watching him with an amused expression. To be honest, from a Taiko user, I expected a lot more. I guess you are just a fat pedophile, Mera said with a pitying smile while touching her lower lip with her long nail of her index finger. Rod orb. Champ in a rage threw another orb and Mera's expression changed to a bored one. She stood still, waiting for the orb to arrive near her face before she tilted her head to the side to narrowly dodge it. The orb missed its target but it still hit the ice wall behind Mera which began to erode away. Your orbs activate only once they make contact with something, is that right? Mera asked with a bored expression as she began walking towards Champ. Champ grabbed another orb into his hand, but this time he didn't throw it right away and just waited for Mera to come. When Mera noticed his hesitation, she decided to rush towards him. She aimed her hand towards his midsection and when she was near enough and Champ was about to throw the orb, something stung his hand and completely paralyzed it. Why can't I move my hand? Splash! Mera's hand penetrated his fat belly without much resistance but she quickly drew her hand back before retreating a few meters away with a victorious smile on her face. Ugh! Champ put one hand on his knee while another one on his wound but he still kept standing with a pained expression. Do you really think I am that easy to kill? Champ shouted with a smile and it was certainly the truth, his tenacity was quite high. Of course not, someone with so much fat as you will definitely have high vitality. However, Mera slowly shook her head with a smile before she held her hand up with the intention to snap her fingers. What is this? Champ exclaimed with a panicked expression when some parts of his body swelled up. The largest bulk was probably on his biceps. A little gift from me, as I said previously, you killed a lot of my wrigglers so I need you to compensate for that. Snap! Mera said and snapped her fingers while narrowing her eyes with a sadistic smile. Burst! Splash! Aioic! Champ screamed out in pain when the bulk on his biceps suddenly grew even bigger and exploded, tearing his skin and muscles before small ants started to crawl out of the wound. That should be enough of compensation for those you have frozen, however even more of them died inside that explosion. Mera said with a thoughtful expression while holding her chin, completely unbothered by the disgusting state of Champ's body but he was still alive with tears pouring down his cheeks. And no, stop, please, Champ begged, he couldn't even feel his arm any longer, neither he could close the wound since his entire biceps exploded and tore off his skin. No can do. Mera turned at Champ and replied with closed eyes and a wide smile. Burst! Splash! Gaia! This time it was his belly and then came the turn to his legs, shoulders until he finally died. Humph! He should be happy that I haven't used centipede wrigglers on him, only then he would have finally understood the concept of true pain. Mera thought while throwing her head to the side with closed eyes. Anyway, I guess I should take those orbs back to Akashi, who knows, maybe he will give me something good like he did to Taiko. Mera thought with an amused smile while grabbing the orbs and putting them into a sack made of the tough hide from the danger beast. Gilberta vs Cosmina. Your group must be really dull without any handsome men around, Cosmina muttered while pouting. There is no place for handsome men in Orberg, well, that is except for one. Gilberta said with a big smile, showing off her white teeth while bumping her fist into her palm. The reason why she said except for one was that she suddenly remembered Akashi learning limit removal on his own after spending some time within their hideout. Oh? Is he handsome? Will you introduce me if I leave you with some breath inside? Cosmina's eyes shined as her intuition told her that the man who can be part of this stubborn group of women must be someone special. Ha, let's see if you can do that first. Gil replied with a small laugh before she kicked off the ground and charged at Cosmina. Someone is eager for Cosmina's concert. Cosmina said playfully with a smile while holding up a microphone to her mouth. A. Cosmina's microphone turned her voice into ultrasonic waves that attacked Gil. She had no time to evade it since the area of effect was quite big, therefore once the ultrasonic waves hit her, she stopped running and her body started to shake as she covered her ears with her hands. Ugh! I can feel my bones shaking under this pressure. Gil thought, however she started to take a few steps forward which greatly surprised Cosmina. What? Her bones are actually so tough to resist heavy pressure. Cosmina thought. Let's see how you will fare against the highest output. Cosmina stopped for a while which gave Gil a time to catch the breath, however, it wasn't for long. Cosmina once again started but this time the ultrasonic waves were much stronger. I won't survive this if I won't use everything. Gil's eyes widened when she saw the power of ultrasonic waves amplified numerous times. Gil immediately removed her limiters which greatly boosted her already supernatural strength and vitality. Right as she was now, it could be said that her raw strength was close to Akashi's. When the ultrasonic waves hit her body, she once again began to shake and even blood came out of her ears. This is so frustrating. Gil shouted and went beyond her limits as she kicked off the ground while drawing her hand back for a punch which meant that her ears were completely unprotected. Wah! Cosmina exclaimed in disbelief when she saw Gil surviving attack head-on from her trump card. As if it wasn't enough, Gil even managed to rush through those ultrasonic waves without dying or getting completely exhausted. The closer Gil got, the ultrasonic waves got even stronger but she couldn't care about that any longer, the only thing on her mind was. Ha! Gil shouted as she sent a fist towards Cosmina's breasts who had no way how to protect herself. Bam! When the punch connected, Cosmina's body actually got blown away deep into the forest but her entire upper body was completely crushed so there was no way for her to survive that. That was so satisfying. Gil who finally vented out on her opponent and punched Cosmina to death actually blushed with a satisfied sadistic smile and with her fist covered in Cosmina's blood. If one saw the state of her body, they would be seriously worried about her health but Gil's vitality was truly unbelievable and despite her eardrums being slightly damaged, she couldn't care about pain any bit. When the satisfying feeling left her, Gil put her hand between her breasts and took out a small flask filled with some kind of liquid. She poured a few drops of the liquid into both of her ears before taking a few sips from the flask. Ugh, it's really annoying and troublesome to treat internal wounds, even with our medicine. Gil muttered with a frustrated expression. Gil was truly something else to be able to survive the trump card attack from Taigu with her body alone. 170:169 Daniel, Dora and Barbara. Daniel vs Sayura. Haha, is this a joke? I am supposed to fight an old man. Well, I will make it quick before returning the favor to that filthy old woman. Sayura laughed when he noticed an old man, Daniel, in front of him. He quickly stopped laughing and gritted his teeth while holding his neck when he recalled Barbara's surprise attack. Daniel was usually calm even during the battles and just followed Mara's orders but when he heard how Sayura was talking about Barbara, he narrowed his eyes in a threatening manner. Daniel didn't say anything and just stepped forward while taking off his white butler gloves. Oh ho? Have I perhaps touched some sensitive place for you to turn so serious out of nowhere? Sayura asked while smiling widely. I won't even need Taigu on someone like him. Sayura thought before he charged at Daniel. Even though I am just a butler. Before Daniel was able to finish, he saw a fist nearing his face, however he calmly waited before he leaned forward to dodge Sayura's punch just to see a knee coming towards his face. Daniel blocked the knee strike with his palm while throwing a fist at Sayura's face. Sayura was quite surprised when saw how Daniel stopped his attack so easily but he was even more surprised when he saw his quick counter-attack. He had no time to react to his punch, therefore he was blown away once he took Daniel's fist into his cheek. There is no place for weak at Orberg. Daniel finished his sentence. His body slid across the ground for a few seconds before he stopped. Sayura got up to his feet with his eyes widened in anger. Hey, old man, that fucking hurt. Sayura said while wiping away a bit of blood from the corner of his mouth. I actually underestimated this old geezer. Sayura thought with a crazy smile before he once again charged at Daniel but this time with his guard on. Sayura jumped and landed in handstand position, he started spinning, trying to kick Daniel into the side of his head but Daniel calmly ducked down, put his hands on the ground while trying to attack Sayura's hands with his leg. Sayura's eyebrows raised as he used his strength to use his hands to bounce off the ground, dodging Daniel's kick while also performing his own kick in the mid-air aimed at the top of Daniel's head. Daniel crossed both of his arms in front of him in a crouched position and blocked Sayura's kick. Daniel abandoned his balance and performed something that resembled a drop kick just from the crouching position, aimed at Sayura's neck. TCH. Sayura gritted his teeth as he put both his hands in front of him to guard himself. The kick still made him spin in the air a few times before he landed some distance away. Both of them quickly got up to their feet without any serious injuries. You are pretty strong for an old geezer. Sayura said with a serious expression. He said he is from Orberg, is it that infamous group of assassins for hire? Sayura thought with narrowed eyes. Say, old geezer, who is your client? I am the son of the Prime Minister in the Empire, I can pay you much more than your client who hired you to assassinate me. Sayura said with a serious expression. He heard a few rumors about Orberg's strength but the main reason why he said this was because he wanted to get his hands on the one who wants him dead. Unfortunately, our group is no longer for hire, Daniel replied indifferently. Is that so? Sayura shouted with a dissatisfied expression before he charged at Daniel once again but this time at a higher speed. To think I will need to go all out against an old geezer and butler at that. How infuriating. Sayura thought. They began to exchange moves from their own martial arts once again but Sayura quickly noticed that he wasn't getting anywhere. Both of them had a few bruises over their faces and arms, however, if one had to say who was more beaten up, it was Sayura. Fuck this. I will send this old geezer to his death, I don't care about others. Sayura noticed how a few of his partners were on the losing end so he took out an item resembling a pendant with some kind of pattern inside it in blue and black colors. Daniel frowned when he noticed the pendant in Sayura's hand and suspected that it is a taigu, however, he had no idea what it does so he remained standing still. Tell your god of death how it is inside the hot volcano. Haha. Sayura shouted and laughed with his hand holding pendant up high. Screech. Shamhala. He shouted with a crazy smile as he intended to hit the ground with the pendant, however, when he hit to the ground, he noticed that his taigu was no longer in his hand. Instead, he saw a bird resembling eagle holding his pendant in its talons. What the? He was completely focused on Daniel so he never expected something like a bird to take his taigu from him, not to mention that most of the birds should have left the area due to the sounds of the battle. Just as he was wondering about the bird that landed on the ground behind Daniel. Puff, a cloud of smoke abruptly appeared in the bird's place. Whew, that was close, it looked like he was about to use something really dangerous. Chelsea walked out of the cloud of smoke with a relieved expression, holding Sayura's taigu. You are. Sayura finally connected all dots and why he suddenly lost sight of her at the beginning. You have my gratitude. Daniel lightly bowed his head with closed eyes. Surprised? Thanks for a new toy. Chelsea nodded at Daniel before turning at Sayura and saying in playful tone while winking at him and showing off the Shamhala in front of him. This completely enraged Sayura as he rushed towards Chelsea, intending to tear her to the pieces but he was intercepted by Daniel. They once again began exchanging their moves but Daniel despite being older had much higher stamina than Sayura. Huff huff you she-tty assassins, when my pops will get wind of this, you are all dead. Sayura said before he lost consciousness. Daniel was able to win this fight of martial arts just thanks to better stamina and also thanks to keeping his body at perfect state at all times. Sayura, who liked to fool around a lot, never had completely full stamina and whenever he had full stamina, he had to waste most of it on some random women. Is this the advantage of being a virgin? Mara, who saw this, muttered while looking at Daniel with a thoughtful expression. Cassandra and Barbara vs Izu. Cows Etsu, it's feeding time, Izu muttered with closed eyes while putting his hand on the hilt of his katana tied to his belt. Dora, Cassandra, and Barbara looked at each other. Should we team up or do you perhaps want to go alone? Dora asked since she was able to feel Barbara's bloodthirsty aura. She was aware that Barbara hasn't had a serious fight in a while. After taking the hit from Murasame, my skills are no longer what they used to be, not to mention I am still quite rusty all over my body, so let's team up. Although that weapon doesn't look like taigu, his posture shows that he is an extremely experienced swordsman. Barbara replied with a disappointed expression with closed eyes before she opened her narrowed eyes, observing Izu's stance. Alright, it looks like he knows Iaido, therefore. Dora muttered while turning back at Izu, also studying his stance before taking out 2 chakrams and throwing them at Izu. She was able to see through my strongest point just from looking at me for a few seconds. Izu frowned a bit before he drew his katana and slashed both chakrams away. When his weapon was finally drawn, Barbara appeared in front of him in midair with a bloodthirsty smile, slashing her knife vertically from above while performing a little spin to further strengthen her attack. Izu put his katana in front of him to parry Barbara's attack, however once he felt her attack connect with his katana, his expression distorted. Such strength, she isn't just some old woman. Izu thought as her attack made him retreat a few steps back while also turning his body to the side to dodge the aerial blade created by Barbara's attack. Barbara's aerial blades weren't as special as Tycho's, but it was enough to cut open the ground and obviously humans. Izuo suddenly felt danger from his left side, so he slashed his katana without any hesitation, blocking 2 weapons from Dora. However, she has 4 arms. When he noticed another 2 weapons aiming for his neck and heart, he quickly jumped to the back to avoid them. However, her sword aiming at his heart was still able to pierce a few centimeters into his body, but he was able to protect his heart this time. Izuo was so completely focused on Dora after this surprise attack. However, when he once again felt attack from behind him, he noticed how he neglected Barbara's presence. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Shit, not making it in time. Izuo could only turn his head to the side to look behind him before an aerial blade sliced his body, separating his right arm, a small chunk of his midsection until his right leg. Splash thud! Izuo's body has fallen down on the ground face first. I guess I could have taken him on all alone. Barbara muttered with a slightly unsatisfied tone. Of course, however, he wasn't that bad. We managed to kill him so quickly, also partly thanks to me hiding the fact that I have 4 arms. Dora nodded her head and said with a composed expression. In battles, you have to expect anything, but I guess expecting your opponent to have 4 arms is really something no one would even think about. Barbara held her hands behind her back before turning away from Izuo's corpse with a bored expression. Looks like everyone is already done, let's go back, Barbara said as she walked to Mera and Daniel standing above Sayura's unconscious body. Yes, Dora nodded her head and followed after Barbara. When everyone gathered in one place. Looks like no one actually died, not even you, trainee, hey. Barbara said with a playful tone while looking around before her eyes landed on Chelsea. Hey. That's not nice. To your information, Grandma, I actually saved Daniel from certain death. Chelsea retorted with one hand resting on her hip and with the other showing off Shamhala. Is that a taigu? What is its ability? Barbara asked with a slightly surprised expression when Daniel nodded his head to confirm Chelsea's words. I dunno. Chelsea appeared to be thinking for a while before she replied with a big smile while shrugging her shoulders. Gah. Then how can you say that you have saved Daniel's life if you haven't even seen its ability? Barbara shouted at Chelsea, making Chelsea cover her ears and close her eyes. He said something like, tell your god of death how it is inside the hot volcano. I think that it has some kind of spatial abilities like teleportation, but maybe it can just produce magma. Daniel explained, making all turn at him. Sounds interesting, but if it has spatial abilities, why hasn't he used it to escape before? Mera asked with a curious expression. Well, he was quite arrogant and I managed to steal it at a perfect moment when he still felt like he could win. Chelsea replied with a thinking expression. I see, well, collect the loot and burn the bodies. We will spend a day here to recuperate before going back. Daniel is pretty beaten up, so it would be bad to leave immediately. Mera said before she went to sit down on one of the larger boulders. I am ashamed, his moves included martial arts from all various kingdoms, so it was hard to defend against him. Anyway, Mera-sama, what should I do with him? I let him live since I thought that you might find a use for him since he was the leader of their group and son of the Prime Minister. Daniel said with his head kept down before he raised his head to ask for Mera's instructions. He was our primary target and Akashi said to kill him, so just kill him, no need to keep him alive, we would even be forced to take care of him. I can tolerate your presence, but I would most likely throw up a few times a day having that man around me. Mera said while glaring indifferently at Sayura's body. Mera's hate for men actually wasn't as bad as before she met Akashi, therefore she was just exaggerating. However, she was still feeling uncomfortable around men, at least she no longer hated them as much as before. As you wish. Daniel bowed and kneeled next to Sayura before he grabbed his neck and tightened his grip, completely crushing his neck. 171:170 Reunion of Two Lovebirds. It's been a while since we made that deal. Esteth mentioned while sitting inside Akashi's room. That's what I wanted to talk to you about, Akashi replied. Before that, the activity of Night Raid became quite chaotic, they no longer target influential people and instead, their targets became generals and those who hold some strength instead of just political power. Because of that, I can't do anything despite the fact that the group of Taigu users that the Emperor gathered is already waiting for my orders. Esteth said with a frown. So? How does it involve me? Akashi smirked and asked while sipping a bit of red wine. Wipe that smirk off your face, just your expression told me that you are the one who is the cause of this. Esteth smiled back, said in a playful tone. Well, of course you will be able to read it if I want you to be able to read it. Akashi shrugged his shoulders, which made Esteth frown down once again. Don't be a smartass. What kind of deal do you have with the Night Raid? By the way, how is Nayenda doing? Esteth asked, and when it came to Nayenda, she released a bit sadistic smile. She is doing great, really great, I bet she really wants to see you. Anyway, enough of joking around, you don't really need to know about it, there is nothing involving you, but I might tell you if you will defeat me. Akashi said with a sarcastic tone before turning a bit more serious. Fine, but do you know what I find quite strange? Once when I went to the bathroom here, I actually walked in on a girl who appears to be on wanted posters as a deserter. Esteth teased Akashi a bit since Pony usually wore masks when anyone was visiting them, but Esteth must have walked in on her after her bath to see her face. Oh? Don't tell me you are jealous. And that's not even the girl I previously mentioned. Akashi exclaimed with a teasing smile while supporting his head with his hand before returning the blow. Well, I had my suspicion when she heard someone open the door. She actually asked if it's you. I must also mention that she was all naked and drying her hair, so she wasn't looking at who it was. I was this close to killing her on spot, but I held myself back after remembering our deal. Esteth replied while putting two fingers close, leaving only a few millimeters gap between them to show how serious she was about to kill Pony on spot. Was that the reason why Pony began looking weirdly at me? Previously I just thought that she had something to say, but she was too embarrassed, but maybe she just thinks that I am pervert. Wait, that wouldn't make any sense if she was actually naked and called out my name without covering up. What the hell happened back there? Maybe Esteth is just exaggerating. Akashi thought with a raised eyebrow when he heard Esteth's words. Whatever, she won't be a deserter for much longer, so why do you care? Anyway, regarding the deal, I want to hold our battle in 2 weeks from now, Akashi said with a serious expression. 2 weeks? Why wait for so long? Esteth asked with a puzzled expression. There is somewhere I want to go, and don't tell me that you yourself don't have any ideas for new techniques. Both of us will have enough time to prepare for the battle, therefore the loser won't have any excuses to use. Akashi said with a smile. Ha, you are right. I am quite excited about this, and I indeed already have a few ideas in my mind. I guess it's better this way. Where are you going? That is if it's not a secret. Esteth released an excited smile as she admitted. I am planning to go to an active volcano. Akashi said while showing off his white teeth. I see, are you sure it's alright that you have disclosed this information to me? Esteth's eyes widened in shock before gradual understanding appeared in her expression. I wanted to give you a hint, however, as I said before, my Taigu is a bit special, so I am not sure if yours would work the same way. Akashi smirked and revealed. Just from my expression, you discovered that I was thinking about going back to the northern lands? Not bad. Esteth admitted that she got the same idea as Akashi when he revealed it. Well, let's not waste any more time, I will tell my subordinates to stand by and wait for my return. Esteth got up to her feet, walking towards the door, but she suddenly stopped midway and Akashi, who was following her to see her out, frowned. How about the last kiss before our battle? After all, I might even accidentally kill you at that time. Esteth spun around and pointed with her index finger at her rosy lips while saying this with a smile. Akashi closed one of his eyes while raising his head, trying to find anything suspicious on Esteth. When he saw her just smiling at him, he decided to close in, but when their lips were a few inches apart, Akashi put his thumb on her chin and turned her head to the side, planting a kiss on her cheek. What was that? Esteth frowned in dissatisfaction and questioned Akashi. Akashi released a devilish smile and put his arm over her left shoulder as if she was his buddy while bringing his mouth closer to her ear. Puff! Akashi dramatically opened his mouth and waited for a while before he just blew hot air into Esteth's ear, which actually made her shiver a bit. Humph. No need to see me out. Esteth realized this moment of weakness and pushed Akashi away before turning around, but Akashi was still able to spot her blushing. Something tells me that she will visit the previous location of Parta's clan before it was destroyed. She might actually gain a lot by going there and spending some time there. Those memories must be quite painful despite her not showing it to others. I just hope she won't gain some stupid enlightenment regarding humans' lives. It's already troublesome with her philosophy, the strong survive and the weak die. She is ultimately right, but I actually think that she misunderstood her father. Ultimately it is everything father's fault, isn't it? Akashi thought with a slightly sad look in his eyes as he watched Esteth's back leaving. Esteth returned to one of the meeting rooms which was solely for her group to use. I am leaving the capital. You are to stand by and wait until I return. Esteth said with a decisive tone in front of 8 people. 3 of them were her old subordinates. The other person was Bowles wearing a mask who was transferred from the incineration squad to here. Another person was someone who was already Akashi's acquaintance, Siryu. Then, there was a young man with short dark blue hair named Wave. A young man with fair blonde hair and golden eyes and delicate face named Run. And the last person was a man with spiky black hair with a white patch wearing a white lab coat named Dr. Stylish. What? Everyone exclaimed with a surprised expression. But what about Night Raid? Wave got up from his seat as he questioned. Yes, General, what about that ominous group of assassins? Siryu also got up, following Wave's example. Their movements are too unpredictable for us to track them down. They almost stopped performing assassinations ever since I have arrived at the capital. We aren't getting anywhere and I have something important to do, so all of you are free to train on your own, but I advise you not to hunt them on your own. That's my warning. Do as you want as long as you won't cause any trouble. Esteth explained before she turned around. showing that she wanted to leave immediately. Is Death-sama, shall we accompany you? Liver asked while kneeling down together with No and Datara. No, I want to go all alone, you are in command of my army until I return, Liver. Don't disappoint me by doing stupid decisions in my absence. Death glanced at her subordinates before she ordered. Why yes. Liver instantly replied although he was slightly disappointed that they couldn't accompany her. What could be so important for Death-sama to go all alone? Liver thought with a confused expression since everything happened so fast. Looks like they are finally done, perfect timing. Akashi thought while getting ready to leave. Just a few minutes ago, Kiyomi came back to him with a message from Mera. Going somewhere? Pony who suddenly barged into his studies room without even knocking asked with a curious expression. Yes, and I am leaving for at least 2 weeks. Akashi replied while dressing up his military coat, completely unbothered by Pony's sudden intrusion since he was already used to it. Why for so long? Where are you going? Can I go with you? Pony immediately started bombarding him with questions. Ugh, one at the time, please. I can't really say where I am going since I am still not aware of that myself, but I will be traveling to the southwest. As for why, because I can? Simply because in 2 weeks I will have my match against Death, so I want to get into perfect condition. And lastly, unfortunately you can't go with me, I need you to be here together with Kurome to receive any Akame's messages. Akashi groaned and quickly explained. Fine, but before you go, Akashi, there is something I would like to talk about with you. Pony sighed out before she accepted while pouting a bit, then her expression changed as she began to embarrassingly look at the ground, avoiding Akashi's eyes. It must be about the thing that Death mentioned. Akashi thought and Pony took his silence as a sign she should continue. You see, I never knew you were interested in that, I previously thought that I had nothing to really hide, but Pony started slowly explaining while fidgeting with her hands. It was Death who walked in on you. Akashi bluntly interrupted her and said with a stoic expression. Hey! Pony raised her head as she looked at Akashi with a blank expression. They continued to stare at each other in silence for an almost entire minute before Pony just turned around and left the room with a robotic-like movement without saying anything. Was what I have just done the right thing? Akashi thought while staring strangely at the door. Akashi decided to give Pony some time alone and went straight to the meeting point that was located only a few kilometers away from the capital in the forest. When he arrived at the place, he immediately noticed Mera and Taiko leaning against the tree. Akashi. Taiko instantly bolted to Akashi when she noticed him. However, when she arrived in front of him, she suddenly turned nervous and had no idea what to do. Akashi, who noticed her hesitation, smiled at her and looked over her shoulder at Mera, who just quickly avoided eye contact. Sensing that getting too intimate with Taiko in front of Mera might cause Mera discomfort, he just tightly hugged Taiko and secretly planted a light kiss on her cheek. It's nice to see you again, but I guess we should keep ourselves in control, at least in front of Mera, Akashi whispered in a teasing tone right into Taiko's ear. She just hummed in acknowledgement before resting her head on his chest with closed eyes. I will have to reveal the deal with Death real soon, I hope Taiko will take it well, or at least without any major problems. Akashi thought while gently rubbing Taiko's back. 172:171 Volcanic Island. Akashi released Taiko from the hug and walked up to Mera, who was looking to the side the entire time they were hugging each other. Is it really so hard to bear the image of man and woman liking each other? Akashi asked with an amused tone. Of course not, I already grew accustomed to you too. Mera looked at him into eyes and replied without any problem. Then why were you avoiding us with your eyes? Akashi asked, shrugging his shoulders. Will you shut up? I came here out of the kindness of my heart to inform you and hand you a few items, not to watch you two getting all lovey-dovey, Mera said with a faint blush before showing off the bag she was holding in her hand. Akashi took the bag and looked questioningly at Mera. That bag contains 5 taigu. Mera said with a smile, and Akashi raised his eyebrows in surprise. He looked into the bag and recognized all of them since he already studied all records about taigu. What's that surprised expression for? Mera frowned and asked with a displeased tone since she took it in a bad way. Don't misunderstand, I only told you to kill them, I never mentioned you collecting their taigu, and to be honest, I thought that you would at least try a few of them before giving them to me, or maybe none of them were compatible with your group. Akashi quickly explained with a calm expression before asking with a teasing smile. We don't need to rely on powerful weapons. We haven't even tried any of them. Mera replied with a proud smile while trying to cover it with her hand. True, in that case, I thank you. Do you have anything you would like as an additional reward for this task? Akashi was really impressed by Mera's thoughtfulness, but he knew that she had some ulterior motive, or at least she wanted to raise the chances of her getting whatever she has in mind. Well, now that you ask, I saw what you have done with Taiko's weapon. Can you do something similar for me? However, I would like something special that would suit my style. Mera asked with a sly smile. Akashi already expected this conversation at one point, but he had no reason to refuse after what they have done for him. He eyes Mara up and down for a while. Why am I getting nervous? Mara suddenly grew a bit nervous under Akashi's intense stare. Actually, I can think of something that might suit you. Is that umbrella special to you in any way? Akashi asked while holding his chin. I guess it is, I have been using it for numerous years by now. Mara was slightly surprised when Akashi agreed, but she quickly recovered and replied while handing her umbrella to him without any hesitation. In the process, their hands even touched, but Mara herself completely ignored the fact. However, if it was her old self, she would be completely shocked by her own actions. Lesser Fear can be upgraded to Common Fear for 2.000 gold. Gold, 10.789? 8.789. Common Fear can be upgraded to Greater Fear for 5.000 gold. Ugh, money is always a problem. Every time I think that my business is making a lot, I always spend it in a matter of a few seconds. I can actually upgrade it to a Greater Fear and then upgrade her umbrella, but I am not sure if it's made of good enough materials. I am sure that for someone like Mara it must be made of superior materials, but it's still just an umbrella. Common Fear should be good enough for her. Akashi thought and decided against upgrading it any further. Alright, I am prepared. Keep at least 10 meters distance away from me. Akashi said with a frown. Wah. Wait, you are going to do that right now? What about any materials? Isn't this alchemy or something similar to it? Mara immediately questioned with a dumbfounded expression. Just follow my instructions. Akashi didn't bother to explain things, and both Taiko and Mara took a few steps back away from Akashi. Akashi held the umbrella in front of him in both hands. Do you wish to upgrade Mara's umbrella with the Common Fear for 1.500 gold? Gold, 8.789? 7.289. Energy, 860/1720. Akashi closed his eyes for a moment, and the next moment he abruptly opened them. An ominous red aura started spreading all around the umbrella, affecting the entire trio. What a killing intent! Mara exclaimed while keeping her hand in front of her eyes due to violent wind. Taiko hasn't said anything since she already experienced something similar, but her eyes still widened when she felt the potent killing intent. However, her expression quickly changed to concerned one, remembering that Akashi is closest to the source of this killing intent. Akashi himself had no problem staying calm under this amount of killing intent since he has killed a lot of humans and other creatures, and yet it hasn't affected his mind that much. As long as he didn't know the person, he could kill anyone in cold blood without any unnecessary thoughts. After a whole minute, the red ominous aura was gradually absorbed into the umbrella and Akashi handed it back to Mara. That's all? Mara asked with a curious expression while observing the umbrella. The only visible change is that its handle changed color from black to dark red. Try summoning your wrigglers and order them around. Akashi suggested, and Mara did as he said. Whoa, this is interesting. Mara exclaimed when her wrigglers were actually much faster, and it seems like she could also sense that their respective strong points became enhanced. Do you like it? It also has other functions on your enemy, but it's almost useless against someone strong and experienced. Akashi asked with a smile. Yeah, this is certainly something I can appreciate. I really like to use them more than fight on my own. Mara actually released a genuine smile without any sadistic or playful traces. Anyway, you look like you are planning to go somewhere. What are the plans? Mara also realized it, so she quickly changed the subject when she noticed a fairly big backpack on Akashi's back. Let me explain everything. Akashi didn't want to include matters with his death around Mara since he knew about her small crush, but he decided to go through it. When Taiko heard about the matter with his death, her expression winced a bit, but she hasn't said anything. Mara, who was quite master at reading from body language and micro-expressions, was aware of Taiko's worries. Mara was quite irritated when she heard that his death likes Akashi, so she decided to vent out. Taiko, are you truly alright with this? I can sense dissatisfaction from your expression. Mara asked with an amused expression while glancing at Akashi, who just let her talk without saying anything. There was a few seconds uncomfortable silence and tension began to rise. Even Mara was slightly surprised by this as she slowly began to regret what she has just said. It's called jealousy, Mara-sama. If I didn't feel any jealousy, it would only mean that I don't truly love Akashi. Taiko opened her mouth after a few seconds of silence just to say this with a faint smile and closed eyes while pressing her hands to her heart. Both Akashi and Mara were surprised by her words. Did she learn this from Chelsea? Both of them thought of the same thing. Akashi wanted to reassure Taiko, saying that he will marry her first no matter what, but he decided against it with a smile on his face. It actually made him happy that Taiko feels jealous about this and maybe even insecure when it comes to his death, but that only showed that she truly liked him, plus there was something else. Akashi noticed her determination in her eyes. It would be rude of him to reassure her, making it look like he has no faith in her. After this matter was solved, Akashi mentioned his plans for next 2 weeks and offered them to join him, but he still warned them that they will most likely be bored the entire time. Taiko instantly agreed since she got chance to spend more time with Akashi while Mera decided to tag along, feeling uneasy leaving Taiko alone with Akashi even though she was aware that Akashi will most likely spend all that time for training. Mera sent a message back to Orberga's hideout before they left on Kiyomi's back, flying towards the southwest. Kiyomi's stamina was actually probably the strongest point, therefore she was able to fly without any stops. It took them only a few hours before they found a few smaller islands with an active volcano. They even flew an entire hour over the ocean before finding a suitable place for Akashi's training, which just showed how far they are from the capital. After another hour passed by after they landed on the island with an active volcano. This island looks pretty good. Akashi nodded his head with a satisfied smile, standing among the numerous corpses of the danger beasts. There is also high activity of danger beasts. Mera added with a puzzled expression. I would have thought that they would try to run away from the active volcano. Taiko was also puzzled by this. Most of them can't swim, so they have no choice but to stay and pray. While there are still aerial danger beasts, it is because hunting for food became much easier for them due to chaos down here. They can also fly away whenever they want. Akashi said his conclusion while shrugging his shoulders, not bothered by this small fact. I hope you have an escape plan for us in case the volcano suddenly erupts. Mera frowned and said. Of course I have, however by the time it might erupt, I will most likely already be able to control it. Akashi reassured them with a faint smile. I see, so that's why you wanted to come here specifically. Mera muttered with a thoughtful expression. That, and also one more reason, but it's something you wouldn't understand even if I were to explain it to you. Akashi nodded his head before adding. Try me. Mera smirked and replied. To get into contact with certain someone or something. Akashi said with a smile, and as expected Mera had confused expression when she heard him. Anyway, let's set up camp near the entrance to the volcano. I already had Kiyomi fly around the volcano and find a few entrances. Akashi said as he turned around, intending to go through the jungle up to the volcano. Girls followed right after him while keeping glancing around for any potential danger. Northern lands, near the borders with northern tribe. Finally back. Esteth muttered while overlooking the plain covered under the snow. If she were to dig a few inches below the snow, she might even find some remains of the tents or other things. What an uncomfortable silence. Still, returning here surely brings back memories. I should focus on my training. I will use these 2 weeks wisely to get my body and mind into the perfect state. Esteth thought as her long blue hair was flying in the violent wind. It was also constantly snowing, but none of the snowflakes actually landed on her figure. It was as if they were avoiding her. 173:172 Training 1. Mera, Taiko, and Kiyomi remained in the temporary camp they have set up while Akashi decided to explore the inside of the volcano. There were numerous entrances, but Akashi chose where the hottest air came from to prevent from entering some cave with a dead end. When he arrived inside the volcano. This is certainly different from my old world. I doubt any of those volcanoes in my old world were this big and spacious inside. There are actually a few black rocks sticking out from the magma, which means that these aren't actual rocks, or otherwise they would have melted down by now. Akashi thought while looking around with sweat pouring down his face. He wasn't actually using his energy to regulate his body's temperature. Akashi tried if these rocks were solid before using them as a path to get even closer to the middle of the magma pool. Judging from this temperature, that magma is hotter than my flames, not by much, but it's still stronger, Akashi thought while getting on his both knees on a fairly larger and flat rock. The surface of the black rock itself was quite cold for something inside the volcano. Akashi decided to sit down in a cross-legged position and close his eyes. At first, he just kept feeling the temperature with a calm expression while the magma around him turned out a bit chaotic from time to time, making a little explosions, but none of the magma ever landed on him while he was sitting there. After a few hours, his body grew completely accustomed to the temperature, but when he brought his hand close to the magma, he still could feel higher temperature than his physical body most likely could withstand. No need to be impatient. I can't control this magma right now, but I should be able to recover my energy here much faster. Anyway, good thing that I only took my pants with me, or I would have nothing else to wear when outside. Akashi thought, completely drenched in sweat. He started to play around with his flames, however, instead of creating some small figures out of flames, he went big and created quite large figure of dragon above him before he began controlling the flames to keep the form of the dragon while flying all around inside the volcano. Energy, 1400/1720. Energy, 1420/1720. Energy, 1200/1720. Akashi's energy was being drained like crazy, but at the same time, it was being recovered at quite a fast rate. Akashi then summoned another dragon, the same as the one before, and controlled it with his other hand. After around a half hour passed by. Huff huff hee hee, this is actually enjoyable, I should have done it much sooner, Akashi muttered when he was completely exhausted. There was even steam coming out of his body as his sweat was being evaporated. Looks like the sweat on this black rock is actually not evaporating. I guess it's being protected since the rock itself is quite cold compared to the surroundings, Akashi thought while looking right in front of him while supporting his body with his hands. After another half hour passed by, Akashi's energy was once again fully restored. Energy, 1730/1730. Just one attempt was enough to increase my overall energy. This is something that happened only rarely, so I abandoned the idea of increasing it by exhausting myself since my energy was always recovering at a slow rate. Well, not exactly slow but definitely slow compared to the rate in this place, Akashi thought with a wide smile. One more time before going back to rehydrate. I can actually survive for the whole weeks without any nutrition, but I am sweating too much here, and this time it isn't even because of the temperature but because of how much I must concentrate. Akashi muttered with a tired expression, but an excited smile was still across his face. Akashi once again repeated the process, but this time he was trying to control those dragons only with help of a few fingers instead of the entire hand. He had to concentrate even more on this. His fingers were occasionally trembling, but he managed to control those dragons and fly around with them until he once again became totally exhausted. Energy, 50/1740. Akashi got up to his feet and almost lost balance, so he had to put his hands on his knees for a few seconds before straightening up. He turned around and carefully got back to the entrance to the cave which he used before to get here. At the camp, Mara and Tycho kept talking to each other while Mara was also slowly preparing her to overtake her position in the future. Akashi. Tycho suddenly sensed someone coming out of the cave, and when she turned her head with sharp eyes, her expression softened as her eyes widened when she noticed Akashi, who was completely drenched in sweat with a tired expression. What kind of setup is that? Mara thought while looking at shirtless Akashi. At the time he was leaving them, she actually already saw him without the shirt, but this time he looked much different with so much sweat dripping from his body. I am going to sleep for 4 hours before going back there, Akashi said before he took a bottle of water out of nowhere, which surprised Tycho and Mara, but they didn't question it since he looked really tired. He gulped down the entire bottle before throwing it at the ground nearby. He approached his blanket and just dropped down at it face first. Tycho wanted to approach him to check on him, but Mara grabbed her hand. When Tycho wanted to question her, Mara shook her head and pointed at Akashi's face. He was already asleep in a matter of a few seconds with a peaceful smile on his face. Interesting smile, so he can also smile this way, hey. Mara thought with an amused expression before going back to exploring all powers of her newly upgraded umbrella. However, something happened that caused Mara to widen her eyes. She actually saw some small bug landing on Akashi's back just to get instantly evaporated. She got up and approached Akashi, which alarmed Tycho, who frowned at this. Mara gestured Tycho to keep quiet when she was finally standing above Akashi. Mara crouched down and tried to put her index finger on Akashi's back, but once she made contact with his back, she had to quickly retract her hand. When she looked at the tip of her index finger, she actually saw that it was slightly burned. Is this blanket made of danger beast's hide to withstand such temperature? Maybe it's just his back. Mara thought and moved his bangs away to touch his forehead, but that wasn't as hot as his back. After finally confirming this detail, she got up to her feet and came back just to find Tycho glaring at her. Hehe, you are actually a jealous type, aren't you? What would you do if I actually got up and went to lie down next to him? Mara asked with a teasing smile. Of course I would have stopped you, since it could be considered as sexual harassment. In case you had Akashi's permission, I would have just glared at you to make sure you wouldn't be able to enjoy it. Tycho closed her eyes and replied with a composed expression and calm tone. To be able to answer this with such a composed face, that's one of many reasons why I love you, Tycho. In case you are worried about his death, I can only say that she is a formidable opponent for you. However, I can see how Akashi looks at you, so I think you are winning this battle, Mara said with an amused smile. Tycho didn't reply but instead opened her eyes and stared deeply at the ground in front of her. Are you worried about the future? You still have to learn a lot about love, even though I don't really like to call relationship between man and woman love. Instead of worrying, you should be training at all kinds of things you might need in the future. Mara saw through Tycho's thoughts and reassured. Training? Like at what? Tycho raised her head at Mara and asked with a confused expression. Let's start with cooking. You only know how to make poison, but I can combine that poison with any food and make it taste absolutely delicious. I can teach you if you want. Mara bragged about her skills while winking at Tycho. Teach me how to cook and not how to combine poison with food to make it taste delicious, I hope. Tycho said while giving Mara a side glance. Of course, there are many things I can teach you. Mara said with a confident smile. When exactly 4 hours passed by, Akashi opened his eyes as if he had an alarm in his head before he got into a sitting position. He took some dried meat out of his inventory. He quickly ate before getting up and returning back to the volcano without waking the girls up. There was no need for any of them to stay at night watch due to Akashi's summoned danger beasts. Akashi once again performed the same training, but it was becoming easier and easier, so he started controlling them with his arms folded, only with his mind alone. Akashi once again spent there a few hours before returning back to the camp, and like this, the entire process repeated itself for the entire 7 days while Akashi was constantly changing the way he was controlling his flames, and he also began changing the form of those flames into a phoenix and making the flames much denser, which in return made it harder to control. Energy, 2000/2000. Akashi was once again sitting in a cross-legged position with closed eyes on the same black rock in the middle of the magma pool. However, this time he wasn't wasting his energy and instead he was just sitting with his eyes closed. Akashi's subconsciousness. This room. Akashi happened to appear inside the room where he got trapped in his past life, which made him narrow his eyes. You were actually able to come here much sooner than I anticipated, interesting. This voice, why do I feel like I have already heard it somewhere? Akashi thought when he heard a deep voice resound in the sealed room. He actually couldn't pinpoint the location of this voice, but it's not like he couldn't sense everything within the relatively small room. You came here to seek the power, isn't that so? The deep voice asked with an amused tone. Not really, Akashi said while shrugging his shoulders. What about his death? You are really confident in winning against her, aren't you? It's the truth that you are stronger than her in physical strength, but her powers are actually tricky, and to be honest, they are much better than yours due to defensive elements. Your powers can only block some projectiles, however they can't block someone's physical attack from near you, neither they will be able to stop her attacks. The deep voice said. Great, another freak who can read my mind. Akashi thought while rolling his eyes. Haha, to call me a freak, of course, I can read your mind when I am part of you. If I am a freak, then what are you? 174:173 Training 2. Akashi narrowed his eyes before sitting down, leaning his back against the small altar in the middle of the room. That blood I have drunk before was yours, wasn't it? Akashi said with an emotionless tone after a few seconds of silence. Oh ho? You are indeed different to be able to come to such a conclusion within a few seconds. Most humans would just panic in such situations as you are in. The voice sounded impressed by Akashi's calmness. To be honest, previously I thought that you are very suitable to accept my legacy, but now that I see you, you are too calm to realize its true potential. Someone more hot-blooded would be much better in realizing its potential. The voice sounded a bit sad. You know, talking with the air is anything but sane. Akashi said jokingly, and after a few seconds, walls, ceiling, and even the ground changed to mirrors. However, instead of mirrors reflecting his real appearance, what appeared in front of him was him covered in red scales and full samurai mask with big fangs and horns on his face. No, that's not my mask but my real face if you really want to ask, the voice replied to what Akashi was thinking about. I see, you are very handsome, excuse me, you were very handsome. The girls probably followed everywhere you went, right? Akashi smirked and asked. Stupid jokes, are you intending to joke even while fighting us death? I must admit that she is the strongest woman I have ever met, and I have lived for a long time enough to meet a lot of scary and strong women. She knows how to realize the true potential of her powers, not to mention, her powers are combined with a bit of our power, which makes it more immune to your weak flames. Not to mention, in frontal confrontation of your flames against her solid ice, she will win due to its solid nature. You can make your flame solid, but you have to control it and it drains you much faster. So now it's our power, hey? Akashi thought with a smile. Look, stop beating around the bush. Tell me if you are trying to help me or trying to undermine my confidence and take over my body. Akashi replied with a bored expression. Humph. I am trying to help you realize your weaknesses when it comes to us death. You should already be aware that you won't win in a battle of powers, you have the opportunity only in a physical confrontation. I can teach you how to discard using your power of flames and bring your physical capabilities to yet another level. The voice said angrily. Wait, you are the one who commanded flames first and you want me to abandon it and turn it into physical strength? Haha, are you sure you are real and not just a fraud? Akashi actually genuinely laughed at his words. My flames used to be much stronger than yours, so that's why I am doing this. You are simply below me in that regard, so I have to use another way for you. I have no need of your help because you already helped me enough by showing me your true form. Akashi said and got up, slowly approaching the wall of mirrors in front of him. Wait. The voice sounded panicked and suddenly someone put their hand on Akashi's shoulder to stop him. So you can materialize yourself without me, hey? Akashi muttered while turning to the side to look at the figure similar to him with red skin covered in red scales and with a full samurai mask-like face. You might lose if you leave without gaining anything from me. Akashi opened his mouth to say something, but he stopped before his mouth curled up in a nasty smile which alarmed even the figure in front of him. Splash thud, suddenly a cut-off arm has fallen on the ground. Don't touch me without my permission. Akashi said while looking at him with an apathetic look in his eyes before he turned around to walk up to the wall full of mirrors. You. Where did that sword appear from? The figure asked angrily while holding what was remaining from its cut-off arm. Have you forgotten? This is my subconsciousness, you are just a part of me and not me. I am the king here, not you. Akashi replied before slashing with his red sword the wall of mirrors in front of him. Suddenly, instead of the previous wall, there was nothing, just pitch black. Akashi didn't hesitate at all and just walked in. You will lose. Akashi was still able to catch the voice shouting at him before he disappeared from the room. Reality. Huff. Akashi opened his eyes and his breath was slightly ragged. He looked down at the ground and released a slightly helpless smile. He knew what that creature meant by him losing. The creature itself knew about Akashi's capabilities and also about Estetha's personality. Just defeating her alone won't be enough, I need to entertain her but also show her that she should never go against me when I turn serious, and in this state, as am I right now, I am not sure if I can completely dominate her in this upcoming battle. Akashi thought and got near the edge of the black stone, still on his knees, he leaned forward and extended his hands towards the magma, stopping just a few inches above it. I can still feel its heat. It's not as hot as before but I will probably still feel very uncomfortable if I won't protect my body with my energy, however, that's the point. If I will be protecting myself from it, it's the same as rejecting it. Akashi thought. Here goes nothing. Splash. Akashi muttered and closed his eyes before he let the gravity do its job and let him fall inside the magma. His face immediately winced in pain but he remained still. It feels like my skin is turning red from all the heat, it's like a high temperature can't kill me but I can still suffer. The deeper I sink, the hotter magma gets, this pool is actually quite deep. Akashi thought without moving an inch while he was slowly sinking deeper where the temperature was even higher and more unbearable. After a few minutes of slowly sinking deeper, Akashi finally wanted to take a break so he slowly got up to the surface. Akashi looked down at his body and saw that his skin was slightly in orange color but ever since he came back to the surface, the orange color was slowly fading away. Fuck, I should have taken off my pants before jumping in. Akashi cursed inwardly when he noticed that he was completely naked. He actually tried to protect his pants with his energy but it was something completely different from protecting it from his flames. Wait, clothes. Akashi's eyes shined for a split second before he jumped back to the pool of magma. He continued training this way for 2 more days and whenever he came out of the cave to reassure girls, he always stayed a big distance away from them and always warned them not to approach him. The first time Mara saw him walking out without his pants and with only flames acting as a curtain around his private parts, she looked away with a faint blush but she didn't act in an awkward way. Taiko on the other hand acted completely normal if not a little confused at most. The next day, 5 more days before meeting with his death. Akashi returned to the inside of the volcano and immediately jumped down to the magma. Just a few days and I can already call this surface of this magma cold. Akashi thought while he was helping himself to sink faster because the temperature above was too cold for him. He has yet to hit the bottom of this volcano and he even spent more than 30 minutes of slowly sinking down, today it was his goal to hit the bottom. In less than 20 minutes Get broke through his record and began feeling uncomfortable once again but he completely ignored it. After another 20 minutes, he had to grit his teeth in pain as his entire body started burning in pain while he couldn't even collect his thoughts due to an immense headache. When Akashi was thinking about going back to try again after a little break, he recalled the creature's words. Hot-blooded, hey? Fuck you. Akashi gritted his teeth even more as he sped up but instead of going up, he went straight down. As he kept sinking deeper, he could feel his arms slowly changing in very painful manner, however, Akashi's body and mind grew almost completely numb of the feeling named pain. And before he knew that, his arms suddenly touched something more solid than just magma however he could feel his hands slowly sinking into it but he was absolutely sure that he wouldn't be able to swim in that mass so he was finally able to return. Unfortunately, on the way down, he was completely numb to the pain but suddenly when he wanted to go up, he started feeling it again but it was at least 20 times worse than when he stopped feeling it. He caught his head as he felt something connecting with his upper face. He actually already completely stopped feeling pain in his arms but until now he just thought that it was due to them growing numb to it once again but he realized that he could move them without any restraint which wouldn't be possible if that was the case. Also felt something sticking out of his elbow. He already ignored any heat which was enough to completely scorch the human's body within the milliseconds. After around 10 minutes, the pain on his face subdued as he felt that something finalized connecting to his face and then he felt immense pain on his chest as if something began growing there however the real pin has yet to come. When Akashi felt as if something was drilling its way to his heart he actually no longer managed to keep his eyes closed as he opened them wide before narrowing them in pain. If he wasn't in such extreme pain he would have thought why he can have his eyes open without protecting it from the magma with his energy. There is really a hole in my chest. Akashi thought when the pain eased up a bit and when he actually put his hand on his chest, he felt a small hole in it however he didn't dare to put his hand inside. After that, the lower part of his legs and feet came to the turn but this pain compared what he felt a few minutes ago was completely nothing. The camp outside. Do you think Akashi is alright? He is there for already 3 days straight without coming back. Taiko asked with a concerned expression while fidgeting around, it has actually been 3 days since Akashi went to the volcano. As of now, he should be alright since his danger beasts are behaving as usual. Mera replied rationally while pointing at Kiyomi staring at the entrance to the volcano. But wasn't Kiyomi acting weird yesterday? Taiko asked with a worried expression. Her micro-expression actually didn't make any sense, which made me worried for a bit, but it gradually became better and now she just keeps staring at the entrance. I think that something major happened to Akashi, but his life shouldn't be in danger judging how Kiyomi recovered so quickly. Mera answered with a calm tone and expression. That's easy for you to stay calm, he isn't your boyfriend. Taiko muttered with a resentful tone, but she quickly regretted it. Mera actually frowned before slightly sad expression appeared on her face. Just because I am keeping calm facade doesn't mean I am not worried. She muttered while looking at the ground, hiding her expression behind her hair. Mera-sama, I am sorry, I didn't mean. Taiko quickly wanted to apologize when she realized she overstepped her boundaries and when she decided to vent her frustration on someone close to her without any reason. Rumble A ground started to shake, but it was gradually increasing on its strength. Both Mera and Taiko got to their feet as their eyes widened. Don't tell me it's going to erupt right now. Mera muttered with an irritated expression while biting her lower lip. 175:174 Final preparations. Rumble the ground began to shake violently and Kiyomi quickly arrived near Taiko and Mir, who still had dumbfounded expression while looking at the volcano. Kiyomi started pulling Taiko's sleeve with her beak, which finally woke her up. Do you want us to leave? But what about Akashi? Taiko exclaimed when she felt Kiyomi's intentions. If she wants us to leave, that means that Akashi's life isn't in danger, plus there isn't anything we can do. He is the one who can control flames, we are just humans in front of active volcano. Mera also recovered and explained while jumping on Kiyomi's back and extending her hand towards Taiko. Taiko gritted her teeth and grabbed Mera's hand and got up on Kiyomi's back before they took off, leaving all unimportant things in the camp. When they were safe distance above the island, the volcano finally erupted as surges of lava started spewing everywhere and all danger beasts started to run towards the edge of the island. Where is he? Taiko kept attentively observing everything happening, not to miss a single detail. There. Mera pointed over Taiko's shoulder towards the figure that just burst out from the volcano along the lava. Kiyomi quickly flew down to catch Akashi and the girls helped by catching him. They put him down on their thighs. Mera wasn't really thinking about those things in such dangerous situations and just let Akashi rest on her thighs. Taiko actually glared at her for a split second, but she quickly turned to Akashi to check on him. Cough huff huff haha. Akashi was out of the breath, but he still found the strength to laugh a bit. Where did those clothes came from? Only now Mera noticed that Akashi was actually wearing strange clothes that completely didn't suit his style of clothing he always wore. He was currently wearing a big, open, long-sleeved black shirt, exposing his bare chest. Then he was wearing dark blue pants, both of the clothes were tied together by a pure crimson belt. Taiko glanced at Mera with a strange look for questioning his clothes instead of making sure he is alright. Akashi, are you alright? Taiko asked gently as she put her hand behind his head to support it, and with the other hand, she kept caressing his cheek. Never been better, sorry for worrying you, you too Mera, Akashi said while looking at Taiko before he also glanced at Mera with a teasing smile. Humph, if you are fine then everything is alright. Mera said and threw her head to the side, avoiding eye contact with him. However, Akashi completely ignored her words as he looked in front of him, at the sky. Special class, Kagatsuki, 60 cha, 30 int, 20 const, 10 str, 10 agi, inactive. Strength, 47, 95. Agility, 50, 96. Intelligence, 50, 89. Constitution, 48, 88. Charisma, 40, 106. Free stat points, 18. Health, 159/1000. Energy, 0/2500. If I already had confidence in winning without training and by expecting a big improvement from his death, right now I can say that I will truly let her feel how it feels to be dominated. Akashi thought with a wide smile while looking at the inactive status of his new special class. He looks completely the same as before if I don't count his clothes, so why does he feel so different? Why does it feel like I want to respect him even more? What the hell is this? Mera thought while frowning. She was completely confused by this huge change in Akashi's presence. Kiyomi, let's fly back, Akashi muttered in low voice before closing his eyes out of the exhaustion. The only thing that was keeping him awake was adrenaline, but that already disappeared under Taiko's gently caressing of his cheek. Sai looks like he is fine, Taiko sighed in relief before pulling Akashi's head to her ample chest with closed eyes. After seeing this, even Mera, who was playing to be indifferent, couldn't help but smile a bit. Be careful not to suffocate him in his sleep, Mera said with a teasing smile, and Taiko quickly put him back down on her thighs with a faint blush on her face while folding her arms right under her breasts. When Akashi woke up, he noticed that he was already lying on the bed in his room in the capital. He could hear low voices behind the door talking. He immediately recognized them as Taiko and his parents, to which he began holding his head with an already tired expression just from what was about to happen when they get to know he is awake. Coincidentally, after enjoying 5 minutes of lazily lying in the bed, his parents and Taiko walked in, noticing that he is finally awake. Akashi! All of them exclaimed as Taiko ran to his bed. Yo, Akashi said while holding up his hand in greeting. His father chuckled, but his mother actually got a bit mad. Don't yo me! This was the first sentence he heard before Akashi turned off his mind to ignore the rest of her ranting. Understood. Finally, his mother ended and asked something he completely ignored. Yes, I love you, Akashi said with an innocent smile, and his mother actually couldn't help but gently smile at him, which completely shocked Taiko and Akashi's father. Didn't he completely ignore her? June thought, since it was more than evident from Akashi's expression, but when he said those words, his mother completely turned over a new leaf. Akashi is so close to his parents. It's actually nice to see this. Taiko thought with a slightly sad smile, since she was an orphan and didn't even remember her parents. Anyway, is this your girlfriend? Akashi's mother, Ember, questioned with a frown while putting her hands on her hips. Sigh, let's get over this quickly, Akashi thought and got up from his bed, standing next to Taiko. Yes. Akashi replied without any hesitation as he wrapped his arms around Taiko's waist and pulled her towards him. This act caught her off guard a bit as a faint blush appeared on her face, but she still wrapped her arm around Akashi to show that it's the truth. Why the hell hadn't you told me about little Taiko sooner? We already had a nice talk with each other and I know her origin, I would have never cared about her origin. Ember questioned with an upset expression. Oh my god. Akashi actually rolled his eyes, which made his mother narrow her eyes. It was because I always had something in my mind. I completely forgot about it, but I planned to tell you about it sooner or later. Akashi replied with a helpless smile as he kept hugging Taiko. Sigh, alright, what about that nice woman who also arrived with you? Ember asked with narrowed eyes and a sly smile. Oh, you mean Mara, she is, friend. Akashi replied a bit awkwardly, since their relationship should be just strictly professional, but in truth, it was quite complicated with everything that happened, so he just called her a friend. His parents wanted to ask him more, but Akashi quickly explained that he has to be somewhere in one day, so it would be better if he could leave right now. They were quite dissatisfied by him leaving right after arriving, but they simply let him do whatever he wants since he is an adult. Hey, are you sure you want to go with me and Taiko? She might even attack you. Akashi asked while giving Mara a weird look. Please, what happened between me and Esteth was a long time ago. I bet she doesn't care about that anymore. Plus I want to see this battle of yours. I even prepared some things just in case the battle will get too intense. Mara said with a smile while showing me a little flask filled with light blue liquid. Fine, Akashi nodded his head since he had no real reason to refuse and he didn't care as long as she won't intervene. I still have 2 more people I can take with me, should I take Ichika and Kurome? Nah, Ichika is too busy with the kids and it seems like she is really enjoying playing their foster mother. Then I guess Kurome and Pony. Akashi thought and told Mara and Taiko to wait for him for a bit. He went to ask both Kurome and Pony if they want to join him and they enthusiastically agreed. Although Pony was still acting a bit awkward, she still wanted to come with him. A few thousands of kilometers away from the capital, at the enormous plains. Esteth was the first to come to this place and she also eradicated all danger beasts living in these plains filled with small hills and natural stone pillars erected from the ground. She was currently sitting on the big ice sculpture of the danger beast with a bored expression while supporting her head with her hand. He is finally here. Esteth raised her head when she noticed some people approaching her location and her eyes shined in light blue color and an excited smile appeared on her face when she saw Akashi. Sorry if I am a bit late, Akashi apologized with a smile when he arrived close enough to talk. You aren't late, I was here just too early. Anyway, I don't mind the audience, but, what the hell is she doing here? Esteth replied and then narrowed her eyes while pointing at Mara who was standing next to Akashi. This expression, it's not a hate pointed towards me because of what I have done in the past but something else. Let's try something. Mara immediately released a sly smile as he was touching her lower lip with her index finger when she noticed Esteth's expression. What do you mean, Esteth? Am I not allowed to be here to watch my future husband's battle? Mara asked while giving Esteth a weird look as she wrapped both of her arms around Akashi, testing her head on his shoulder. Both Taiko and Esteth glared at her while Esteth began releasing her cold aura around her. Wah! While Pony and Kurome were completely confused by these events. They were already aware of who those two are and who Taiko specifically is, that's why they were confused by Mara's act that truly looked believable. Only Akashi alone had blank expression on his face as he was being hugged by Mara. Now that I think about it, why are there only women around me? No, for real, what is this? Do I really have no male friends? Well, I talked quite a lot with Daniel but that's all. Akashi began contemplating what he has done wrong in his life while tension between Mara, Esteth, and Taiko began to rise. Esteth also noticed Taiko's competitiveness so she looked at her as if she was daring her to introduce herself. I am Taiko of Orberg and also Akashi's wife-to-be, Taiko said without any hesitation while staring into Estetha's cold blue eyes without any fear. When Taiko said this, Mara finally stopped hugging Akashi as she pouted, muttering something along the lines, "You are no fun." I see, so she was just fooling around. Esteth muttered and began observing Taiko from head to toe. Alright, enough, are you ready, Esteth? Akashi stopped them from doing anything before their battle and then he asked with a serious expression. More than ever before. Esteth replied with a wide smile in anticipation. Good, please go very far away from here. Akashi turned to the girls that came here with him and ordered them to keep their distance. They wished him good luck while hopping onto Kiyomi's back and she took them to a distant hill from where they could watch the entire battle from a relatively safe distance. 176:175 Akashi vs Esteth. Looks like you had your own fun before I arrived. Akashi said with a smile while looking at numerous corpses of the danger beasts and ice sculptures. Her eyes changed the shade of its color a bit, it's almost impossible to notice it with the naked eye, but she definitely improved from the last time I saw her using her powers. Akashi thought while narrowing his eyes at the ice sculptures. Nah, it was just a little warm-up before the main event. Anyway, what has happened to your clothes? Esteth replied with a sadistic smile. Even she noticed changes in Akashi's aura, but all she could see with her eyes that changed on him was his clothes. He is usually a serious person who likes to wear formal clothes, but this loose black shirt that is open at his torso is completely opposite to what he likes to wear. Esteth frowned as she began to observe Akashi and his changes. Akashi sensed her intense stare, so he turned from the ice sculptures at her with a carefree smile without replying. That smile alone was enough to make her narrow her eyes in caution. Shall we start? Esteth asked, pointing her palm at Akashi, and thousands of small ice spikes appeared behind her. Ha, I thought you would have never asked. Akashi replied with a small grin, and as he stretched out his arm and pointed his palm to the side, a raging sea of flames appeared behind him. Then let me have the honor of having the first move. Esteth shouted, and her sadistic smile only widened as she waved her hand towards Akashi and thousands of ice spikes were shot towards Akashi. Feel free. Akashi pointed his hand in front of him and the flames behind him moved forward, even enveloping him in the process, but not even his clothes were damaged. The thickness of that wall of fire was several meters. When Estetha's ice spikes made contact with Akashi's wall of flames, they quickly melted after traveling a certain distance within the wall. 1 meter thickness is more than enough against such small ice spikes. Akashi quickly judged and reduced the thickness of the wall, which considerably saved him the energy. Energy, 2480/2500. It looks like I have won this exchange, it's my turn now. Akashi said with a confident smile and put his index finger and middle finger together and pointed at the flames in front of him. Esteth frowned, displeased that her attack did absolutely no damage, but she turned quite cautious when she noticed Akashi's actions. Akashi gently and slowly flicked his 2 fingers up. Screech! The entire wall of flames took a form of a small phoenix and flew right at Esteth. Esteth narrowed her eyes, and when the phoenix was close enough, she jumped to the back, making phoenix miss and slowly crashing into the ground, but before it made contact with the ground, Akashi released a nasty smile and Esteth shuddered a bit seeing his smile. Snap bang! Akashi snapped his fingers and the small phoenix exploded and a cloud of dust appeared after the explosion. Whoosh! Esteth leaped out of that cloud of dust with one hand pointing close in front of her and slightly cracked ice shield connected to her hand. Phantom Strike. Energy, 2420/2500. Whoosh! The sound of sword tearing through the air resounded behind Esteth, which made her glance behind her. You haven't forgotten about me, right? Akashi asked with a smile as his sword was about to touch Estetha's back, but his eyebrow raised when he saw her another hand behind her back. Clash! The sword made of ice blocked Akashi's sword. Hearing the sound, Esteth couldn't help but release an even more excited smile. How could I? I want to make you mine, of course, I will never forget about you. Esteth replied and made her ice shield connected to her right hand in front to crack down before pointing the palm of her right hand towards Akashi's torso before ice spear began quickly growing in front of her palm. Akashi was planning to use his physical strength to overpower her, but he changed his plans when he saw her counter-attack. He enveloped his free hand in flames and struck it towards the ice spear, aiming to pierce his torso. Bang! The explosion once again happened when his hand and her ice spear met. When both of them leaped out of the smoke, both of them had light bruises on their respective hands. Health, 998/1000. Both of them raised their heads, and when their eyes met, both of them chuckled. I have lost this exchange, Esteth thought with a slightly irritated smile. Why would she say that when both were injured? It was because Akashi used his own hand to block it while Estetha's hand was quite far away from the supposed impact. In her mind, he should have been injured more if she was to be the one who won that exchange. Let me see how you intend on dealing with these. Esteth drew her rapier and pointed it at Akashi before ice sculptures in the form of cavalry started appearing all around her. The cavalry made of ice dashed towards Akashi, who didn't wait for them and charged forward to meet them head-on with a curious smile on his face. When the first spear attacked him from the ice horse with the upper body of human instead of its head, Akashi leaned forward, narrowly dodging it before slashing his own sword, cutting its human's body part from its horse's part of the body. 1. Akashi muttered, and he already had to take one small step backward to dodge another spear coming front his right side before he jumped towards his new attacker and put his hand on the face of the human part of the body, completely engulfing it in flames within a second. Akashi frowned since they were much more resistant to his flames than any other of Asthetha's creations. While he was thinking, he sensed at least 5 attacks from different directions, so he decided to jump away from his location before he would be completely surrounded. Got you! Asteth said with an excited smile, and Akashi looked below him just to see the ground shining in cold blue light before numerous ice spikes erected from the ground. However, Akashi just smiled and remained in the air with the wings formed out of his flames on his back. Nice try, but that won't be enough to catch me off guard. Akashi said with a smirk towards Asteth, who widened her eyes while standing on the ground, looking up at him. Wah! Haha, it looks like our minds work alike, both of us created a lot of similar techniques. Asteth released a hearty laugh and a few pieces of ice appeared around her wrists and ankles before she began to float as well. On the hill. What the hell are we even watching? All of them were immersed in watching the fight, but when Pony saw both of them float in the air, she couldn't help but mutter with open mouth. Battle between 2 monsters, of course, Fufu Mera replied naturally and covered her mouth with her hand while laughing. Only one monster, Akashi Nii-sama, is completely normal yet stronger than that mad woman, Kurome said while hugging her katana. Are you sure about that? Mera asked with a particular smile. What do you know? Kurome frowned and asked Mera when she saw her smile, and everyone else also directed their attention to Mera. Since I am the most rational and experienced of all of you girls, he decided to tell me a secret. Mera said with a teasing smile which made everyone glare at her with a hostile intention. Calm down, he actually told me to prepare you for what's to come. Mera quickly calmed them down when she sensed the danger from all directions and decided to proceed with the explanation. Back to the battle. Akashi looked down and saw hundreds of ice cavalry waiting for him there. He was aware that aerial battle would be much easier for him instead of getting rid of them, but he wasn't trying to get a win here. He was here to literally conquer Asteth and show her that none of her moves are significant against him. He raised his head to look at Asteth floating in the air. Shall we start making some bigger moves from now on? Akashi asked, but he didn't wait for her answer before he pointed his index finger towards the sky, and on tip of his finger, a ball of fire started to quickly enlarge itself before it became as big as 1-2 houses. Akashi swung his finger down at ice cavalry and the entire ball of fire flew down at them. Bang rumble, the debris of the ground flew everywhere as did the chunks of ice. Is that magma? Asteth thought when she noticed some kind of denser liquid of orange and black color scorching the ground and her cavalry. Akashi actually put in the middle of the ball a bit of magma to make the destruction much bigger. Were you always able to use the magma? Asteth stopped floating and descended on the ground while asking with a frown. Her balance was slightly unstable, which means that she hasn't perfected her flying technique yet. I should just follow her example, Akashi thought with a smirk before he also descended on the ground. Nope, Akashi shortly replied, and then with one hand he stroked along the entire blade of his sword. The blade in return caught on fire. Phantom Strike. Energy, 2340/2500. He didn't wait for her answer and moved in an instant behind her while slashing at her back with his flaming sword. Tisk-Asteth clicked her tongue and quickly turned around while parrying Akashi's attack to the side, which made the entire ground in 10 meters distance completely scorched. However, by parrying his attack, Asteth gained a chance to counter-attack, so she struck her rapier towards Akashi's shoulder. Akashi already anticipated her counter-attack, so he quickly struck her rapier with his own sword to the side, which in return left a long straight line of the hard ice covering the ground and freezing all plants. This time, both of them drew their hands back and performed slash attack, Asteth in a vertical motion and Akashi in a horizontal motion. Whoosh! When their attacks met each other, their auras also clashed. They were so dense and fierce that it allowed for even other people to see their pure, fierce crimson and cold light blue auras clashing with each other. In terms of auras, Akashi's aura was slowly overpowering Asteth's, but Asteth wasn't going down easily. The results were similar even in their physical exchange, where Akashi had a relaxed smile and held his head high while Asteth's hand was actually shaking, trying to overpower Akashi while gritting her teeth, but the smile on her face never disappeared. Are you having fun, my Asteth? Akashi asked with a teasing tone. Asteth actually didn't reply and only frowned, sensing some hidden meaning in my words. Fun comes first, then comes despair, Akashi thought with a slightly crazy smile as he widened his eyes and pushed his sword with even greater strength. Creak. Asteth's eyes widened when she felt the disparity between their physical strength as she began being pushed back by Akashi. Even her weapon was slowly nearing her face. I can't win the frontal confrontation. Asteth wasn't only battle junkie who fought without thinking, she was able to admit minor defeat for the sake of the major victory. Asteth used her all strength to push Akashi's weapon to the side before finally letting go under the pressure of his strength. Bang! Both of their weapons slashed the ground, making debris fly around. Esteth let go of her weapon, which slightly surprised Akashi, but when he saw her putting both of her hands together and sensing large amounts of her aura gathering in the area of her hands, he quickly kicked off the ground to the back. Mahaptama, Esteth muttered as a large amount of blue aura concentrated in her hands began to spread to all locations at extremely fast speed. 177:176 bringing her home to the battlefield. Mahaptama, Esteth muttered as a large amount of blue aura concentrated in her hands began to expand to all locations at extremely fast speed. Fire form. Energy, 2290/2500. Akashi didn't hesitate and his entire body became transparent before becoming just pure flames, but these flames were very different from the others. They had a pure crimson color, no shade of orange. The blue aura quickly enveloped him and he felt a heavy pressure on his body which slowed his movements, but it wasn't anything drastic. I thought that she would perform large-scale destructive skill, but it was most likely supposed to freeze the time. I could have just enveloped my body with my aura and endure it for a bit, since such a large amount of energy she had to gather, she won't be able to maintain it for a long time. Akashi thought that he made a little mistake by being too cautious. Therefore he cancelled his skill not to waste more energy than needed, since maintenance of such skill also cost something. You can move. Esteth exclaimed with a shocked expression, but she quickly kicked off the ground, not sparing any second to attack him. The ground under Akashi glowed in blue light, so he quickly jumped to the side before the ice spikes erected at the previous position he was standing at. Esteth meanwhile appeared in front of Akashi and struck her rapier towards his midsection. My body feels heavier, but her impatience makes it easy for me to read her attacks, Akashi thought, and struck her rapier slightly to the side while also turning his torso to the side to dodge her piercing attack. When he dodged her attack, he took a step forward closer to her and thrust his other hand towards her neck. Esteth moved her head to the back and grit her teeth while watching his nearing flaming hand. Esteth stomped her right foot and a large pillar suddenly was erected behind Akashi. Unfortunately for him, he was right at the edge of the pillar, so he was taken to the sky with it. She is really good, but her techniques are ineffective against me, Akashi thought while regaining his balance on the ice pillar. He looked down from it at Esteth's figure and jumped down from more than 100 meters height, and before he landed, he activated his wings to lighten his fall. Since this is useless against him, there is no need to waste even more of my energy on it, Esteth thought with a displeased frown while watching Akashi land in kneeling position before standing up. She cancelled her own technique and pressure around Akashi's body disappeared. On the hill. What? All girls exclaimed at the same time when they blinked, and suddenly a large ice pillar appeared on the battlefield and even Akashi and Esteth's positions completely changed. I see, so that was it. Mara muttered with a thoughtful expression when she recalled the memory before blinking when she saw blue light around Esteth's hands. Girls immediately looked at her with questioning gazes and she slowly explained her hypothesis of Esteth slowing time or maybe completely freezing it. Akashi wasn't affected by it, most likely because his powers are exactly opposite to it. He might have been hindered somehow, but that should be all, judging that nothing really happened between them, no new injuries or anything. Mara said while holding her chin and watching destructive exchanges between Akashi and Esteth. When one of them attacked, the ground around them was either scorched or frozen. Back to the battle. Esteth jumped to the sky and snapped her fingers, making a large meteor made of ice appear in the sky, falling down on Akashi with Esteth standing on top of it. Akashi looked up while standing still before narrowing his eyes. His vertical pupils suddenly became enlarged. Useless! Akashi shouted with an arrogant smirk. Absolute dominance activated. Ha! When the meteor was above his head, he punched up. Crack! Esteth was surprised when Akashi actually decided to defend against her attack with his physical strength alone, but she was even more surprised when the entire meteor stopped more than 2 meters above the ground while cracks started quickly spreading on its surface. Esteth decided to quickly jump down from it, and as she did, the entire meteor crumbled down into the chunks of ice. The chunks of ice started falling down all around Akashi's figure. On the hill. You are kidding, right? Pony muttered with a disbelieving expression while her eyes were shaking when she saw Akashi actually catching the enormous meteor with only one hand. Are you still saying that he isn't monster despite not seeing his trump card? Mara asked with a slightly helpless smile when she saw this. Kurome kept quiet and only continued observing the fight with all her attention focused on it with her lips slightly parted. I wouldn't be able to keep up with her. Kurome thought while clenching her fist. Mara just noticed something strange, and that was Taiko, who was quiet the entire time. When Mara turned Taiko's direction, her eyes actually widened when she saw Taiko's calm expression. How can she be so calm? I mean, even I am quite overwhelmed by their battle, not to mention Esteth is her rival in love, so she should feel extreme pressure. Mara thought while observing Taiko, who was calmly watching the battle between Akashi and Esteth. However, unknown to everyone, Taiko was already simulating her own battle against Esteth in her mind. She was observing all of her moves and her habits when countering Akashi's attacks. She had no desire to lose against Esteth, so she was already preparing for the worst. That technique, how can I counter something like stopping the time? Tycho was confident in her swordsmanship, but she was helplessly thinking of strategy against Esteth's powerful technique. If I were to use Twister and disappear large distance away, not sure, the range of her technique is unknown and it actually affected us who are standing quite a large distance away from her. However, if its range was just slightly behind us, it would definitely be manageable. Still, I need to train more for this to be possible. Tycho was in a completely different world than the other girls observing the battle. Back to the battle. Absolute dominance inactive. The battle between Akashi and Esteth was already going for a while and both were mostly passive. I am quite drained, I can use Mahaptama one last time but it's almost useless against Akashi, despite all that training and all those things I have gained in 2 weeks, will I truly lose to him in such a pathetic way? Esteth thought when she took Akashi's kick head-on into her midsection, which had blown her away and her body crashed into one of her ice pillars, making it collapse. Esteth looked at the sky for a split second before she narrowed her eyes and grit her teeth. She slowly stood up while holding one hand over her stomach where she was kicked. Akashi frowned when he sensed the change in Esteth. At first, he felt like her aura was getting weaker and was about to break but another second. I am prepared to lose, however, I must show those girls that none of them can compare to me or steal Akashi from me. I refuse to lose in a pathetic way. Esteth gripped her left wrist with her right hand and released a completely different crazy smile from her usual one. Esteth could sense that Akashi wasn't even going all out against her, she still hasn't seen any significant moves that would make her feel threatened, which completely irritated her. Instead of light blue aura, a dark blue aura started gathering around Esteth. She is. Akashi narrowed his eyes when he felt her potent killing intent, even he who was quite experienced killer felt threatened under her killing intent. It must be mentioned that Esteth actually killed many more people than him and she also tortured numerous of them, which gave birth to her dense and almost evil aura. Akashi never liked words evil and good since many people might perceive others' actions as evil and others might perceive them just as necessary or selfish. Everything depends on people's perspective. However, her aura truly had that taste of evilness, or maybe a better word would be destruction. Even the destruction can give birth to something good. Esteth suddenly put her right hand on the ground and ground all around Akashi in the perimeter of numerous meters glowed. Akashi smiled a bit since he knew that his regular speed wouldn't be enough to escape, so he decided to creatively avoid her attack by attacking her on his own. Phantom Strike. Energy, 1890/2500. Akashi appeared in front of kneeling Esteth and kicked out with his right leg, intending to kick her into the side of her head, but she suddenly released a nasty smile. She moved her head down, dodging Akashi's attack. When he missed his attack, he used the momentum to spin around and then kicked behind him with his left leg. Esteth created a shield of ice on her left hand and blocked his kick that only cracked it, but the shield served its purpose as Esteth used her right hand to materialize in an ice sword slashing Akashi's back. Her ice became more solid. Akashi was surprised when his kick actually didn't break through the entire ice shield. Splash! Akashi's back was protected by his flames, but it wasn't enough to melt down the ice sword. Health, 980/1000. Such a shallow wound. Esteth's eyes widened when her sword made only small scratch across Akashi's back, however it was enough for blood to show up. While Esteth was surprised Akashi took her attack head-on despite having the way to counter it in exchange for wasting more energy, he didn't waste any time and performed another roundhouse kick with his right leg, and this time Esteth was caught off guard as she quickly put her cracked ice shield in front of her. It will break. Esteth quickly judged and put her other hand behind the shield. Crack! Bam! As she expected, the shield this time broke and she received his kick with her hands first, making them slightly numb. However, she used this chance to perform her own kick towards his midsection. She isn't retreating. Akashi was actually surprised that Esteth decided to continue her attack, therefore her attack connected with him, making him slide back a few meters. "Hat, your ABS are quite solid, even my foot feels a bit sore after that kick." Esteth complimented while looking at his ABS since he had open shirt that was tied at his waist with the crimson belt. "We can arrange some massage if you will surrender," Akashi jokingly replied while shrugging his shoulders. "I have better idea, and all I need to do is to defeat you for you to give me massages every day, and only to me, alone," Esteth said with a wide smile. Her confidence was already once again in a regular place. "From where do you get that confidence of yours?" Akashi asked curiously, not underestimating her after her recent change. "From this. You have an honor of being the first to experience this new technique of mine," Esteth shouted with a crazy smile while spreading her arms, and Akashi narrowed his eyes, ready for anything. "This new technique of mine is still in experimental stages and it will also drain me of my all energy, but that won't matter at that time anymore, het," Esteth shouted while pointing her index finger towards the sky, and all of the ice pillars and chunks of broken ice sculptures began to dissolving back into her energy and began gathering on the tip of her index finger. "This was supposed to be a new technique just for the biggest wars, but I made sure to adjust it so I can use it against only a few people, and I must say that even I was slightly scared of its power at first," Esteth said jokingly as the sun was covered by dark clouds and it even started snowing. This must be her last move, or maybe she just wants to create terrain suitable for her where she can use her powers without even her energy. Simply said, she will be drawing the energy from the outer sources. Nevertheless, I better keep my distance before trying anything else. Akashi narrowed his eyes and moved into his optimal stance. Welcome to my humble home, the Northern Lands, Akashi. Esteth shouted with a crazy smile and sadistic look in her eyes as the perimeter of numerous kilometers around them was covered in snow, ice, and even ice pillars began growing from the ground. 178:177 Ice blossoms. On the hill. The girls shivered a bit when their legs were suddenly covered in snow and when the entire temperature dropped by many degrees. Here, drink this quickly. Mara quickly took 3 vials from her clothes before throwing 2 of them towards Kurome and Pony while Taiko took the same vial out of her own clothes. Gulp, what is it? Pony drank the content of the entire vial and then asked with a curious expression. The recipe from Orberg, it will protect the blood in your veins from freezing. We even experimented on it a bit before arriving here with Akashi. Therefore it's our quite effective recipe combined with a drop of his blood. Mara explained while gulping down the liquid before licking her lips with a playful smile. What? His blood? Pony exclaimed as both she and Kurome turned at Mara with widened eyes. Pony had complicated feelings about drinking something containing Akashi's blood, but when she suddenly stopped feeling like freezing she just shook her head and calmed down. Phew, maybe even a drop of his blood is a bit too much, I am starting to be in heat. Mara chuckled with a light blush on her cheeks as she began ogling the girls around her with a perverted look in her eyes. Wah! This time both Kurome and Pony exclaimed at the same time with a shocked expression, and they immediately understood what Mara meant by her words as they also began blushing. The only one who was still completely focused on the battle in front of them was Taiko, however even she had a faint blush on her cheeks as she felt the heat down there. You tricked us, you said that you have experimented on it. Pony said, trying to sound upset, but she had to focus on not losing her mind, so she just sounded cute instead. Hey, I have never mentioned that we actually tried this out with his blood. 1 vial of that liquid is expensive, so we can't just test it out like that, plus do you feel like freezing right now? Mara shrugged her shoulders before walking to Pony, swaying her hips seductively in the process. Tisk. Of course, I don't feel like freezing because my entire body feels like on fire. I am already starting to feel weird down there. Pony just shook her head while looking downwards, focusing all her attention to suppressing the side effect of the vial. This is so embarrassing, even more when I actually know that it's because of Akashi Nii-sama's blood. Kurome bit her lower lip as she was suppressing her emotions. Back to the battle. If you can adjust the distance, why did you make it affect the girls too? Akashi, before doing anything else, he looked towards the hill where the girls were watching their battle and then turned at Esteth with narrowed eyes, asking her with a serious tone. Because I want them to feel my power, to feel despair. Esteth said with a crazy smile while spreading her arms. In the truth, Esteth didn't want to admit defeat, but she was already making sure that in case she loses, all the girls around Akashi will distance themselves from him because of her overwhelming presence. Aren't you here to make me yours? Don't you have to make me feel despair instead? Akashi frowned and asked while shrugging his shoulders when Kiyomi informed him that all of them are fine. Humph. Esteth snorted and didn't say anything else before pointing her hand at Akashi while flicking her fingers down. Akashi's eyes widened in surprise when he was completely surrounded by ice spikes from all directions. Esteth made those ice spikes shot forth towards Akashi without even caring if he can survive her attack. Right now she was attacking him as if he was her mortal enemy. Akashi quickly crouched down while slamming both his hands on the ground, and suddenly a magma-formed shield all around him. However, before the ice spikes could make contact with his shield, he made that magma explode into small bullets to all directions. The magma bullets quickly met with Esteth's ice spikes, but both attacks were negated. Her ice spikes were stopped as they all dropped down more than 1 meter away from him. However, she herself was forced to protect herself with ice wall since the number of Akashi's magma bullets was much superior to her ice spikes. Akashi remained in his original position with both hands on the ground before he raised his head at Esteth, revealing a challenging smile. Esteth's expression changed to surprised one once a large wave of magma appeared behind Akashi, towering over both of them. Her eyes narrowed once the entire wave of magma intended to fall down on top of her. This is my territory. Esteth shouted with a wide smile, showing off her white teeth. She waved her hand upwards in a quick motion and the mass of ice began to rise from the ground, completely enveloping the entire wave of magma. The ice was being quickly melted, but it was also being quickly repaired as this was truly Esteth's territory. It wasn't just a replica of Northern Lands, she actually brought them here herself. Energy, 1490/2500. She is keeping her distance from me, which indicates that she has no intention of exchanging moves with me in close quarters. I can keep pressuring her, but in the end, I will still have to use that. For now, let's see how well she will receive my onslaught of attacks. Akashi thought with an anticipated smile and decided to attack her. Phantom Strike. Akashi appeared in front of her with his sword already overhead, ready to slash downward, but instead of being surprised, Esteth took one small step back with a frown before a thick ice wall was erected between them, blocking Akashi's attack. Phantom Strike! Akashi once again appeared behind her, however the moment he disappeared from Esteth's sight she already jumped towards the ice wall while turning around in the process. When her back hit the ice wall, it actually crumbled as if it was just a very fragile mirror, and she once again separated herself from Akashi with her ice wall. Phantom Strike! Phantom Strike! Phantom Strike! Akashi started using his skill like crazy, always appearing behind her or above her. However, despite his speed, Esteth was able to keep up with him by only attaining a few scratches from the entire exchange. Even he has to have limited stamina. He can't move around so quickly without wasting a lot of stamina. Esteth thought when the onslaught of Akashi's surprise attacks finally ended. I told you it's useless. In my territory, I have an unlimited source of power. Plus I think it's time for the second part of this technique. Esteth said with a relaxed smile. The second part of her technique. Akashi thought before he widened his eyes when he finally noticed the snowflakes on his body and clothes that should have melted down even before even landing on him. However, it was too late for him to do anything. Each snowflake bloomed into ice blossoms, completely overwhelming Akashi and freezing him in a large blossom-like ice prison. Esteth looked at the large blossom made of ice with Akashi inside it with a crazy and victorious smile. She decided to slowly walk closer to him. On the hill, all the girls except for Mara were suddenly caught in the ice prison of the blossom's form. Oh? So that's the secret move within her already deadly technique, how unique. She is truly one of the kind, Esteth. Mara muttered while looking around with a curious expression. She was the only one who wasn't caught because ever since it started to snow, she began using her umbrella. Crack! Mara turned at the prison where Kurome was located and noticed yellow lightning running rampant on the surface of the ice prison. However, despite her effort, the entire prison was cracking very slowly. Those snowflakes are probably made to bloom on the contact with the living body. Or once they make contact with anything with its body temperature high enough to survive in this coldness, they will bloom. Anyway, I should help them get out of this predicament. Mara thought with a curious expression before she walked towards Kurome's prison to help her out first. Mara wasn't the leader of one of the most infamous assassination group just for show. She was actually able to judge the concept of Esteth's technique just by observing the surroundings. Just by the fact that snowflakes on top of her cold umbrella never bloomed out, unfortunately, she couldn't have a look at any other living things since everything already died out of the coldness, but seeing that no snowflakes bloomed on their corpses only strengthened her hypothesis. Back to the battle. Akashi felt that even Kiyomi was captured, which made him narrow his eyes, since if she was captured then even the girls were captured. Esteth, you. Akashi thought as he glared at Esteth with a hostile intention. Sensing what was on his mind, Esteth stopped with a smile across her face. I just wanted to show them that they can't compare to me, Esteth said while shrugging her shoulders. Anyway, it seems that it is my win. Esteth came close to the prison and put her hand on it, and the insides of the prison began glowing in light blue color. If I will take this attack head on, I will probably even lose my arm, but I should be able to survive it. However, there is no need to wait any longer. She had her time of playing arrogant, so I think it's finally time to completely crush her. Akashi thought before closing his eyes, readying himself since this was the first time he was about to use his new trump card. Suddenly a crimson aura started glowing on Akashi's skin, quickly spreading to the surroundings and completely devouring that light blue glow. Wah! Before Esteth was able to even exclaim, she had to jump back when she felt an earthquake right below her. Ha! Bang! She heard Akashi's shout before the ground under her ice prison exploded while magma burst out. However, instead of falling down, it kept rising up, forming a large pillar touching up to the skies. Her ice prison that was meant to be made out of her toughest ice she could form was completely engulfed by the pillar of magma before it disappeared into nothingness. There was nothing like melting down, it just disappeared. Esteth watched this with wide open eyes and her mouth open in surprise, but it was quickly replaced when she narrowed her eyes with an excited and crazy smile. That's what I was talking about. Finally, he is using something that makes me feel threatened. Esteth thought while watching in anticipation. However, she wasn't allowed to just carelessly watch. The ground in the perimeter of numerous kilometers began tearing open, forming something like veins where the magma started to flow from the lower ground. The snow and ice started slowly disappearing as the ground was slowly transforming into scorched black color. Ak! Akashi's pained groan resounded in the air and traveled even numerous kilometers away from them. Esteth, who was until now jumping from the place to another place to avoid the magma occasionally bursting out of the ground, stopped for a second to look cautiously towards the large pillar made of flowing magma. 179:178 Fusion of 2. My territory is being forcefully transformed, I have to absorb the remaining ice to recover at least some of my energy. Esteth thought with narrowed eyes as she started absorbing the remaining chunks of ice that were being melted by the magma. However, this action allowed her to recover only a quarter of her energy. This is bad. I can feel that he is about to do something significant. If I want to have a chance at winning, I have to release all of my remaining energy at once in one attack. Esteth thought as she flew to the air to save her stamina from having to constantly dodge magma bursting out of the ground. On the hill, Kurome and Mara were currently stunned by Akashi's change, and although Mara already knew this would have happened, she was still dumbfounded how both Akashi and Esteth could change the entire terrain with their powers. The changes in terrain helped in melting the ice prison, but even that was going very slowly since Akashi limited the changes on the hill so girls wouldn't have to be in danger. Both Mara and Kurome helped Pony break the ice prison, and by constantly pummeling the ice prison from within and from the outside made it crack very quickly. Thanks, let's go help Tycho, Pony said while getting rid of a few pieces of ice stuck in her hair with an irritated expression. No need to, Mara said, and both Kurome and Pony looked at her with questioning gaze, and instead of explaining, Mara pointed towards the last remaining ice prison. They looked towards it and saw numerous flashes all around the prison before the prison crumbled into pieces, revealing Tycho's figure holding her katana in both hands. Huff huff. Tycho supported her body with her katana. Are you all right? Mara asked with a teasing smile. Huff, why yes, thanks for not helping me. Tycho replied with a faint smile which slightly confused Pony and Kurome. That's called being competitive. Mara leaned towards Kurome and Pony and whispered with a playful smile. What is happening? Tycho muttered when she noticed the drastic changes in terrain and the large pillar of flowing magma in the middle with Esteth floating in front of it. Both Pony and Kurome looked there with concerned expressions. That's what he told me about, he told me that he hopes you won't start fearing him after seeing him. Mara took a few steps forward before saying. What do you exactly mean by that? Pony asked while looking at Mara's back with a confused expression. I don't know, that's everything he told me. Even I have no idea what will happen from now on, Mara replied without turning around at them, but just her serious tone made them worry. She held her hands behind her back while watching the battle with a slightly concerned look in her eyes. Back to the battle. Esteth was floating in front of the magma pillar, ready for anything that's about to come out of it, still with a smile across her face. However, when the pillar suddenly got absorbed by Akashi, finally revealing his figure, Esteth's eyes widened. Is that really you, Akashi? Esteth muttered while her eyes were shaking as she was looking at an almost completely new person. Akashi actually no longer had that black shirt, therefore his entire upper body was revealed. His lower part of the legs was actually covered by black scales with short claws instead of his toes. The next were his hands that were also completely covered in black scales with something like orange veins between the scales. The black scales were covering his entire forearm and black sharp bone was sticking out of his elbow. Even his fingers were covered in scales with a pointy sharp end instead of nails. However, the most shocking change of all changes was the hole in his heart's location. The hole was through his entire body, however his heart was still there, but it looked very different from the usual one. His heart actually turned black with orange veins on it. Black scales were covering even his skin near that hole. His upper face, from his nose, was covered by a black mask with the two horns slightly pointing backward, however it was unknown if those horns were attached to the mask or to his head, since the entire mask looked like it was part of his face. And even his back hair grew up to his waist with black and orange shades at the end. Special Class, Kagutsuki, 120 Cha, 60 Int, 40 Const, 20 Str, 20 Agi, Fused Form. Health, 2000/2000. Energy, 3450/5000. Strength, 47, 105. Agility, 50, 106. Intelligence, 50, 119. Constitution, 48, 108. Charisma, 40, 166. Akashi had his eyes closed the entire time, and when he opened them, his sclerae turned black and his left eye's iris turned orange while his right eye's iris remained red. He was standing in the air with folded arms before taking a look at Esteth, who even winced a bit upon meeting his changed eyes. She narrowed her eyes and was prepared to use her everything. His wings made of the flames changed to blackish orange color. However, is this really Akashi? Esteth thought. What had happened to you? Esteth couldn't help but ask for an explanation, since this change was truly bizarre. It was on the borders of transformation to some kind of danger beast. I fused with my Taigu, Akashi replied shortly, and his voice was still normal, but behind it was a slightly deeper and creepy voice, as if it was saying together with him. Fused with his Taigu? Esteth thought with a shocked expression. Let's resume our fight, it's dragging out for too long, Akashi said with his strange voice and suddenly disappeared. Esteth just saw a hand covered in black scales in front of her eyes, and before she managed to do anything else, she was thrown towards the ground at great speed. TCH. What was up with that speed? Esteth thought and formed ice on her back while gritting her teeth. Bang! When her body hit the ground, a big crater was created, but Esteth herself received only a few bruises thanks to covering herself in ice. Previously, I was able to predict where he would appear, but this time I was only able to see his hand before he threw me away like garbage. This is... Esteth thought with a pained expression, no longer wearing her crazy smile, since even she felt helpless in front of that previous attack. Esteth, use your everything to protect yourself. Akashi said with a killing intent present in his voice while holding his sword in both hands, pointing it towards the sky before flames and magma started swirling around its blade while also extending it. Gulpet's actually chuckled when she couldn't even see the length of that sword made of flames and magma. Esteth, take this! Akashi shouted and swung down with all his might. I won't lose! Esteth shouted back and kneeled down while putting both her hands on the ground. Using all of her remaining energy, she started summoning numerous of ice walls and pillars to protect herself from Akashi's sword attack. When she used all her energy she just looked up with a ragged breath, looking at the results. Akashi's sword actually cut through Esteth's defenses like a hot knife through butter. Seeing how Akashi's sword was nearing her, she just closed her eyes, silently accepting her defeat. I have lost, I guess I will meet with my father soon. Well, it's not like I mind it since I have a few questions for him. Esteth thought still with a smile across her face when she felt the sword's temperature getting near her each second. Rumble. However, when she still hasn't felt anything in another 5 seconds, she opened her eyes, seeing stopped sword just a few inches above her head. She looked at Akashi with a confused expression but he in return just made that sword disappear before turning his back to Esteth. It's my win, Akashi said before he started slowly walking towards the hill where the girls were. He still hasn't cancelled his transformation since he wanted them to have a closer look at him, he didn't want to feel like he needs to hide it from them. Esteth had dumbfounded expression while watching Akashi slowly leaving. She turned her head to look behind her and saw an extremely long and deep crack in the ground going up to the distant mountain which was also split into 2 halves by Akashi's sword. I lost, yet I live. Esteth's mind was working like crazy since she was confused about why Akashi spared her. She was so invested in the battle that she was already thinking about it as a life and death battle. However, she quickly recalled their deal so she stood up, and with a new light in her eyes, she followed after him. She wasn't feeling ashamed neither she was acting like that. She lost the battle and she accepted it but she still couldn't help the feeling like resisting Akashi's dominance, her eyes were still full of defiance and pride. Despite that feeling, she intended to honor her end of the deal and at least not target his woman. Akashi glanced behind him and saw the look in Esteth's eyes. Esteth who made eye contact with Akashi's changed eyes didn't even flinch this time and stared right back into them. What a woman, despite seeing our difference, she is still feeling so defiant. You already showed her the ultimate disparity between you and her. I think someone like that can't be controlled no matter how strong you are. The previous deep voice said inside Akashi's mind. Yes, she is someone almost impossible to control, that is if you want to use only strength. However, that's why I want her to be in my ranks. With her, the Empire's strength is on another level. I am willing to spare anyone on Taiko user's level but not someone of her level. Akashi replied within his mind. What do you have in mind? Ever since you walked out of that room I can't read your mind at all, so be more specific. Anyway, don't you think that she will only bring you more problems than benefits? There are so many people who hate her. The deep voice asked. That's none of your business, I won't explain details on how I am planning to make her more humble. And have you perhaps misunderstood me? I want to make this empire strong and more developed, I don't need people liking her. If they will be bitching even after the living conditions get better, then let them as long as they won't cause any harm. Why should Esteth care about what ants think about her? And if anyone tries another rebellion I will simply shut them down, I have never said that I will be kind ruler. I am planning to be a good ruler. Akashi replied, and even though he said ruler he meant it more like the one controlling everything. Haha, I see, anyway, a good ruler instead of a kind ruler, well said. The voice agreed before letting Akashi alone once again. When Akashi arrived in front of girls in his new form with Esteth a few meters behind him, all the girls began sizing him up except for Taiko who jumped at him the second he arrived. Akashi. It's you, right? Taiko asked while hugging him. Even Akashi was slightly surprised how Taiko hasn't even carefully looked at him from up close before jumping at him, hugging him. TCH. Esteth glared at Taiko who looked over Akashi's shoulder, meeting Esteth's glare head-on, even with a challenging look in her lime-narrowed eyes. This girl. Esteth was actually pleased after seeing such challenging eyes as she released a cold smile at Taiko. Yes, Akashi said and wanted to pat Taiko's head but he hesitated when he looked at his hand just for him to shake his head before finally patting it. Is this change permanent? Mara asked with a frown but she looked more in thought than scared or disgusted. The same could be said about Kurome and Pony, they weren't disgusted by Akashi's appearance, in truth, he looked very charming in a unique way. Previously he could be said to be handsome but right now he had really dense air of authority around him and even though he no longer looked like a normal human, it still had its unique charm. If there was one disturbing thing, it was his whole invisible black heart. No, I can change back. Akashi shook his head with a faint smile. What a pity. Mara muttered while seductively pressing her index finger to her lower lip while sizing his muscled body up. She is trying to ease the tension in the air. Akashi immediately understood her intentions which made him inwardly genuinely smile. being grateful that Barbara stopped him at that time from killing Mara. Both Kurome and Pony were just feeling awkward since they had no idea what to say, but in the end, they looked at each other and nodded their heads. Akashi and Ii-sama. Akashi. Both jumped at him and also hugged him since they had no idea what to say, so they decided that actions speak louder than words. 180:179 Aftermath. Akashi retained his changed form for now since it gave him only benefits. When the hugging period ended, Akashi turned at Esteth, who was the entire time quietly standing behind him. You probably already realized that Taiko is the one I told you about, right? Akashi asked while wrapping his arm around Taiko's hips and pulling her close to him. I managed to get that much from the way she is looking at me. Esteth replied with a smile. Girls, let's go ahead, Mara said while pushing both Pony and Kurome's back. Hey? Why? Both turned at her with a confused expression, but Mara ignored them, only winking at Akashi, and he in return nodded his head. When they left, Akashi once again turned his attention to Esteth. Esteth, I will be blunt, Akashi said with a serious expression which made Esteth's smile disappear too. You said that you like me, however you can't bear to share me. I admit that I also like you despite you behaving a bit, strangely, occasionally. We had a deal and I am the winner, which means that I can do whatever I want, so I am giving you a choice. You can either accept the fact of sharing me with Taiko or we will simply be friends. You can decide if you want to help me with my future plans or not, but you can't interfere with them. Akashi said bluntly. I indeed lost. I like you, and since you also like me, why remain friends? I can try to cope with the feeling of sharing you. Esteth closed her eyes, recalling their talk before they sealed the deal, and then she opened them, saying this with a stoic expression. Well, that's good that she still wants to try it, because I am not sure what I would do if she wanted to remain friends. I would have never gained control over her actions. Akashi thought after hearing her words. He knew that his fight still wasn't over if he wants Esteth to really behave. She isn't someone who would quiver in front of superior strength. Anyway, Taiko is your name, right? Why are you fine with sharing Akashi? Are you perhaps not confident in keeping his attention only on you? Esteth asked with a provocative smile. When Akashi heard her, he frowned, but Taiko stepped in front of him before he could say anything. I am but one woman. If you will keep those ideas even after spending a night with him, I am more than willing to leave him to you all alone, Taiko said with a serious expression, making Akashi slightly embarrassed as he began scratching his cheek with his sharp index finger. Esteth was slightly confused by Taiko's words and even more by her confidence, giving Esteth another chance to gain Akashi for herself all alone, which made her feel quite suspicious. She knew what Taiko's words meant. She has done her research and she thought that quelling male's lust was anything but a hard task. However, she was still unaware that Akashi wasn't as other men. Whenever he was in bed with Taiko, they kept going for hours until Taiko felt too tired and sore to continue. Akashi's constitution gave him also disadvantages like a large appetite and also harder suppressing his lust. Akashi also felt a bit guilty since nights with Taiko were indeed getting harder and harder for her. He was sometimes even pretending to be fully satisfied just to make her rest for a longer time. However, unknown to him, Taiko saw through his lies. She knew about it, which in return made her love him even more, but it also made her feel upset how he was keeping it away from her. I have no idea what gives you such confidence, but I like it. You are daring, I will give you that, Taiko. I hope you won't go against your words later. Esteth accepted this challenge since she had nothing to lose. She no longer wanted to be just friends with Akashi. If it was before their first kiss, she might hesitate a bit, but ever since their first kiss, she became more obsessive with him. Hey, what about my opinion? Why do you have such confidence in me? Akashi whispered to Taiko. Although what Taiko was doing was playing right into his cards, he still had to ask out of curiosity. I know how much you restrained yourself during our times alone. Please vent it all out on her. Taiko turned her back to Esteth and whispered to Akashi with a devilish cold smile. Akashi was actually caught off guard when he saw this smile, since it was his first time seeing Taiko with such a sadistic smile. Ha, I guess I couldn't hide it from you in the end. Akashi chuckled and said with a slightly guilty smile. I am not upset or anything, Taiko just said shortly while caressing his cheek with a gentle look in her eyes. Ahem. Esteth was feeling left out when those two started acting all lovey-dovey, so she interrupted them. Alright, let's go back to the Empire. Akashi smiled at Taiko before turning around with a more serious expression. Before they left, Akashi made all the magma disappear from the cracks in the ground. However, he couldn't fix the damage done to the terrain, so he just left it to the nature to fix herself up. Akashi put on the cloak with a hood to hide his appearance. He wanted to keep this appearance as help in the persuasion of some certain people. When they arrived home, he actually never showed his appearance to anyone and just found out where he is supposed to meet Night Raid. They were done with their job for probably a whole week, and in case they managed to do everything as he demanded, then he shouldn't let them wait any longer. He sent a special bird with a message. After a few hours of relaxing, most of Esteth's energy was already recovered, and it was at that time the same bird Akashi sent out, flew back to them together with a reply from the Night Raid. At night, the forest a few kilometers away from the capital. Finally, I already started thinking that he ditched us. Mine complained while their group was waiting for Akashi to arrive. He wouldn't do that, he must have had reasons for not replying to us for so long. Nayenda was the only one to reply to Mine's complaints. What the hell are you planning, night raid? Mei growled at them with her hands and legs tied up. Everyone ignored Mei, but at least she was more normal than her partner, Suzuka, who was tied up in very lewd way. As if that wasn't enough, Suzuka was even occasionally releasing lewd moans which caused most of the male members to look in opposite direction. Who the hell even tied her up in such a way? Mine was annoyed by Suzuka's moans, so she shouted at boys while pointing with her finger at Suzuka. Don't ignore me. Mei shouted with an upset expression after getting ignored like that. However, she was also annoyed by Suzuka's moans. Looks like you are a very lively bunch. When everyone heard this voice, they turned its direction just to have their eyes widened in shock. As death. Nayenda stood up with a cautious expression while gesturing for other members to get ready for the fight. Nayenda. Asdeath released a cold smile while looking at Nayenda's metallic arm. Mei and Suzuka turned at Asdeath with hope in their eyes. However, when they saw other people around her, they were really confused. They were aware of who was Kurome, but that was all. If Kurome is here, Akashi must be here too. Mei thought with a smile. Calm down. A cloaked figure stepped forward and said, but everyone recognized Akashi's voice even if it was a bit different this time. What is the meaning of this? Nayenda asked with a cautious expression. Akame's eyes were attracted to a different person. It was exactly Taiko, who was standing next to Akashi. Taiko sensed Akame's stare, so she turned her direction and looked right into her eyes without a single change in her calm expression. Both of them remembered each other. I have done what was expected of me, but maybe I should have came here alone. Akashi said and took off his hood. Gasp! Some of the night raid members gasped when they saw his mask together with his changed eyes, but instead of asking him for details about his appearance, they wanted to know why Asdeath is here with him. Akame was obviously also surprised by Akashi's change, but her attention was still on Taiko, who previously tried to assassinate her friend. Akame stepped forward. Akame. Everyone was shocked by her actions. They had no idea what she wants to do. However, they didn't want to start a fight here. Akashi, or should I call you Katsura? Which of them is the real you? Akame frowned and asked with a serious expression. Hearing her question, Akashi couldn't help but glance at Taiko before turning at Akame with a grin. So you haven't forgotten, Taiko? I am Akashi. However, in the past, I was indeed known as Katsura for a few days. Akashi replied with a grin. Pony, why are you still following him after knowing that he was the one trying to kill us? Akame turned to a masked girl and asked with a confused expression. He already told me everything. At first, it was a really shocking discovery for me, but, Akame, aren't you the one who killed your best friend and adoptive father? At that time, they were just helping the Revolutionary Army. We were in wrong. Please don't start acting hypocrite right now. Pony said, attacking Akame's weak point. As expected, Akame's expression winced in pain when she heard Pony's words, as she just returned back to her group without saying anything else. While Akashi was slightly surprised how Pony defended him as far as to go harshly convincing Akame. Well, what she said is the undeniable truth. Akashi thought. I see, so the group you mentioned previously is the Orberg clan. Now I can see why you were so confident in them. Nayenda muttered while tearing her eyes off Asdeath, looking at Mera. Hello, we meet once again. Mera put down her umbrella and said while winking at Nayenda. What's up with this situation? They don't look like they are planning to fight. Anyway, what had happened to Akashi's face? Mei thought while checking everyone's expressions. Let's get down to the business. Did everything go smoothly? Akashi asked. As you can see, yes. Nayenda took a deep breath before replying while pointing at Suzuka and Mei. Akashi looked towards the prisoners and couldn't help but massage the bridge of his nose with a blank expression when he saw Suzuka's lewd expression. Alright, let me talk to them. Akashi said and took a step forward, letting the cloak around him drop down, revealing his real appearance. Of course, he was wearing a shirt to at least mask the hole inside his body. Everyone's eyes once again widened in shock, and Sao even held her hand in front of her open mouth. Why your body? Is this caused by the fusion with Taigu? However, that shouldn't be possible for you since your Taigu was already absorbed within you, to begin with. Leon asked with a dumbfounded expression. Is this the result of why Asdeath keeps standing there without attacking anyone or releasing her killing intent? Nayenda frowned and thought while observing Asdeath, who kept smiling. Akashi just smiled at Leon before approaching Mei and Suzuka, making them all nervous. 181:180 The time has come. Akashi approached Mei and Suzuka and burned their restraints. They in return looked at him with confused expressions. What exactly is happening here? Mei had no idea if Akashi was a friend or enemy, and even if he was an enemy, she had no confidence in going against him. Yeah, I didn't mind it. It actually felt pretty good and even better when being watched. I guess I discovered something new about me thanks to everyone. Suzuka however had other priorities, although Akashi could see that she was just joking. Quite carefree despite being around so many people who can kill her in a second. Akashi admired her ability to discard the pressure she feels. You shut up already. Mei growled at Suzuka before turning at Akashi. It is simply as it looks, I am going to kill Honest and take over the empire, Akashi bluntly said, making two girls slightly dumbfounded. Why weren't we killed if that is the case? Mei asked after collecting her thoughts. Because there will be a lot of work to do and I need capable people, plus we already worked together once, haven't we? Akashi explained while putting his arms on their shoulders and pushing their faces closer, forcing them to take a closer look into his eyes. Gulp gulp, both of them gulped down their saliva, but each for a different reason than the other. Haha, if you have even General Death on your side, then I guess there is no one who can stop you. Mei released an awkward laugh, but she still agreed that Honest has no chance. Akashi nodded with a satisfied expression before turning his head at Suzuka, who was still blushing. You also owe me one, Suzuka, Akashi said with a friendly smile. Hey. Suzuka had confused expression, which was enough to tell Akashi that she has no idea what he is talking about. Do you remember that night, when you tried to sneak into my tent? Akashi asked with a cold smile. Ah, that was just fun, you know. Suzuka replied with a nervous expression. I see, so you think of raping someone as a fun, interesting. Akashi nodded his head in understanding with his eyes closed. What? Everyone except for Taiko and Mei exclaimed with dumbfounded expressions. Wait. I wasn't trying to rape you, at least it wasn't my plan at first. Suzuka quickly denied his words just to practically admit it later on. Everyone looked at her with blank expressions, making her feel as if she was being judged, not like Suzuka minded it. So it was my fault that I was sleeping and looking so defenseless, right? Akashi asked with a smile. Yes, I mean no. Suzuka replied awkwardly. I guess that should be enough, Akashi thought, and let two of them go, taking a few steps back. His intention was just to make them feel more comfortable, although he was aware that they don't fear death, the right mood was still required to make them more cooperative. Tell me, why do you work for Honest? Akashi asked with his arms covered in black scales folded. Hearing his question, both Mei and Suzuka looked at each other with a confused expression before turning at him. Because he is our employer. Mei answered. Because he is the one in control of everything. Suzuka added. I figured as much, girls, you should also learn something about loyalty. Heck, you weren't even friends with other Rakshasa demons. Akashi said while grabbing his forehead with a tired expression. I might try if you will let me have a taste. Suzuka tried to say something, but she was quickly interrupted by Mei, who glared at her. Those two were a pain in the ass, but at least they could have been called rivals. However, if I have to call someone a friend, it would be you, Akashi. It was the first time I truly felt entertained out of the battle. You have a serious side to you, however you can also accept some childish acts from Suzuka. Mei folded her arms and said while looking sideways. Brrr, that sounded even more embarrassing than when I said this in my mind. Mei shivered a bit since this was really out of her character. She was usually playful and not serious like this. Hey, I have a proposal for you too. Akashi said after observing them for a bit. Both of them focused on him with curious expressions. I won't kill you, so you have two options to pick from. You can either join me and help me after I kill Honest, or you will be forced to accept banishment from the Empire. Of course, I won't let you act as you want to if you will join me, and if you will truly fuck up at that time, I won't be so kind the second time. Therefore, choose very carefully. Akashi said with narrowed eyes, one glowing with orange color and other with crimson color. We will join. Both of them said in unison without any hesitation. Good, I will be watching you. Akashi turned his back at them and said while glancing being him. Both Mei and Suzuka just nodded their heads with a wide smile across their faces. Still, Great General Budo might prove to be quite annoying, no. Mei caught up to Akashi and asked while standing next to him, leaning forward, observing his changed face more carefully. Let him oppose us, I always wanted to fight him, Miss Death said with a cold smile and a sadistic look in her eyes. No, Budo is someone I want to convince to join me. Akashi immediately refused Esthetha's desire to fight. Convince him? You are aware of the fact that he is the most loyal person to the Emperor, right? Mei asked with a dumbfounded expression. I am not planning to kill the Emperor, and his family is loyal to the Empire and not to the Emperor. At least that's what I have found out while investigating his family's history. Akashi explained with a cold look in his eyes. Isn't that the exact same thing? Suzuka asked while rubbing her right wrist. Not at all, anyway, there is no need to explain everything. After all, Honest is still your employer, isn't he? I will let you join me only after I kill him, until then, you will be under the close watch of Night Raid. Akashi said. Hey! Why do we have to do this kind of job? Mine asked with an annoyed tone. It's all right, we can look after them for a longer time. When are you going to kill Honest? Nayenda said to Mine before turning at Akashi. Tomorrow, I will request the audience with the Emperor, with the pretense of wanting to ask him for his blessing for my marriage with Esteth. Akashi replied, sharing his plans with everyone. Esteth immediately frowned when she heard how she is going to be used by Akashi, but she hasn't said anything. Wait, tomorrow. Nayenda exclaimed with a dumbfounded expression. The longer we wait, the more suspicious will Honest get, since your group and revolutionary army became too quiet these days. Not to mention that you just got rid of his personal squad. Akashi nodded his head before intending to leave with his group. Akashi left Mei and Suzuka in Night Raid's hands, so he was sure they wouldn't interfere with his plans. He could even release them and make them return to test if they truly mean it with the thing joining him, but there was no need to, since everything would come to the end tomorrow. While following Akashi through the forest at night, Esteth kept spacing out. She was feeling very complicated from following Akashi around. It was a kind of uncomfortable feeling, having to follow him around. However, she still had a chance to change everything tonight. Well, I will be returning home. Mara said to Akashi with a smile. Mara turned at Taiko and saw her unwillingness to leave. I guess you want to remain here, right? Mara asked Taiko, who in return firmly nodded her head. Then do as you wish. Mara shrugged her shoulders before turning around, intending to leave. Have a safe journey. Could you also do me one more favor? Akashi said before asking with a small smile, making Mara stop at her tracks. Sure, we will escort your new Prime Minister back to the capital. Mara turned sideways, replying with a playful smile. You always know what I want. Akashi said with a grateful smile. Thanks for the praise, Mara replied in playful tone with a confident smile before turning around, leaving, swaying her hips on her way. Akashi already cancelled his transformation, which gave him back his previous appearance. Unfortunately, his stats also dropped down, but it was safer walking down the streets in this appearance even though he had a cloak hiding his body. When they returned to his mansion, Pony and Kurome went to do their own things, leaving Taiko, Esteth, and Akashi alone in his study. Can I use your bathroom to take a shower? Esteth asked while giving a strange challenging look to Taiko. Sure. Akashi nodded his head. Hearing his answer, Esteth went to the next room connected to his study. Although it was his study, the room even has a bed and all the necessary things here, since Akashi spends here a lot of time. I will be going back to the guest room. Taiko looked at Akashi before saying, making him frown down. Wait, is this about that look Esteth threw at you? Akashi was quite perceptive, but, unfortunately, he didn't understand the meaning behind that look. It's about the thing I suggested. When I saw that look in her eyes, I immediately knew she was daring me to leave for one night. That is if my challenge still stands. Taiko nodded her head. Akashi didn't say anything and only got close to Taiko, pulling her close to him. Are you really fine with this? Akashi asked with a serious expression yet with a gentle look in his eyes. Stop, keep asking me unless I really say otherwise. Of course, it feels uncomfortable, but I also know that I can't take care of your needs all alone, not to mention your family. Your lineage needs to also continue and I can't guarantee you a child. However, please don't feel bad or anything like that. I am tolerating this only because I know that you truly love me and also because you keep asking me whether I don't want you to stop or not. Taiko's eyes grew moist, but her overall expression was extremely happy while looking at Akashi. When she was finally done saying this, she wrapped her arms around his neck, deeply kissing him. I understand. When their lips finally parted after numerous seconds passed by, Akashi nodded with a serious expression. You better show her your true self, maybe she will even leave you after this night. Giggle, Taiko said with a confident smile before she covered her mouth while she was giggling. She was usually a calm and stoic person, but around Akashi, she always showed a lot of different emotions and even she herself liked it, but she was unable but do the same thing around anyone else. Inhale, exhale. You really want to make her regret her ideas, don't you? Akashi took a deep breath before answering with a playful smile. She thinks that my Akashi is your regular man, she deserves it. Taiko replied with the same playful smile, maybe slightly sadistic. Ha, I won't let you down. Akashi chuckled and said with a smirk. There is one more thing I want to ask you before you leave. Akashi said and brought his mouth closer to her ear, whispering something. During his whispering, Taiko's expression changed numerous times, mainly to a shocked one. It is alright if you want to refuse, it is just a suggestion, but it might help the entire situation. Akashi said with a smile. No. It sounds kind of exciting, although maybe a bit crazy, Taiko said with a slightly sly smile. 182:181 Esteth, 18, 1/2. Warning? Since this is my last time writing 18 chapters for this fan fic, I decided to go a little bit wild. If you don't like 18 chapters, just skip it please. I will try not to include anything that would influence the story. Another warning. As I mentioned, I tried to go a bit wild, so I would say it's pretty detailed, at least more than the previous time, but everyone has their own definition of well-detailed 18 chapters, right? I am not accustomed to writing something like this, so most of the time I am trying to use other less embarrassing words since it sometimes just feels too cringe for me to write it down. I am pretty sure that I am not cut to become an erotica writer. Anyway, I hope it will be detailed enough for you, hentai. Sundara face and stomping the ground. Chapter start. When Taiko left, Akashi turned towards the door of the bathroom where he still heard the running shower. I should go take a shower of my own too. Akashi thought and exited his study, walking towards the bathroom in the hall. When he made sure no one was using it at the moment, he walked in and locked the door behind him. He took off all of his clothes and hopped into a shower. I should change the way I have been having sex up till now. Akashi thought while letting hot water pour over his head. Akashi usually preferred sex with more emotions than directed by just pure lust. His nights with Taiko were usually gentle, but this time, he needs to change his strategy. He needs to be the one leading, not giving Esteth even a chance to do as she wishes while also making her satisfied that she would slowly become accustomed to being led by him. Akashi turned his head downward while looking in front of him through the steam with narrowed eyes. I will abandon all those teachings about self-control for this night and do as Taiko suggested. I will fully vent out on her. Akashi resolved himself to completely change his personality during the upcoming night with Esteth. Esteth, who was currently also showering, just shivered, however she had absolutely no idea why. She still has no idea that she awakened something deeply hidden inside Akashi. When Akashi returned back to his study, he immediately locked the door. When he noticed that Esteth still wasn't out of the shower, he took all of his clothes off while only dressing up his long robe, letting his upper body visible. She is taking quite a while. Was this supposed to tease me? Akashi thought while sitting on the edge of the bed while looking at the door of the bathroom. The running water was no longer heard, which meant that Esteth was about to walk out of there at any second. Creak, as Akashi predicted, 10 more seconds passed by and the door opened while Esteth walked in his study. She was only wearing a long white shirt that was buttoned up to her breasts, revealing a large cleavage. She wasn't wearing anything else down there, but the shirt was long enough not to let Akashi see anything. Only her milky white thighs were exposed with droplets of water on them. Esteth hasn't even dried herself off, so her shirt was slowly becoming transparent from being slightly wet. Even her nipples were showing through the fabric of the shirt. Esteth took a quick look around the room, and when she noticed that Taiko left and when she noticed Akashi in his robe sitting on the bed, she released a mischievous smile. I am sorry, I couldn't find any clean towel. I hope you don't mind, Akashi. Esteth said with an apologetic smile while leaning forward, giving him a better look at her cleavage. Akashi didn't even turn his head at her and only glanced at her before pushing his hands against his thighs, getting up to his feet. He approached Esteth, who had a slightly confused expression from his reaction. Bam! When Akashi was close enough, he pushed Esteth against the wall and slammed his palm right next to her head, which caught her off guard as her eyes widened from his change. However, before she was able to say anything, Akashi brought his lips closer and started deeply kissing her without giving her a time to breathe. He even forced himself into her mouth with his tongue, but Esteth quickly accepted him with open arms as she started releasing low muffled moans. And once again, before Esteth was able to recover and recollect her thoughts on the situation, Akashi free hand wandered to her right breast as he began folding her ample chest. He was even using a bit force while doing it, but he applied the right amount of the force just to make Esteth moan once again, much louder in surprise and also in pleasure. Huff W, what are you doing? Esteth found some strength to finally ask, however she blurted this question out just because she was too confused by how things were escalating so quickly. Esteth was already blushing a lot while she was catching breath after their kissing session came to the end. Akashi brought his mouth closer to her ear with a sly smile. I am just taking what's mine, Akashi whispered with a commanding tone, leaving no room for arguing. He even stopped folding her breasts as he slipped his hand lower, between her legs while also gently biting into her ear. Esteth was once again caught off guard, but she was doing her best not to moan aloud. She was aware of what Akashi was doing, but he had a head start and he was really good at what he was doing, so all she could do now, is to endure it without giving him that satisfaction of victory. When Akashi's hand made contact with her vagina, he already felt his hand getting wet and he was sure it wasn't because Esteth didn't dry herself off after the shower. It looks like you enjoy being on the submissive side in the end, Akashi said while bringing his face as close to Esteth's face as he could to force her looking into his eyes. There is no way this could ever be the truth, Esteth replied with an upset expression, but with her blushing face, it only made her look cute. Are you sure? Tell that to your body. Akashi said while showing her evidence in the form of his wet hand. That's only a natural reaction. Esteth didn't give up and retorted back. Indeed, it could be just that. I also happen to be experiencing a similar natural reaction, Akashi said as he got rid of his robe, revealing his erected penis. That's... Esteth's mind blanked for a few seconds while she was looking down at Akashi's penis. Akashi immediately pressed his body closer, forcing his member between Esteth's milky thighs while rubbing it against her own private parts. Upon this, Esteth had to bite her lower lip not to release a loud moan. She is holding on, but I am going in the right direction, Akashi thought as he decided to change places. Let's go somewhere more comfortable, shall we? Although Akashi asked, he didn't even wait for her answer as he grabbed her with both hands under her butt, raising her body up while pressing it against him. Even though this surprised Esteth, she still wrapped her arms around his neck for better stability. I can feel his penis between my butt cheeks. Why does it feel so good? Esteth was completely confused by the new emotion called lust that was slowly taking over her body. Akashi slowly approached his bed while carrying Esteth before dropping her body on his bed, making her breasts bouncing. I am feeling quite generous tonight, how about we do each other a favor? Akashi asked but once again didn't even wait for her answer before burying his head between her thighs, commencing his attack with his tongue. Ah! Esteth was once again caught off guard and this time she couldn't keep her moaning inside. Since she already moaned aloud, she grabbed Akashi's hair, pushing his head to her. After more than 5 minutes Akashi raised his head and got on his knees on the bed. A few more minutes and I might have been drowned, Akashi teased Esteth who was catching her breath while blushing. Akashi. She could only call out his name with absent-minded eyes. It's your time to return the favor, don't you think so? Akashi asked with a teasing smile while putting his penis close to her face. Esteth finally woke up when she saw Akashi's members so close to her face, her eyes widened and her mouth slightly opened on its own but she had hesitant expression. I am supposed to take it into my mouth, right? Esteth thought with a hesitant expression. It wasn't as if she wasn't aware of what blowjob is but she considers that action as something only submissive women do since it is usually done in kneeling position. However this time, she was lying on the bed so with a bit hesitation, she took Akashi's member into her mouth. Akashi's expression winced a bit when he felt that slightly cold wetness of Esteth's mouth but he quickly recovered before she could notice. Esteth had no experience so she was sometimes choking herself on it but despite her being inexperienced, the feeling Akashi was experiencing was truly superb due to that strange yet comforting cold wetness. This must be the effects of her taigu. That coldness, instead of making me less horny, it makes me want to explore her entire body. Akashi thought with a satisfied expression that he no longer tried to hide but he was still wearing that confident and teasing smile. Slurp. After 5 minutes, Esteth was still going on with taking care of Akashi. What is going on? Why isn't he still satisfied? Am I doing something wrong? Esteth thought but contrary to her thoughts, her technique was getting only better and better. Akashi was actually having a hard time keeping himself from exploding in her mouth which the image itself would be truly irresistible. That's enough. Akashi was aware of his limits so he lightly pushed Esteth's shoulders, letting her fall down on her back on the bed. Esteth had confused expression when she has pushed away like that. She wanted to ask if she had done anything wrong but she simply couldn't bring herself to ask have I done anything wrong? Like some good girl. Akashi brought his face closer to hers. Last chance to stop, once we start, there is no stopping until I am fully satisfied, Akashi said with a confident smirk. Although he was asking this question, he was already aware of the answer, he was just buying himself a time he could use to cool down. Ha, bring it on. Esteth said with a wide smile while wrapping her arms around his neck. Hearing her response, Akashi didn't wait any longer and spread her legs and at first, he just inserted the tip of his penis inside her, moving it up and down, teasing her. He even started to suck on and pinch her nipples. MMJ, just do it already. Esteth was slowly losing her mind from his constant teasing. So impatient and eager, I wonder if you will be like that even after a few hours. Akashi said with a smile. After a few hours? What does he mean by tha? Esteth's thoughts were interrupted when Akashi shoved half of his penis inside her, completely startling her as her expression winced in pain, however it was just for a moment before it was covered in pleasure. Whoa! She is extremely tight and that nice cold feeling also intensified. Akashi was also caught off guard as he almost exploded right after he first entered her. Akashi saw Esteth's expression and decided to start moving. MMA Akashi, is that everything you have got? Because, if that's so. Esteth wanted to tease Akashi but after her each word, she moaned which made this look only funny. I am at most halfway inside but if it's not good enough, I can pick up the pace and also shove it all inside. Akashi replied and a cold smile appeared on his face when he noticed Esteth's eyes widen upon hearing his words. Halfway inside. Esteth thought, slightly horrified feeling inside her heart. Wait, I didn't really mean it like. Esteth wanted to correct herself but Akashi used this chance to shove all his length into her, until hitting her womb. Just huff like huff that. Esteth already completely stopped trying to mask her moans when Akashi started moving his hips with all his length inside her. She started to moan so loud that probably other people in the mansion could hear her. After an around 7 minutes in a missionary position, Akashi stopped holding back and pulled out his member, exploding at Esteth's stomach. Huff, I had no idea this could feel so good, huff, but it looks like it's the end, fortunately for me, since if he continued any longer, I would have truly lost myself in it. Esteth thought with a satisfied smile and closed eyes when she felt her stomach covered in Akashi's cream. She herself experienced orgasm 2 times, the first one during the time when Akashi was licking her and the second during their first sex. However, when Esteth opened her eyes, she widened them in horror. What is this? Wasn't his penis after this action supposed to calm down? Why is he still as hard as before, perhaps even harder than before? Esteth thought with a dumbfounded expression while looking at Akashi's still erected penis. What's up with your expression, my dear Esteth? Haven't we had a deal that we won't stop until I am satisfied? Because this was just a womp up for me. However, I must say that feeling of being inside you is otherworldly, keep up the good work. Akashi said with a wide teasing smile while showing her a thumb up with closed eyes. Huff, Taiko must have been neglecting your needs since you are still full, let me take care of that, Esteth replied with a provocative smile. It's nice to see that you are still up to it. Akashi muttered while grabbing a towel from under his bed, wiping away all of his cream from Esteth's stomach before throwing it away into the laundry basket. Without saying anything, Akashi placed his hands on her hips and pulled her up before turning her around, forcing her on her all fours. Let's try this for example, at the end of our session, you can tell me which position you liked the most so I can remember that, Akashi said while gently caressing her cheek, but this caused her to shiver a bit, since she caught the hidden meaning in his words. Which position I liked the most? At the end of our session? Is he saying that the next time he empty himself, he truly won't be empty? Esteth thought, and in her mind, strands of regret began showing up. However, she was determined to satisfy Akashi. She no longer had in mind to prove to Taiko that she can satisfy him, but she already considered herself as his woman and she felt need to satisfy her man. 183:182 Crazy Night, 18, 2 halves. Akashi once again inserted his hard member inside Esteth and began moving his hips while moving even Esteth's hips with his hands. This position is far more intense. Esteth thought while covering her mouth with her hands, since she was no longer facing Akashi and he shouldn't be able to notice under these circumstances. And this went on and on for a few hours with them changing positions every 10 minutes, they used almost everything within the room, be it a table or just standing sex against the wall. Huff huff, Esteth was catching her breath while lying on the bed, looking at the ceiling with an absent-minded expression. Are you perhaps already too exhausted? Akashi asked with a fake sad expression while looking at Esteth, who was full of sweat. The laundry basket was already completely filled with towels. At the end, Akashi even began using her clothes to clean her a bit every time he emptied himself, marking Esteth's body as his. His words woke Esteth up from her thoughts as she glanced down at him, seeing something unbelievable. No way, Esteth muttered, but she no longer looked too surprised or shocked. She's probably grew accustomed to it after numerous orgasms they had together. Now, do you understand what Taiko has to go through just to take care of my needs? Akashi chuckled after seeing her response before asking. In truth, I am quite satisfied, but I can see that doing this all the time would have slowly kill Esteth, so it's better this way. Even Taiko can take care of my needs, but while doing so, she is hurting herself, the same as the current situation with Esteth. Sex is healthy action, however not if you are experiencing numerous orgasms during just one session. For me it's necessary, but for those two girls, no. Akashi was actually surprised how much Esteth endured it during her first time. He had to praise her eagerness to make him just for herself. Huff, I can go on. Esteth said with a wide smile while catching her breath between the words. Esteth. Akashi suddenly put his hand on her red cheek and looked deeply into her eyes, catching her attention before shaking his head with a serious expression. But Esteth knew the state of her body best and she could indeed go on, but she was aware that it wouldn't take just 1 or 2 rounds to fully satisfy him. She even began considering if he really can be fully satisfied. Akashi put his index finger over her lips to interrupt her. SHH, you have gone very far, however stopping here isn't the same as admitting defeat, this is not life and death battle. You are supposed to enjoy this too. What is the point in satisfying me if you will be left fully exhausted and hurt? Akashi said with a gentle smile while sitting down on the edge of the bed. But I enjoyed it. It was my first time, however I never imagined something so long and intense. I always thought those things last at most 30 minutes. Esteth retorted back while turning her head at Akashi. She was currently recovering her strength, so she was just motionlessly lying on the bed next to him. Do I have to bring you a mirror? You are obviously exhausted and I wouldn't be surprised if you weren't even more exhausted than the time after our battle. Akashi said jokingly, not leaving Esteth a room to argue with him. Knock, knock. They were suddenly interrupted by someone knocking on the door in specific intervals. It's all right, Akashi said towards the door, and the person behind it unlocked it and opened it before walking in, closing it and locking it behind. You, what are you doing here? Didn't we have a deal? Esteth asked with narrowed eyes while looking at Taiko just in her black night robe. Esteth was still recovering, so she hasn't even sat up and remained lying down at the bed. We had, but I don't really see you winning. Taiko said while looking at the laundry basket overfilling with towels and even Esteth's clothes. That still doesn't answer my question. Why are you here? Esteth replied, without even trying to make Taiko take her words back. Isn't that obvious? Taiko asked with a confused expression while dropping down her robe, revealing her flawless naked body. I am here to help you, but if you are uncomfortable with it, you can leave and I will just finish what you have started. Taiko said mercilessly with a stoic expression while looking down at his death before turning at Akashi with a charming smile. Thief, do you think I will just let you do that? Esteth narrowed her eyes and sit up, supporting herself with her hands against the bed. Alright, that's enough, Esteth, I won't do anything more with you alone tonight since you are too exhausted, you are only up to 1-3 rounds. Akashi shook his head with closed eyes. So if I will accept her help, you won't have any problem with it. Esteth frowned and asked while pointing at Taiko with her index finger. As long as you will stop at the right moment, but with her help, you should be able to also recover some stamina during it. Akashi said and nodded his head. There was quite a long silence without Esteth saying anything. Fine in the end, she accepted while cautiously glaring at Taiko. This entire situation actually made her recall her first meeting with Mara. Right now, she was considering this memory as funny one, but she wasn't expecting that she would ever do something similar, not to mention with someone within Mara's group. But first, I need to take a refreshing shower, Esteth said while getting up, but once she left the edge of the bed, she stumbled. Fortunately for her, Taiko was in front of her to catch her, or perhaps unfortunately. Let me go, I don't need your help. Esteth distanced herself from Taiko, who just caught her since she was feeling weird being so close to another naked woman. Esteth slowly walked to the door leading to the bathroom before entering it, not even closing the door behind her. She is far more exhausted than I previously thought, maybe I took it too far, but is it my fault when she is so stubborn? Akashi thought when he saw all of this. She will be alright, I felt similar way after my first time. Taiko turned away from the bathroom and looked at Akashi with a smile before climbing on him, who was sitting on the edge of the bed. No foreplay or anything like that tonight? Akashi asked with a surprised expression when Taiko put both of her hands on his shoulders, facing him. I heard every one of her moans, but while I was feeling irritated by it, it also somehow made me all wet. You better take care of that. Taiko said, and without waiting for his answer, she shoved his shaft inside her. Whoa, that's kind of lewd for you to say that, but I guess your body doesn't lie. Akashi said when he easily slipped inside without any foreplay. I think you are the one strange for questioning my lewd talk while having your stick inside me. Taiko replied playfully and started moving up and down, picking up the pace. While Taiko was the one setting up the pace, Akashi started helping her by playing with her breasts and sensitive nipples. After more than 5 minutes. I am close, Taiko muttered with a lewd tone. Me, too, Akashi said, and when Taiko reached her climax in the next few seconds, he put his hands on her hips and pushed her down, making her take the entire length inside. Akashi? Taiko asked with a weak voice and satisfied expression after having her own orgasm. She was slightly surprised by his actions since he always finished outside. I haven't finished inside anyone yet, do you want to try it? Akashi asked while holding back, finishing inside her with all his might. You mean, trying to impregnate me? Taiko muttered with a dumbfounded expression before forming a happy smile and sealing his lips with hers. This was enough of an answer for Akashi as he stopped holding back and exploded right inside her. Ugh. Ah. Akashi released a low groan while Taiko squealed in surprise, but that quickly turned into a moan when she felt Akashi's cream filling her. Taiko was hesitating to say something with an extremely satisfied and happy expression while looking into Akashi's eyes. Seeing her hesitation, Akashi just pulled her head closer and deeply kissed her. None of them wanted to move. They just felt like melting together. However, that changed when Esteth came back with a refreshed expression. Enjoying yourselves? She asked with her hands resting on her hips while looking down at two of them, but when she saw something white dripping down from under Taiko with Akashi still being inside her, she frowned down. He hasn't finished even once inside me. Esteth thought with a dissatisfied expression. Well, you already had your fun, haven't you? Akashi asked with a teasing smile. Not enough, she said with intention of making Akashi finish inside her, but although she recovered some of her stamina, it would still be harmful to have a rough session of sex again, and Akashi was aware of that fact too. Then come here, I will satisfy you and you can even relax meanwhile. Akashi said and lied down on the bed while pulling Esteth to the bed by her hand. What should I do? She asked while glancing at Taiko, who was still sitting on Akashi's stick, and a slightly awkward atmosphere began forming itself inside the room. Sit on me. Akashi said while pointing at his face with a smirk. What? Esteth exclaimed with a surprised expression. Just do it and you will see. Akashi said and guided her to sit on his face while also facing Taiko, which she didn't like so much. However, when Akashi started to swirl his tongue inside her and folding her breasts, she completely forgot any dissatisfaction about Taiko's presence. And thus it became a threesome. Taiko and Esteth kept looking at each other, not like they had any other choice, but amidst of wild sex, lost in pleasure, both of them suddenly leaned forward and kissed each other with closed eyes before widely opening them in shock while still having their lips kissing each other. They quickly recovered and moved back with embarrassed and uncertain expressions. It was unknown whether they liked it, but it was visible that none of them were completely comfortable with it, at least now. Akashi also sensed the change in the atmosphere, so he started moving his hips up and down while picking up the pace with his tongue, completely surprising girls. Both of them moaned aloud, forgetting what just happened between them. And like this, the rest of the night continued for a long while. 184:183 Meeting the Emperor. The next morning Akashi woke up fully refreshed with spread arms with Taiko and Esteth sleeping on each of them. I actually can't remember the last time I was so satisfied, maybe when I was still in my old world. Akashi thought while lazily looking at the ceiling, not intending to get up at any time, not like he could do that with the girls sleeping on his arms. Somehow, him waking up also woke the girls up as they both rubbed their sleepy eyes. Good morning, Akashi said with a smile. Good morning. Both said in unison, raising their heads to give him a peck on the cheek, but when they saw each other, they suddenly stopped moving. Akashi suddenly felt like he was the thickest wall between two fanatics wanting to kill each other. I already knew there would be problems like this one. I won't be like those passive boys with harem around them like in those lewd games, because it will only cause more trouble. Akashi rolled his eyes and thought before wrapping his arms around them and then pushing them onto him. Both were surprised when they lied next to each other on his chest, but before they could even glare at each other Akashi brought his mouth between them, stopping right next to their ears. Are you both so eager to repeat the previous night? He whispered with a strand of threatening tone in his voice. Both of them widened their eyes before shaking their head meekly when they still remembered that sore feeling. And for Esteth it was even worse since it was her first time, therefore even she rather shook her head meekly in defeat. Good, then go and dress up, we have an important day in front of us, Akashi said as he released them from his hold. When they all finally dressed up and equipped their weapons, Esteth stopped Akashi from leaving the room. I am fine with this sharing thing, there is no way I can take care of the beast's needs all alone. Esteth admitted with a closed eyes and defeated expression. However, that doesn't mean that I won't be fighting for the first place. Esteth swiftly opened her eyes and said with a confident smile as she narrowed her eyes. Like I would just stand by and do nothing. Taiko replied with a stoic expression without even looking at Esteth as she was applying the bandages around her hands. This girl, at least she has guts. Esteth was slightly irritated by Taiko, but she also liked her personality. Alright, that's enough girls. There are very important matters to attend to, I already arranged a meeting with the Emperor and he had no reason to refuse. Akashi said while opening the door and leaving his study with the girls behind him. When they arrived at the main hall, they met Kurome, Pony, Aiko, and Akashi's parents there. When the group in the main hall noticed them, they immediately garnered all their attention. June, Akashi's father actually winked at his son while giving him secretly thumbs up. Fufu, good morning, everyone. Ember, his mother put her hand in front of her mouth while she started giggling with a knowing look in her eyes while looking at the trio. I can't wait for my grandchildren. Kaie. Should I start looking for suitable clothes? Or maybe I can make them by myself, hehe. However, I have no idea if I should make clothes for male or female. Well, since Sun has two beautiful ladies with ample bottoms, I believe that there will be a few grandchildren from both genre. Ember thought with closed eyes while occasionally nodding to herself. Good morning Pony, Kurome and Aiko also greeted while looking at the floor. All of them were blushing as tomatoes. Tisk, I should have gagged her, Akashi immediately thought with an irritated expression. However, the thing that annoyed him the most was his mother's quietness with her closed eyes and peaceful smile. He was aware that she was currently in her fantasies. The trio greeted everyone and went to have a quick breakfast. Strangely enough, Esteth actually went to sit next to Ember and started talking with her with a gentle smile across her face. I have to get to know Akashi's parents better, in this regard, Taiko is far ahead of me. Esteth thought while inwardly having a sly smile on her face. How considerate of her, she is nothing like what others describe her as. Ember obviously saw through her actions, but she didn't mind. In truth, she was glad to have a talk with her. We are going to do it quickly, I will take care of the Emperor and you, Esteth, will freeze honest in your ice prison. Akashi said while sitting on the chair inside his study once again. Why so quickly? There won't be any fun in it, if we will let them see something suspicious. Some Taiko users might still walk out to meet us, however if we will capture the two of them instantly, nothing exciting will happen. Esteth said with a bit disappointed expression. I don't want to give them any chance to use anything. I doubt the first emperor that created all Taiko had actually given all of them away. He surely must have created some kind of trump card. It is possible that Honest or the Emperor are in possession of such a weapon, so we need to act quickly. I don't want this to take too long. If you are looking for some excitement, wait for the upcoming wars. Akashi reprimanded her. You mean that they will try to invade the Empire? Esteth asked with an anticipating expression. Exactly, once the Emperor is overthrown, the chaos will naturally raise even though there is already chaos, so not much of a change, but this will serve as a good excuse to start the invasion. The northern region is already under the Empire's control, thanks to you, but Eastern region and Western region are a different matter. They are already eyeing the empire for a long time, so they will start their invasion once the news of the emperor getting overthrown will reach their ears. You still have a lot of fun in front of you. Akashi explained with a smile, and his words made Esteth form a sadistic yet grateful smile. The path of peace, do you think he will truly try to invade the empire? Tycho asked when she recalled their meeting with the Lord. Even if it looks like the Lord has his region under full control, it is not the truth. He will be pressured by his people. With each day, the number of his followers grows, and with many people, he will sooner or later require a great number of resources. Even if he won't like the idea of invading the empire, he won't have much of a choice. Pitiful Akashi turned at Tycho and said with a serious expression. Well, the time has come. I will have you wait outside with the others, since I don't want to appear too suspicious even before arriving in front of the emperor. Tycho, you will be the leader of the group, so make sure no one does anything stupid, especially Pony. Akashi said with an apologetic smile. It's all right, I understand my position in this plan very well. Tycho nodded her head with a smile, suggesting Akashi not to worry about it. Esteth, you said that you have a group of Tycho users under your command. How loyal are they to you? Akashi nodded before turning at Esteth and asked with narrowed eyes. Hard to say, but I wouldn't call them loyal since they were called here thanks to Honest's influence. However, my army is complete opposite. They don't even care about this empire. They are completely loyal to me and only to me. Esteth shrugged her shoulders before replying with a smile. Fine, Tycho, once I give you a signal through the wrigglers, you will infiltrate the palace with the others and apprehend those Tycho users. In case they will resist too much and will turn too much dangerous, show no mercy, Akashi said with cold eyes, disregarding the fact that they were still part of Esteth's unit. How cold? Esteth actually smiled when she heard his words. She absolutely liked his decisiveness. Understood. Tycho nodded her head with a serious expression. All right, let's go. Akashi said and got up from his seat, going back to the main hall where he saw once again his parents. Dad, I am going, Akashi said with a serious look in his eyes. So it's time, hey? Don't do anything too dangerous and don't underestimate them, they must still have something up their sleeve. However, I doubt I need to say those things to you, so, just, break a leg. June said while giving him a thumb up with a wide confident smile. Be careful and return safely, after all, I still need grandchildren. Ember said jokingly, and even though she had absolute confidence in Akashi's success, she still couldn't help it and her eyes grew moist. When the girls heard her words, Esteth actually flashed her a reassuring smile with a little blush. However, Tycho actually looked sideways with her face blushing while also placing her hand slightly under her belly. Ember obviously noticed Tycho's suspicious response as she started eyeing her. Obviously, you two girls have to come back here too. Understood, Tycho. Ember said with a teasing smile, pressuring Tycho without acting suspiciously. Why yes, Tycho weakly replied. She never had a problem talking about those things with Akashi's parents, but now that she actually might have gotten pregnant, she was feeling embarrassed out of nowhere. Esteth looked strangely at Tycho since she liked her usual calm yet confident personality, but right now, she found Tycho behaving strangely. Why do I even care about her? Esteth thought before throwing the matter with Tycho out of her mind. Esteth and Akashi took their leave while Tycho remained behind to gather everyone and explain the plan. At the palace. Creak, the sound of doors opening resounded in the entire throne room. Esteth-sama, Lord Phoenix. The guard wearing thick golden-colored plate armor who opened the door bowed down to two of them before closing the door once they entered the throne room. This is actually my first time in the throne room, it is truly a bit exaggerated. The ceiling is actually numerous meters high for the reason of flexing. Well, I understand that it needs to look grand at least. Akashi thought when he first stepped inside the room. Looks like there is even Budo as you predicted, Esteth whispered with an excited smile. Did you truly think that they would let us, the strongest people in the empire, to come near the emperor without his personal guard? Anyway, let's go closer, Akashi whispered back with a teasing smile before turning with a serious expression at a little kid sitting on the throne a few stairs above. Both moved closer up till the first bunch of the stairs. General Esteth, an heir of the Phoenix House, it is a nice occasion to have two strongest people in the empire right in this room standing side by side together. To be completely honest with you, Akashi, I hope you don't mind me calling you like that. I have witnessed some of the changes you brought to your territory and it truly inspired me. The emperor said with an honest smile. Child being controlled by the demon, how tragic. With the normal teacher, he would have perhaps even become a good emperor, who knows, however, that, unfortunately, doesn't matter any longer. Akashi thought, seeing that innocent smile. Tisk. Inspired my ass. You kept asking me all kinds of questions due to this, so I stopped informing you about his territory and just kept saying that he is doing well. The only reason why I tolerated those changes was that the income became even bigger, thus taxes too, which is something even I am confused with. Honest thought while smiling at the emperor with his eyes closed. I don't mind at all, it is an honor to finally meet your majesty in person, Akashi said with a slightly sarcastic tone while performing a similar bow to those before the duels. 185:184 The end, slash? Budo narrowed his eyes when he saw that Akashi just bowed without kneeling down, not to mention it was a very half-assed bow. Haha, good. I assume that you are here today with General Esteth to ask me for my blessing, right? The Emperor also sensed a strange atmosphere, but he wasn't bothered by Akashi's antics since in the young Emperor's mind, Akashi was something like an idol for him. Unfortunately, he couldn't say something like that at public. Well, something like that. Akashi raised his head and said with an amused smile, if not a bit crazy considering the situation he was in. Whisper, whisper. Everyone inside the throne room started to whisper to each other, but since all of them decided to do that, it was very loud. Quiet. Akashi, General Esteth, both of you have done so much for the Empire and its protection, there is no way I would ever be able to refuse you. The Emperor began speaking, but he suddenly stopped when Akashi's entire body caught on fire. Gasp. Everyone near him immediately took numerous steps back. Now Akashi muttered while being enveloped by the flames. This is bad, protect the Emperor. Budo shouted and kicked off the ground, attacking Akashi with his charged Taigu, Adra Melek, taking the form of gauntlets. What is going on? Honest narrowed his eyes while intending to take his hand out of his pocket just for Esteth to appear in front of him with her palm extended towards him. General Estiat, before he could call out her name, he was completely frozen with his hand only partly out of the pocket. I apologize, but our collaboration ends today, Esteth said with a wide smile while touching the ice sculpture of Honest. On the other side, Budo, who attacked Akashi, completely missed his target as Akashi already disappeared from his sight once he got close enough, which completely shocked Budo. What a speed! Budo thought and quickly went into defensive stance since he lost the sight of him. However, he was never Akashi's target. Your Majesty! Budo looked towards the throne just to see Akashi in his changed form standing next to the throne with his hand resting on the Emperor's shoulder, having him completely locked down by his killing intent and powerful presence. Special Class, Kagutsuki, 120 Cha, 60 Int, 40 Const, 20 STR, 20 Agi, Fused Form. Health, 2000/2000. Energy, 3450/5000. Strength, 47, 105. Agility, 50, 106. Intelligence, 50, 119. Constitution, 48, 108. Charisma, 40, 166. Absolute dominance activated. Akashi even forcefully activated his biggest cheat, which gave him 60% to his stats, so now his charisma was over 250. Their actions caused an enormous commotion in the palace, and palace guards started gathering in the throne room, but once Akashi transformed and used his biggest cheat, everyone's legs froze. Just imaging what the Emperor must be experienced by sitting right next to him without pissing himself must have taken a great amount of bravery and dignity, as expected of royal blood. Heir of the Phoenix House, Akashi. What do you think you are doing? This is Budo was the only one who was still able to move since his bravery had no limits, and that was something Akashi valued. A treason, yes, I am aware of that. Akashi interrupted him, finishing his sentence for him. Inform all guards, apprehend everyone from Phoenix House. Budo shouted at one of the palace guards standing in the doorway. Hearing the great general shouting at him, the guard found some courage to move, but when he took one step back, he was locked on by Akashi's eyes and he was once again immobilized. Now, let's not be hasty, Great General Budo. I have the Emperor with me, however, there is no need to worry because I have no harmful intentions toward the Emperor. Akashi said with a threatening smile while gently patting the Emperor's shoulder with his hand covered in black scales. Then release His Majesty if that's so. Budo shouted with an angry expression while aiming with his both gauntlets at Akashi, ready to shoot electricity at him. I can't do that because you wouldn't listen to what I have in mind, you are too stubborn to listen if I don't have the upper hand. I know that you would rather die than to listen to me, but unfortunately, this isn't about your life, but about the Emperor's life. Akashi explained with a smile. I still think it's pointless to keep this stubborn man alive, how about letting me fight him? Esteth said with a bored expression while sitting on the stairs. You can do that, however only if he refuses after he will hear me out, how about it, Budo? Will you give me 5 minutes without you interrupting me or shouting at me? Akashi asked with a calm smile. Talk. Budo gritted his teeth, but he still agreed to listen because the more time Akashi wastes here, the bigger commotion will become and possibly alert all guards outside of the palace. Thank you very much, I will try to make it short. First of all, I have studied your family's history, and your father of your father, all were generals that protected this empire till their last breath. Akashi said, which made Budo raise his eyebrow in question. What about it? It's not private information. Budo said back. Are you still unaware of the situation outside? Do you think your father or father of your father would protect this empire? The empire full of corruption and of numerous kids dying every day? Akashi asked with a stern look. I am well aware of the situation outside, however, the extermination of the rebels is the main goal for me. The cleansing from within comes later. Budo replied with a frown. You are supposed to protect the empire, but from what I can see is that you are just protecting the emperor. The emperor isn't the empire is its people with the leader together. You are supposed to protect all. However, I can understand your obsession with the protection of the emperor when you already failed to protect his father once, Akashi said without any mercy while smirking. Shut up! Budo widened his eyes before shouting aloud, making the entire throne room quake a bit. Considering the time it happened, you must have been still very young and inexperienced. Unfortunately, you had to take a position after your father early since he died even before the emperor. Akashi continued unbothered by Budo's outburst. The emperor died due to health problems. There was nothing I could do. Budo closed his eyes and replied with a regretful tone. However, hearing Akashi's next words, his eyes opened wide in shock. That's where you are terribly wrong, Budo, Akashi said with a wide smile, showing off his white teeth. Even the emperor himself reacted to Akashi's words by shakily turning his head at Akashi with a surprised expression, yearning for more answers. Look at all of this, Akashi said and threw a stack of papers tied together at Budo. Budo caught them still with a shocked expression. When he started reading the content, his heartbeat sped up as he began visibly sweating on his forehead. What is it, General Budo? The emperor shouted when he noticed the great changes in Budo's expression. This kid. Akashi was actually surprised when the emperor was able to turn his head at him, not to mention shout out at Budo. This is impossible. How come you have such information on you? Budo shouted at Akashi without answering the emperor's question. At that time, I was still too young, but this information is what my father gathered right from the start of the emperor's death. I bet you never paid attention to the deaths of the cooks who were responsible for the last emperor's meals, but that was the biggest mistake. Those people died before anyone was even able to question what kind of ingredients were they using. Don't you find it a bit suspicious? Akashi explained with a patient smile. The emperor started thinking hard about the past and how they actually never tried to find the culprit, since it looked like his father's health deteriorated periodically, which caused them to think that he was just ill. Even Budo frowned, hearing his words. Although he looked quite unconvinced, he didn't open his mouth to argue with Akashi anymore. And don't even get me started on his wife's suicide. Are you actually so stupid to think that mother would leave her small child without protection just because her husband died, Budo? I bet if she had a choice, she would choose to save the child instead of her husband, yet she committed suicide, and by the poisoning out of all kinds of ways. Akashi continued and threw another stack of papers containing the information regarding the current emperor's mother's case. Upon reading another stack of information, Budo raised his head to glare at a few people gathered in the throne room. Is what you are saying the truth? Were my father and mother actually murdered? The emperor asked with a shaky voice and eyes. Yes, they were murdered by the one person who you were following the entire time, treating him as your most trusted advisor. Under your reign, the empire only suffered defeat after another defeat. Its former glory long ago disappeared. I highly doubt your father would be proud of you. Akashi harshly said. The emperor, who heard this from someone who he even considered a little idol, hit him very hard. His body started to violently shiver as he began looking into empty space with his eyes gradually becoming lifeless. I have failed. The emperor muttered with an unbelievable expression. TCH. Budo grit his teeth and pointed his gauntlets at Frozen Honest, firing an orb of electricity at him. However, before he could destroy the ice sculpture, a few ice walls appeared in front of his attack, completely negating it. Looks like he still doesn't want to listen. Are you really sure I can't just fight him? Asteth asked with a bored expression while sitting on the stairs with one hand touching the ground. Why are you protecting him, General Asteth? Budo narrowed his eyes. We need to give the public some satisfaction, no. Akashi replied in Asteth's stead with an evil smile. Release the emperor, he is in no condition to listen to all of this anymore. Budo requested with furrowed brows. I already gave you my word that I am not planning to harm him, however, I doubt public would want him as emperor any longer. Akashi said. I want to redeem myself. The emperor said after regaining some life in his eyes, looking at Akashi with a pleading look. As I said before, the empire is not about the emperor, yet it can crumble just because of the emperor. You never gave other people the second chance to redeem themselves, you need to face the same fate as them. Your title of the emperor will be officially nulled starting today. Akashi shook his head at the child. I now former emperor closed his eyes. I have failed to become a great emperor as my father once was. The former emperor thought with closed eyes while gripping his knees, holding back the tears to appear strong. Now, let's with cleaning up, Asteth, if you will, please, Akashi said with a wide smile. Killing weaklings is no fun, but I will do it for you. Asteth said with a sadistic smile while getting up from the ground, looking towards the certain people inside the throne room. Wait, General is death, please gay. The next few minutes, only screams resounded inside the throne room as blood painted the walls and pillars of the entire room in crimson color. Budo frowned, seeing so much blood in the throne room, but in the end, only those people mentioned in the papers he just read were killed, so he didn't care about their lives. If it wasn't for his death, he would have killed them himself sometime later. What do you plan to do with the rebels and his majesty? Budo asked while looking at Akashi standing next to the kneeling child with the expression of despair. Rebels or not, most of them deflected because of honest and your emperor's actions, so I am willing to give them second chance. Of course, if they keep resisting, I will crush them myself. By the way, he is no longer emperor, so no need to call him that. My father will act as substitute for him, and someone to take over Honest's position is already on his way here. Akashi said towards Budo. Hearing his words, Budo's eyes widened in shock. You can't do that. Generations after generations, only those of royal blood can become emperor. You are completely breaking the traditions. Budo immediately disagreed. Ha ha ha! Akashi actually started laughing after he heard Budo's words. What is so funny? Budo frowned and questioned. The empire was at its peak during the reign of the first emperor, yet it gradually started crumbling with each new descendants of the first emperor. Just because you have the blood of someone capable doesn't make you capable. Blood is nothing but genes that determine your appearance. Not to mention there are numerous genes mixed in by their wives, so if we speak about purity of his bloodline, it will be very thin. He is a descendant of the emperor, but that doesn't qualify him to be one himself. End of the discussion. We are done here, understood? Akashi said before he walked away from the former emperor, approaching Budo. When he was walking past him, he ordered with narrowed eyes. Yes, Budo replied without looking at Akashi, having his own worries to think of. All of what he said does make sense, but is it really fine to end tradition like that? Budo thought with a hard expression. It's not just about my royal blood, it's because my blood is a key to activate the capital's ultimate Taigu. The former emperor suddenly raised his head and shouted at Akashi, who was walking towards the exit, and his words managed to stop him. Haha, kid, I don't know if you are more naive or brave, maybe it is just ignorance. By telling this information to me, you are just endangering your own life. I can just use your body to experiment with your blood. Akashi once again laughed right into his face. I know, but you promised that you have no ill intentions towards me, he replied with a resolved eyes. That was under different circumstances when I still had no idea about this information. Well, whatever, I will have you show me that ultimate Taigu, and I will either destroy it or come up with a plan to destroy its bond with the emperor's bloodline, that is if this ultimate Taigu will be worth it. Akashi waved his hand before leaving the throne room with his death behind him, completely shocking Budo and the former emperor. Outside of the palace, inside the capital, a big commotion began once a few people heard rumors about fight ongoing inside the palace. Some of the braver ones started rebelling on the streets, but they were quickly apprehended by the imperial police. Akashi and Esteth went to the room usually used by her subordinates, where they found everyone. Akashi's group and also Estetha's special unit. Commander. Everyone from Estetha's unit exclaimed with happy expressions when they saw Esteth walk in, but that happy expression haven't lasted for long before they noticed her just looking at them, not helping them. Akashi? Is that you? Akashi heard a shaky voice, so he turned its direction and saw an acquaintance. Oh? Siryu. How are you doing? Akashi asked with a friendly smile while seeing her in binds with her Taigu being paralyzed by Kurome's weapon. There was one more person who was completely paralyzed by her lightning, and it was someone covered in dark blue armor, similar to Incursio. That must hurt. Mostly those types of Taigu have elemental resistances, but it seems that Kurome didn't waste any energy on him and his armor turned into misfortune instead of his greatest defense. Akashi thought while looking at a guy lying down on the ground in dark blue armor. His body was shaking with the yellow lightning constantly running on the surface of his armor. Akashi turned to one man, or at least he looked partly human, who was already dead, so Akashi looked at Taiko to explain the situation. He injected something into his body, so I deemed it was safer to quickly kill him instead of waiting for the effects of that drug. Taiko explained with a regretful look in her eyes. No problem, who is he? Akashi shook his head before turning at Esteth. We called him Dr. Stylish, Esteth shortly replied. I see, let's brief all of you about the current situation, shall we? Akashi said while helping the guy in armor to get rid of that armor. Huff, I can't feel anything, thanks. Once the armor disappeared and turned into a dark sword, a man with short dark blue hair was revealed. Akashi looked strangely at him for thanking him, but he proceeded to the explanation. After around 10 minutes, most of them calmed down a bit and were ready to be freed of their bindings. I knew it would come to this one day, I guess it's my time. A big muscular guy wearing a mask typical for an incineration squad said with a sad tone while rubbing his wrist. What are you saying, Bowles? The armor guy exclaimed with an upset expression. Geez, he is an annoying one. Maybe I shouldn't have freed him, but I must admit he recovered quite fast once the armor was removed, which means he is quite tough even without it. Akashi thought while looking towards guy named Bulls and the other guy he freed. Wave, I appreciate your concern but I am guilty. When I was member of the incineration squad, I have done many bad things, and if I say bad, I mean the worst of all. He replied with a tone as if he was ready to atone for his sins. But what about your wife and daughter? The armor guy named Wave asked while gritting his teeth. This time, Bulls just looked at the floor without replying. Clap clap. Akashi started clapping, which made everyone look toward him. Good display of friendship and hardship. You two would be able to write down and perform some really good theater plays. Akashi said with an amused smile and a playful tone. Unfortunately, you aren't guilty, yet. I will firmly have people go through all records about everyone, and if they have never done anything truly bad on their own, they won't be charged as guilty. However, don't misunderstand, just because you were under orders doesn't mean you are innocent, but it looks like I don't need to remind this to you when you already consider yourself as a sinner, Akashi said with a more serious tone. So you mean? Bulls raised his head and asked with a surprised voice. Yes, I will give everyone a second chance, well, not everyone, heh. Akashi said with a small chuckle that caused all members of Asthetha's unit to shiver. Taiko, Pony, Kurome, here you have some additional targets that might still be hiding inside the palace. The commotion we caused was still just a few moments ago, so we have to use that chance to catch everyone. Akashi said while giving Taiko a few posters. It will be done. Taiko nodded with a faint smile before leaving together with the girls. I am leaving them to you, Asteth. I am going to return to the throne room to talk with Budo and our former emperor, Akashi said sarcastically before leaving the room. Not letting me have a word in this, hey. Asteth thought with a small grin that actually surprised everyone inside the room. Outside, the rumors were only getting wilder and people started gathering around the palace, and since most of the guards were called to the throne room, those few guards outside had no chance at suppressing the crowds for a long time. Fortunately for them, a few people walked out of the palace right at the moment of need. Great General Budo! The guards exclaimed with new hope in their eyes, but that hope quickly disappeared when they noticed a small person next to him. Why, Your Majesty? Please return, you can't be here. The guards who were holding of the crowd immediately shouted when they started losing control over the situation. Akashi, who saw this, narrowed his eyes and focused his aura on the crowd in front of the palace, and everyone froze in place, including the guards. They could only move their heads a bit. Listen up, citizens of the capital. I, heir of the Phoenix House, Akashi Phoenix, would like to announce to you of our emperor's abdication of the throne. Akashi shouted as loud as he could, and people closest to him even had to protect their ears. There was complete silence and only disbelieving faces, from both citizens and guards. This country has faced corruption for too long. However, all of that will end today. Most of you have to be aware of the state of my territory, maybe some of you already visited it. Imagine how would the country advance if this was realized across the entire empire. No longer we would have to watch children on streets starve and die without their parents. Akashi continued with an extended arm towards the crowd. A big part of the crowd started to cry just from remembering all the things that happened to them or to their family members. I will personally see to it that all those who are responsible for the state in which this country is, will face justice. However, to build something anew, to build a country I am speaking about, we need a lot of capable people, and we can't afford to be blinded by our hatred. Some of the people, like those guards, just did as ordered or they would have been the ones killed. Of course, that doesn't mean that they are innocents. However, it is a perfect opportunity for them to redeem themselves by working towards this country's bright future. By this time, Akashi already stopped restraining the crowds with his aura, and they just stood there obediently and listened to him with various emotions raging inside them. Fear not, I will have my people investigate all people before giving anyone a second chance. My ultimate goal is to make this country stronger, more prosperous than during the time of the first emperor. The blood doesn't give one talent to rule, we have already seen that with our own eyes. However, we cannot blame the former emperor who is here with us. Look at him, he is just a child. His parents were murdered by the Prime Minister Honest, and then he was raised by Honest himself, or more like controlled by him. I agree with most of you that he should be held responsible, but do you actually think that as a descendant of the Emperor, he likes to see his country slowly crumble? He will suffer much more by watching someone else rule the country and making it prosper. He will realize his wrongdoings. Akashi said while clenching his fist to appear more dramatic. The crowd was mostly agreeing with Akashi, but a little commotion began once he mentioned sparing the former emperor, although no people were getting violent, only shouting back at him in disapproval. Don't forget that he isn't your main target here. Bring him here. Akashi shouted before waving behind him, and the guards with uncertain expressions brought tied up Honest, who had his arms broken by Akashi for security reasons. The commotion once again started, but this time, people were only shouting and throwing rocks at Honest, who was kneeling on the ground with moist eyes. Akashi continued his speech for a while before returning to the palace, of course, without Honest, who was left outside to face the wrath of all people. It's wonderful sight how thousands of people can work together and agree on terms when it comes to their common enemy. The guards around the palace no longer tried to stop the crowds from doing whatever they want with Honest. Thus started Honest's eternal torture. People were taking turns in stabbing him and those proficient in medicine were there to heal him. They were making sure not to make any big wounds that would be hard to heal, but they compensate for it by selecting very painful locations. When the Prime Minister Chowri arrived at the capital, he was surprised to see only a few people on the streets. However, he quickly noticed the queue leading towards the palace. He was quickly escorted there with Mara's help, and then he was once again shocked to see the sight of Honest's bloodied body. It looks like Akashi fought the entire battle alone, and now I am here just to help stabilize the situation. Chowri thought with closed eyes and a faint smile. That was something else, Budo commented while walking next to the former emperor and Akashi. It's always annoying to do these embarrassing speeches. Akashi muttered with an uncomfortable expression. Even the former emperor was looking at Akashi with reverence in his eyes. He was prepared to face death for his bad ruling, but he was surprised to see Akashi's ability to satisfy crowd. However, it would have been impossible if Akashi wasn't already well known for his strength and also for his territory, which was the most prosperous part of the city. 186, Epilogue. Immediately after the former emperor was dethroned, the western region found a chance to invade the empire together with the eastern region's help. Akashi sent his own secret army together with some recruits from the capital to face the eastern region's invasion. That army was led by Taiko, Kurome, and Ichika, and together with the help of the rest of Orberga's members, they very quickly defeated the invasion without many casualties. Orberg even went as far as to sneak inside the Kuruk city, where the Path of Peace's HQ was located in. They assassinated all major people in power and captured the Lord himself, giving opportunity for Akashi's army led by the girls to invade and completely crush them without much resistance. As for the western region, well, the only ones who went to face the invasion were Akashi and his death all alone without any infantry. And after the biggest battle where they faced more than 100,000 of soldiers alone, it was safe to say that the western region would never try to invade ever again as long as those two are alive. After the battle, Death obviously felt a need to fool around with Akashi, and he didn't mind it since, after such large battle, it always felt better. Akashi didn't choose to invade them since he had to stabilize his own country before invading another one, not to mention he already heard about the invasion of the eastern region, so managing two newly captured territories would have been unnecessarily troublesome. The revolutionary army was still functioning as before, however they were in a frozen state, waiting for what's to happen next, although when they heard about the battle against the western region, their morale dropped down and a lot of people started coming back to the capital without even waiting for the changes. Of course, it was only once smaller groups were accepted back and were given opportunities to do what they do best without any problems. June, Akashi's father became new emperor, even though it took Akashi a lot of persuading since his father wanted him to become the emperor because Akashi did most of the work and since he is young but old enough to be one. However, Akashi pressured him enough to accept with the help of his mother. Of course, her help didn't come for free. The one who took Honest's position of prime minister was Chowri, with Spear always by his side. He was quite surprised to see her so interested in government and politics, so he started teaching her, letting her come everywhere with him to the meetings. In his mind, he was already set on teaching her everything before he will leave this world. He wanted to make her first female prime minister. Of course, in those meetings, there were a lot of people she could meet and possibly marry, so everything was playing into his cards. Akashi was obviously helping his father, and he also implemented a lot of laws from his old world here, but not everything was usable, so he selected only a few of them that would overly help prosperity. A lot of people were disagreeing with his plans, even Chowri, who found his plans interesting. However, due to immense financial pressure they represented, he had to agree with other people. Thankfully, this wasn't the democracy, so Akashi shut them down with a few words and promised that in the next 5 years they will see unbelievable changes and that the prosperity of the empire will grow beyond the time during the first emperor's reign. Such a claim was a big deal, but Chowri in the end chose to believe in Akashi. In a few months after the former emperor's abdication, most of the chaos died down and Orberg clan continued doing their job by targeting people who were tainted by sin. Akashi's biggest joy was that the people here had very low standards, so even minimal wage brought them the biggest joy. They were able to pay for their housing and food, which was very unusual during Honest's presence. People were also much more hardworking than in his old world. While there were a few corrupted ones who always tried to get more than offered, they were quickly shut down. Akashi put a high priority on public security and this corruption inside guards' ranks and practically everywhere. Seeing the progress, what remained from the revolutionary army, returned back to the capital to be accepted once again as the empire's citizens. Although, it couldn't have been called army at that time. With a few more months, the capital, which was the current and biggest Akashi's goal, quickly transformed into very beautiful and prosperous city. The actual crime rate was 0. Yes, 0. Mainly because most of the thieves and murderers were already caught and security at the gates was very tightened. The imperial police force was also cleansed of rotten members and quickly replenished with even more members since the security was tightened even on the streets. After the capital looked even brighter than during the first emperor's time, people had complete confidence in Phoenix's house and were completely loyal to them. June, who became emperor, brought his most loyal maids from the mansion to the palace to take care of his meals and other necessary things since he was willing to put his life in their hands, therefore his security was quite secured with the help of a few Orberg members. The night raid obviously dispersed. Nayenda went back to the capital, acting as its general. Bulat also returned to the army right under Nayenda's command. Lubbock obviously followed after Nayenda, always trying his best to impress her, which left her only smiling at him, leaving him at a delicate situation. The trio from the village decided to return back to their village since life conditions across the entire empire was improving with the improvement of the capital, and mine unexpectedly chose to go with them with the words, "I don't want to return to the capital, I have too many bad memories on that place. I just want a quiet place to stay at." Of course, only after a few months, it would be shown what was her real reason for leaving exactly with them and not with anyone else. Shili, who had nothing to do since her only talent was to kill, decided to try to join Akashi's special assassination unit, where she met a lot of new people who didn't mind her mistakes and airheadness. Leone returned back to the capital to exact location where slums used to be, where after a long search, she found a few of her childhood friends from the time when she still worked in a massage parlor. With the money she earned as an assassin, she took all of her friends and started her own tavern. Well, her friends were responsible for the business while she herself just kept enjoying unlimited alcohol for free while occasionally going outside to hunt a few danger beasts for fun. Akame returned to Kurome's side. At first, she was very awkward since she almost caused the downfall of their relationship, but with time, she learned that Kurome has already completely forgiven her even though she never mentioned it. Akame also apologized numerous times to Akashi personally, but he always just waved his hand with a faint smile. She also began regularly visiting Kana and Tetsu, helping them with their lessons and Tetsu's swordsmanship. Najasho and Cornelia, who were for quite a long time missing, suddenly showed up in front of Akashi. The only reason they returned was that they heard of the changes inside the capital and because Cornelia's situation was worsening each day. Akashi helped to carefully remove the parasite in her eye, however, it turned her blind to one eye. Thankfully, she lived on without feeling pain each second. Even the Lord's miracles couldn't restore her sight. Akame and what remained from their Elite 7 group were quite nervous about Cornelia since they were aware of how much she loved Gozuki and practically everyone in their group. Unfortunately, her amnesia was so strong that the only person she could remember was Najasho, who kept taking care of her all that time. Akame and others were a bit sad, but it was also a small relief for them. Since Cornelia could no longer feel pain, she turned more cheerful like before. However, she was quite distrustful towards other people and therefore she always stayed by Najasho's side. In the end, in next a few years, they even started dating since they were always together. 10 years later. Dad, Mom. Look at my Iato. I have improved once again. A small 9-year-old girl swinging wooden katana started shouting in the garden with a cheerful smile at 3 people standing and watching her together. This girl is Akashi's and Taiko's child, and she took a lot from her mother. She has black hair going slightly under her shoulders tied up in a short ponytail, even her eyes had lime color after her mother. The girl herself never got any talent in controlling flames, however her flame resistance was incredible, she could bathe in flames and nothing would happen to her, even as a child. However, despite not having a ability and talent to control flames, her talent in swordsmanship probably exceeded her mother and father's talent. It was as if Taiko and Akashi's talent were literally combined together. Her physical capabilities were also extremely high. Her speed and ability to hide her presence from anyone were also superb, which gave some troubles to her mother, however it also gave birth to her playful side. Oni-chan. Dad had already given you enough attention, I also want him to look at my creations together with Mom, a small 8-year-old boy said while pouting. He has short hair with one half in crimson color and another half in a very light blue to white color, even his eyes were of light blue color and another of crimson color. He was sitting on the ground, playing with miniature ice sculptures in forms of guards fighting inside a small fire circle. This boy is obviously Esteth and Akashi's child. The boy himself had actually just regular talent in close quarter fighting, however his control over the flames and ice was flawless, the only thing he was missing was quantity of the flames and ice he can control. His physical capabilities were definitely below his sister's, but he had his own advantages. Now, I am capable of watching both of you at the same time, Shoto, Sako. Isn't that right? Akashi said with a playful smile before asking 2 women standing next to him while pulling them closer to him. That's right, Shoto, Esteth wearing blue dress said with a peaceful smile while watching her son play around. Sako, be nice to your little brother, Taiko wearing a white dress said to her daughter with a gentle smile and look in her eyes. Esteth's character completely changed over those years. At first, it was kinda hard with her when there were no wars, but when she finally had her son to take care of, she actually turned into a normal gentle mother, looking like any other gentle women. Even the trio's appearance didn't age that much, which had a lot to do with Akashi and him, giving them his life force almost every night. Akashi's constitution has already exceeded regular humans by many times, which also granted him a longer life, which he was sharing with 2 of his wives. In my previous life, I have failed to be a good father, but not this time. Akashi thought with a nostalgic smile while firmly holding girls' hips, making them blush a bit. Ew, parents are getting lovey-dovey again. Shoto exclaimed while turning away from them. What is wrong with it? I think they look adorable. Sako reprimanded her brother while looking at the trio with a cheerful smile. Sako and Shoto never really questioned the situation of them practically having two mothers, they never cared, or more like they felt content with having more people to care about them. The end. Well, I tried to end it somehow, hopefully it is acceptable, I am not good at this. Anyway, my future plans are simple, start a new slice of life fan fic just for relaxation, no grand plot or goals, just regular things, and dialogues. If you have any questions, I will try to answer all of them in the comments. It was nice having you supporting me in this story until the end. I am aware that I rushed it a bit but it was kinda necessary for me, at least I completed it. I am aware that I probably missed a lot of characters and what happened with them but, there are simply too many characters and it's kind of expected that I will forget a few of them, however, I tried to mention all the major characters. Also, I couldn't help that reference to Shoto Todoroki XD. 187, Information. Alright, I have created a new fan fic and wrote the first chapter however I want to warn everyone before you go and read it. Synopsis. I just want to laze around, minding my own business, so what's up with all those conspiracies? A story about a random average guy who is about to attend advanced nurturing high school established by the Japanese government to nurture the young people who will support the country in the future. Fan fic is about Classroom of the Elite and I don't own any of its characters or, simply anything connected to it so make sure to check out original work. Warning, I am not planning to make MC change plot from early on, you could even say this MC will be just a side character. It's just that I picked this background, Classroom of the Elite, for a slice of life relaxing story. Also, some characters might have slightly different personalities so excuse me for those possible mistakes. As synopsis states, the MC will be an average guy. This novel is just for my personal relaxation so the updates might be inconsistent since my free time is not what it used to be, also the chapters will be slightly shorter. My final suggestion, if you want average guy, slice of life novel just to read for your own relaxation, simply just to turn off your brain and read it, then you can give it a try. As already mentioned it is FF based on Classroom of the Elite novel / anime / manga. I have read the novel up till the volume 9 however I don't really remember much so if you are very knowledgeable about it, don't hate me for destroying it by changing the plot or even people's personalities. The fan fic itself only has one chapter and to be honest with you, I don't think it's that good but for me, the worst parts are always the start and the end. It also doesn't have anything to do with the Classroom of the Elite yet but I think you are already accustomed to it from my prologue XD. The fanfic's name, Leisure Life, Classroom of the Elite. However, I recommend to find it by looking at my profile to see all of my books since it's impossible to find even though it already has one chapter, whatever. If you have any other questions, please write them in the comments.